free information. Call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
The North Peninsula's news. The North Peninsula's talk. Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles, Sequim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. The White House staying mum after a substance believed to be cocaine was found inside the West Wing. President Biden was not there at the time.
The Secret Service releasing a statement saying the item was sent for further evaluation and investigation into the cause and manner of how it entered the White House is pending at this time. We should note some White House tour visitors are able to tour parts of the West Wing, and tours do take place on the weekends as well. The investigation continuing and further testing will be carried out.
ABC's Justin Finch, the president keeping his same schedule, meeting today with the Prime Minister of Sweden. Multiple cities seeing a night of gun violence after 4th of July fireworks last night. Several shot in Boston and in New York City. In Washington, D.C., 9 people shot in a neighborhood drive-by, including a 9-year-old and a 17-year-old. Their injuries not life-threatening. Meantime, police in Philadelphia still investigating a deadly mass shooting from the night before the holiday. 6 shot and 5 dead there.
The suspected shooter is expected to be arraigned today on a slew of charges. Officials say that they were armed and armored, firing seemingly at random, but they say they carried out this shooting intentionally and knowingly. They killed multiple people, including a teenager, and they even shot a toddler.
The ABC's Trevor Ault. The July 4th holiday travel rush isn't over yet. Millions are taking to the skies today to get home.
Already this morning, we are seeing more than 400 flights delayed and 78 flights canceled. To give you an idea, today the FAA says there are nearly 50,000 flights scheduled. That's about 20,000 more flights than yesterday.
ABC's Alex Perez. Britain's King Charles said to be celebrated with a coronation in Edinburgh, Scotland. There's a heavy police presence on the Royal Mile as well-wishers line the processional along with protesters holding signs saying, "Not my king." You're listening to ABC News.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
There are now new restrictions on what the White House can say to major social media platforms. ABC's Sherry Preston says they come from a judge in Louisiana amid lawsuits over some content that was taken down.
The Trump-appointed judge saying the administration likely violated free speech laws when asking Facebook, Twitter, and others to remove misleading or false information about the coronavirus and the election. NYU law professor Bert Newborn calls the injunction excessive and unconstitutional.
You can't put a First Amendment wall between the government and the people.
This, he says, highlights how the judiciary is becoming increasingly politicized. He thinks the injunction will be overturned on appeal. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
With Japan set to release some radioactive water from the nuclear plant wrecked by a tsunami, the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog is there today.
Many critics say the plan will be environmentally damaging. The head of the UN nuclear watchdog group, Rafael Grossi, responds.
The value of having us involved in this work is not, as some have said, many to give cover, to justify, to decorate something that is bad.
He adds his agency will be reviewing, inspecting, and checking the validity of the plan in the decades to come. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
This is ABC News.
Solving mysteries is hard. Streaming them isn't.
We need to know what happened.
There's someone else pulling the strings here.
This month, get in touch with your inner detective and stream the best selection of British mysteries during Mystery Month on BritBox.
That is interesting.
Watch entire series of fan favourites, including the newest seasons of Luther, Silent Witness, Father Brown, Vera, and more.
My lips are sealed.
No one does mystery like the Brits. Start streaming now with a free trial at BritBox.com.
I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
This is the Peninsula's Morning News.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Wednesday, July 5th. Thousands of people reveled in the 4th of July activities across the North Olympic Peninsula yesterday. But one festival had its festivities ending abruptly. Forks calling off its fireworks display after a fast-moving brush fire ignited there. The blaze started in the afternoon. Within minutes, it had quickly grown to more than a dozen acres. That prompted Forks' mayor to call for an immediate ban on all outdoor burning and to cancel the city's fireworks display. The demolition derby had to be called off as well. Shortly after all that, Clallam County commissioners banned all fireworks activity in the west end of the county as well. As of last night, the fire in Forks had spread to about 35 acres, but crews had it contained, although there was word it started to spread again overnight. One residence was destroyed. A second residence was also burned. Residents nearby were evacuated. Some of the roads are closed there, and the PUD shut off power to the area as a precaution. Now, in Port Angeles, people took part in games, activities, and tours of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Momsen on the 4th of July. The wait up to 3 hours at one point for groups to take a look at the ship. The Port of Port Angeles worked with the Navy in bringing that ship to town. Port Economic Development Director Caleb McMahon said yesterday on the dock that the Navy was very happy with the big support it got from Port Angeles.
Turnout's excellent. We've had people showing up from 9 o'clock. I actually showed up this morning at 9 o'clock at the fairgrounds. There was already about 20 people waiting. Currently, the line is spanning almost a mile. They're doing very well working. They were starting out with 2 groups, and they've gone to 3 and 4 groups because they were so overwhelmed by the turnout. The Navy is very surprised and delighted, and they said our turnout has actually beats Portland so far today.
The ship brought hundreds of sailors to town as well. They took part in many of the activities, including the annual parade downtown. In Sequim, hundreds flocked to the James Center for the Performing Arts at Carrie Blake Park. They listened to hours of music provided by the Sequim City Band, the Buck Ellard Band, and Black Diamond Junction, as well as food and other festivities. And both Port Angeles and Sequim capped the festivities off with big commercial community fireworks shows. A large brush fire threatening some homes about 4 miles northeast of Shelton. All homes in the McEwen Prairie Road and Rainbow Lake Drive there are evacuated. Immediate evacuations have been issued for others as well. In fact, 200 homes have been notified to get out so far. The brush fire now estimated at 200-plus acres. Firefighters in southwestern Washington working yesterday to put out a wildfire that's destroyed 10 homes and burned more than 530 acres since it broke out Sunday. The fire about 5% contained as of yesterday, 2 days after it was first reported near Underwood, a small town in Skamania County near the state's border with Oregon. Hot, windy conditions have helped fuel the fire spread through a hillside community overlooking State Route 14 and the Columbia River. By this holiday, I should say, officials had issued evacuation orders for people within a 2-mile radius of that fire. More news after this.
The JFFA Free Summer Concerts on the Pier brings you live music at the Port Angeles City Pier every Wednesday night. Join us for some of music's brightest performers in a setting unlike anywhere else. An eclectic mix of musicians, youth activities, and an expanded beer and wine garden will help keep you cool while the music heats up your night. Come together for the Free Summer Concerts on the Pier tonight and every Wednesday night at the Port Angeles City Pier. Go to JFFA.org for details.
Olympic Peninsula Title is clearly your first choice for full title and escrow service. But did you know that they're huge supporters of our local community and many wonderful organizations? Olympic Peninsula Title has actively been a part of sponsoring groups such as Operation Uplift, OMC, scholarship funds for Clallam County graduates, graduation parties for Port Angeles and Sequim, the Seroptimus Noon Club, the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Olympic Peninsula, and the Lions Club. Olympic Peninsula Title, continuing to do good things in our great community.
What if you could be a part of something bigger than yourself?
Something meaningful. Something that's helped shape the lives of men for over 300 years. What if you could transform not just your own purpose, but your entire community? As the leading fraternal organization in the world, we unite men of good character who share a belief in the brotherhood of mankind. More than a man, a Mason. Visit freemason-wa.org.
Sponsored by the Grand Lodge of Washington and aired in cooperation with the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
In other news, the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe has been awarded a $25 million raised discretionary grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. It'll be used to replace the Big Quilcene River Bridge on Linger Longer Road. The new bridge will have a pedestrian walkway and will also replace flood-prone segments of Linger Longer Road. That new bridge will span some 1,000 feet, and the project will also upgrade the levee system to ensure that the Linger Longer community has a high level of flood protection. They'll also construct what they're calling a renatured river channel through the area. They say we'll have world-class salmon habitat to produce large numbers of salmon there. 3 years on from the start of the pandemic, securing food is still one of the biggest challenges facing households in our state. Eric Tegedoff has more on that.
The Washington State Food Security Survey, which focuses on low-income households, found about half struggled to afford food. Rising food costs are compounding the problem. Head of the Washington State Feeding Program, Jim Buchanan, started working on the food insecurity issue in Washington while helping people get vaccinated against COVID-19.
Through that, I found there was a great need for food. A lot of people were having issues not being able to eat. A lot of folks' jobs changed or ended, and they were just kind of struggling.
Buchanan has worked with a number of organizations to help fight food insecurity, including King County Equity Now, Mount Zion Baptist Church in Seattle, and Carolyn Downs Family Medical Center. He notes that Black people are greatly affected by hunger. The Washington State Food Security Survey found 47% of Black Washingtonians were experiencing food insecurity, the highest of any race. Buchanan says even as gentrification has pushed Black people out of Seattle, hunger has not let up.
Wherever we go, the problems go also. Of lack of economics, lack of food security, redlining, and not getting proper treatment in housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buchanan says resources need to be distributed more equitably to people.
We need clear and critical thinkers to get together and figure out a right system. Apparently, that's not happening on the level that it should. We've got some folks that are working really hard to make sure it happens, and they're doing a great job, but it's not enough.
I'm Eric Tegedoff.
King County deputies responding to a reported shooting at a Federal Way apartment complex yesterday afternoon left an 11-year-old with a gunshot wound. The 911 calls came in about 3 p.m., reporting shots fired near the Enchanted Woods apartment complex in the unincorporated part of King County. According to officials, initial reports indicated the 11-year-old was injured by gunfire, taken to a nearby hospital. Deputies said the injuries were reported as non-life-threatening. Deputies believe that the gunfire may have been a case of two groups shooting at each other in the area, and the child was likely hit in the crossfire. This is Newsradio KONP.
Hello again. This is Jim Hegwood, real estate broker at Port Angeles Realty. Are you thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate? Do you have the right strategy to accomplish your goals? There are dozens of important questions that must be answered before you list or submit an offer on a property. I want to help you make confident and informed real estate decisions as a trusted expert. I welcome you to contact me at 360-808-8433.
Let me go home.
How would you like greater control over your electric account? Hi, this is S'Klallam PUD, and our Smart Pay prepaid account lets you manage your account and track your daily usage from the convenience of your computer or smartphone. Did you know the typical prepaid customer uses 10 to 12% less energy than they did before? It works just like a prepaid cell phone plan. No deposits, no late fees, no billing statements. Visit ClallamPUD.net for more information and find out if Smart Pay might be right for you.
A new study on obesity shows the brain responds to nutrients differently in obese people. Researchers found people who were not obese had appropriate stimulation of the brain's reward center, signaling they'd eaten enough and they felt satisfied. But obese people had no reward center stimulation. Doctors say that may explain why it could be harder for obese people to keep weight off.
If you want to see an animal that's right up close to you,
Olympic Game Farm is the place you'll find this ain't no zoo. See the bears that are actors and buffalo as big as tractors at the Olympic Game Farm in Squim.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast. High temperatures reach up to 77 today under sunny skies, east winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows dip down to about 55. Mainly sunny skies tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 74. That's a look at your forecast, powered by weatherology.com. I'm Derek Height. Currently, it's 54 degrees.
From ABC Sports, this is Rich Cantu. The Braves look to extend their 9-game winning streak to double digits against the Guardians. Down by 1 in the top of the ninth, Ozzie Albies went deep for his second home run of the game to send it to extras. But in the bottom of the 10th,
the pitch, Fry with a line drive to left. Rosario going back toward the line. He can't make the catch. Base hit, game winner.
Tom Hamilton with the call on WTAM. Cleveland beats Atlanta 6-5 in 10. Shohei Ohtani started on the mound against the Padres in San Diego. Up 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th. The Padres' Xander Bogaerts padded the lead.
And the 0-1 pitch hit hard in the air to deep left field. Guess what? He's done it again. Xander Bogaerts, a 2-run homer.
The call on KWFN. Padres defeat the Angels 8-5. Ohtani left the game with a blister on his hand. The Angels place Mike Trout on the IL with a broken left wrist. This is ABC Sports. More baseball. The NL West leading Diamondbacks hosting the Mets. Top 7 tied at 4. Mets rookie catcher Francisco Alvarez untying it.
Slide step delivers, swung on, crushed, left center field and deep. Carroll and Thomas going back. They'll turn. Francisco Alvarez. A 2-run go-ahead home run.
The call on WCBS. Mets beat the D-backs 8-5. Phillies edge the Rays 3-1. Cubs over the Brewers 7-6 in 11 innings. Reds Nationals in the nation's capital.
Back to the dish, and this ball is lifted high into the air to left field, and you can kiss that baby goodbye. A 3-run home run for Nick Senzel.
The call on WLW. Nick Senzel gave the Reds a 5-0 lead with that blast. The Reds double up the Nats 8-4 and take a 1-game lead on Milwaukee in the NL Central. Pirates tied the Dodgers at 7 in the top of the 9th. Later in the frame,
swinging a ball, fought off, hit to left. That's going to be down for a hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Triolo to score. Josh Palacios saunters his way to a 2-run pinch hit double.
The call on KDKA. Pirates outscore the Dodgers 9-7. Rangers top the Red Sox 6-2. Astros beat the Rockies 4-1. Marlins rout the Cardinals 15-2. It was the Yankees 8, the Orioles 4, Blue Jays edging the White Sox 4-3, and the Twins beating the Royals 9-3. This is Rich Cantu, ABC Sports.
Now more on the Mariners.
The windup and the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and he did it. Logan Gilbert with a complete game, 6-0 shutout win over the Giants here at Oracle Park in San Francisco. A high five and a hug from his catcher, Tom Murphy. His teammates out to greet him. So Logan Gilbert, his first ever complete game, his first ever complete game shutout, and the 152nd in the history of the Mariners franchise. What a gem of an outing for Logan Gilbert. He joins in on the happy dance out there on the infield out near second base.
Logan Gilbert felt the need to apologize for his awkward dance moves, though the Seattle Mariners pitcher sure looked plenty graceful for a big guy, and nobody would have cared otherwise after his masterpiece on the mound yesterday in San Francisco. The 6'6" right-hander had never before let loose, shuffling around in the Mariners' post-game winning circle in what has become a ritual for the finishing pitcher and his fielders after the last out. Gilbert struck out 7, pitching a 5-hit gem for his first career complete game. Mike Ford homered during a 4-hit performance, and A.J. Pollock added a late 2-run shot as the Mariners beat the San Francisco Giants 6-0 yesterday, their 4th straight win. Mariners go for a sweep against San Francisco this evening on KONP, and we will take the air at 5 p.m.
Your Olympic Medical Center is a top 100 rural and community hospital in the U.S. for the 8th year in a row. Our team members' dedication to quality, safety, and care for every patient who walks through our doors is what makes OMC rurally awesome. Congratulations to the OMC team for once again being a top 100 hospital. You should be proud. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/ Top 100.
Stuck in a rut on what to feed your gut tonight? I've got the solution, and you won't be disappointed. The Corner Caboose is the answer to all of your lunch or dinner quandaries. There's new menu items this season like a shrimp melt, beer cheese curds, and even a kid-sized chicken sandwich. Italian sodas, milkshakes, and soft-serve ice cream are always popular choices. Check out their Facebook page for weekly specials, too. The Corner Caboose, Highway 101 West and Laird's Corner. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 11 till 7.
Coming up on 20 minutes after 6 o'clock now.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Commercial real estate may be taking a hit, but there's one sector that's showing promise: student housing near popular colleges. According to commercial real estate firm CBRE Group, sales of student housing property hit a new record in 2022, nearly $23 billion. Apartment market tracker RealPage said multifamily rents increased 2.3% during the 12 months ended in May 2023, while student housing rent grew about 9%. A big buy in the energy drink market. Monster Beverage has agreed to acquire Vital Pharmaceuticals, the maker of the Bang Energy line of drinks, for $362 million. Goldman Sachs called the purchase positive. The deal is subject to certain conditions, including bankruptcy court approval. And that Rolex you've been wearing may be a fake. Pre-owned dealer Watchfinder & Company says the number of high-end knockoff watches they've been seeing is on the rise, with Rolex replicas topping the list. They say fakes are also becoming more sophisticated and harder to spot. I'm Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Radio.
Let's get a first check of the back-to-work traffic. There's Wednesday morning. We get the latest from Clallam Transit next, brought to you by Price Ford.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi, folks. This is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
Newsradio KONP, traffic and roads.
All right, things a little busy and tied up at Clallam Transit, so we can't get an actual live report from them, but we will pass along to you that there are no issues to tell you about yet as we look at the traffic maps here in the greater Port Angeles and Sequim area. Everything going just fine this early Wednesday as everybody's heading back to work. The Hood Canal Bridge is open right now, but it will, just so you know, have a 1:45 p.m. closing today for some scheduled boat traffic there. You can expect a delay of up to about 60 minutes there. And double check your ferry status and your ferry schedules for today, because they've had all sorts of issues this holiday weekend. It is a tough travel day today as well. Ferries right now are running on time somewhat, but that is subject to change pretty quickly today. So best to check the ferry routes on their website at the WSDOT website there. Currently out there right now, it is a start to a very nice looking morning as well. Temperatures are, warm for this time of year, even 62 degrees right now in Port Angeles. It is 6:23 now, and the latest foreign ban of a Hollywood movie is a little surprising. More on that from ABC's Jason Nathanson.
Hollywood movies get banned overseas all the time, often for content that's sexual or political, but one country has a problem with Barbie?
Wow, this is the real world.
According to Reuters, Vietnam says it won't run the soaked-in-pink toy-based film over a map. Apparently, at some point, an image is seen of a U-shaped 9-dash line used on Chinese maps to mark its claims over the South China Sea. Vietnam disputes the markings and says the film can't be shown because the image is offensive. No word about the controversy from the film's studio, Warner Brothers. Barbie hits U.S. theaters July 21st. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
Now, the Success Journal. Here's Chris Whitting.
A struggling man named Charlie needed a job.
He noticed how protective others were of their cash and figured they might pay him to keep their money safe. So, Charlie and a partner built some steel strong boxes with hardened locks, and he began selling them to rich people. When one of Charlie's safes withstood a major fire with no damage to the cash inside, word got around. Business really took off, and the bankers became his biggest customers. Today, the business Charlie started is still a safe bet. It now makes bank vaults, ATMs, and much more. Next time you use a cash machine, look for Charlie's last name on the front of it. What is his last name? Diebold. Thanks to its founder, Diebold locked up a fortune. With the Success Journal, I'm Chris Whitting.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Blue Star medicated ointment works fast to relieve the pain and itch of almost any skin irritation.
It's amazing. It's like as soon as you put it on, you can feel it working. We've had Blue Star in the family for years. It works on everything.
I love the cooling sensation on my athlete's foot.
What a relief for my eczema.
Nothing worked on my dry, cracked skin until I tried Blue Star.
Blue Star is great for scalp itch.
Look for the white box with the blue star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
This is Newsradio KONP.
Let's take a look at what happened on this date in history. On this July 5th in 1687, Isaac Newton first published his Principia Mathematica. That's a 3-volume work setting out his mathematical principles of natural philosophy. 1811, Venezuela became the first South American country to declare independence from Spain. On this date in 1865, the Secret Service Division of the U.S. Treasury Department was founded in Washington, D.C., with the mission of suppressing counterfeit currency. In 1935, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed the National Labor Relations Act. In 1940, in World War II, Britain and the Vichy government in France broke off diplomatic relations. In 1943, the Battle of Kursk began during World War II. In the weeks that followed, the Soviets were able to repeatedly repel the Germans, who eventually withdrew in defeat. 1947, on this date, Larry Doby made his debut with the Cleveland Indians, becoming the first black player in the American League 3 months after Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in the National League. In 1954, Elvis Presley's first commercial recording session took place at Sun Records in Memphis, Tennessee. He recorded That's All Right. 1971, President Nixon certified the 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which lowered the minimum voting age from 21 to 18. In 1975, Arthur Ashe became the first black man to win a Wimbledon singles title. He defeated Jimmy Connors. In 1977, Pakistan's army seized power from President Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Bhutto then was executed 2 years later. 2008, Venus Williams won her 5th Wimbledon singles title, beating her younger sister Serena in the final. 2011, a jury in Orlando found Casey Anthony not guilty of murder, manslaughter, and child abuse in the 2008 disappearance and death of her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee. In 2012, trucks carrying NATO supplies rolled into Afghanistan for the first time in more than 7 months, ending a painful chapter in the U.S.-Pakistan relations that saw the border closed until Washington apologized for an airstrike that killed 24 Pakistani soldiers. 2017, the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that 2 laws passed by Congress did not end the right to a bond hearing for unaccompanied immigrant children who are detained by federal authorities. And in 2021, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos officially stepped down as CEO. He was succeeded by Andy Jassy, who ran Amazon's cloud computing business. Also on this date in 2021, filmmaker Richard Donner died in Los Angeles at 91. He'd helped create the modern superhero blockbuster with Superman in 1978 and mastered the buddy comedy with the Lethal Weapons franchise. Birthdays today, a couple of them to tell you about. Huey Lewis is 73. That's the news. And Edie Falco is 60 today.
It happens to the best of us. It's pretty gradual until one day as you get up from your chair, you make an involuntary grunting noise. Ugh. As time goes on, yard work gets a little harder. Travel plans get overwhelming. Managing your expenses? Well, that makes you grunt a little. Maybe it's time to consider your options. Fifth Avenue Retirement Community and Sherwood Assisted Living want to show you what they have to offer and how they differ from other establishments. Visit thefifthavenue.com or sherwoodassistedliving.com to learn more.
First Fed brings you this look back in Olympic Peninsula history. The 1914 Port Angeles Regrade Project reshaped much of the downtown core of the city, bringing up the street level in some areas by as much as 10 feet. The fill was provided by sluicing the hogback, the hill to the east side of Port Angeles. Photos of this amazing project can be seen on display at the NOHC's exhibits in the Federal Building downtown. Learn more about our history at the North Olympic History Center, Port Angeles. Join First Fed in celebrating their 100th anniversary. Here's their Centennial Song winner, Jesse and Mary Morgan.
Are you looking for a place to belong, a place where community is so strong? It doesn't matter what you can do when you give of yourself, your light shines through. That is why we're so blessed here in the Pacific Northwest. We believe in community, reaching out to those in need. We worked hard for 100 years, sharing smiles and tears. We strive to be first fed up the left, proudly serving the Northwest.
For the Washington State News Network, I'm Lance Tormey. State fire assistance has been mobilized in support of local firefighters working to contain the McEwen fire located in Mason County near the city of Shelton. It started Tuesday afternoon, burning hundreds of acres. Monday, a busy day for firefighters in the lower Yakima Valley as a big fire closed both lanes of I-82 between Benton City and Prosser. That blaze burned more than 1,300 acres before it was contained. It's hot on this day after the 4th, so be careful with anything that could start a blaze. The Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife, using a controversial tool in their toolbox for conservation this summer, controlled burns for the purposes of ecological preservation. Chinook fishing on the Columbia River is closed for this summer. Washington and Oregon fishery managers making the decision due to a low tracking of preseason expectations. According to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Chinook fishing on the Columbia River will reopen for the fall season on August 1. And a West Richland woman will spend a year and 3 months in federal prison for her role in COVID relief fraud. The U.S. Attorney's Office for Eastern Washington District says 52-year-old Jamie Ray Kane illegally obtained more than $337,000 in CARES Act funding in July and August of 2020 in the name of her purported business, AmeriCorps Construction. For more on these and other stories, download the WSNN mobile app or visit WashingtonStateNews.net.
If you came across someone struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? By their clothes, their age, the way they speak? Would you notice an 8-year-old girl who's not excited for summer break
because she may not be having lunch again until September?
Or a single father of 2 who works 3
part-time jobs and still can't put enough food on the table?
Or maybe a mother who cleans offices at night,
hoping to find meeting leftovers to take home to her hungry family.
Or a war veteran who's having a hard time landing
a job and getting back on his feet.
I am the 1 in 8 Americans who struggle with hunger. People you pass by every day but never knew were hungry. I am hunger in America.
Hunger can be hard to recognize. Learn why at IamHungerInAmerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America, 200 Food Bank Strong, and the Ad Council.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. It's a victory for a couple of Republican state attorneys general who challenged the Biden administration in a lawsuit focusing on free speech rights and government attempts to limit those rights online.
A preliminary injunction issued by a federal judge in Louisiana prevents any federal government agency
from either coercing or colluding with social media companies such as Facebook or Twitter for the purpose of censoring free speech. Judge Terry Doty said the attorneys general have produced evidence of a massive effort by defendants from the White House to federal agencies to suppress speech based on its content. The judge ordered the White House and its subsidiaries to cease any coordination with social media companies. A White House official says the administration has promoted responsible actions to protect public health, safety, and security. Keith Peters reporting.
The suit was brought by the attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri. In court filings, they accused the Biden administration of the most egregious violations of the First Amendment in the history of the United States of America. It was a violent holiday weekend around the country. Mass shootings in Fort Worth and Philadelphia, among other places. The latest attack, a drive-by shooting, came early this morning in Washington, D.C.
Shortly before 1 a.m., our 6th District officers responded for the report of a shooting. Upon their arrival, they learned that they had multiple victims that had been struck by gunfire.
9 people wounded, none life-threatening injuries, according to Sergeant Leslie Parsons with the Metropolitan Washington PD. He says police are hunting for a dark SUV. So far, no arrests. Wall Street seems to be headed for early losses ahead of the release of notes from the latest Federal Reserve meeting, as well as labor market updates due later in the week. The Dow futures down 185 points. NASDAQ futures off 84. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Miss Prager here. Sue and I mean it when we say dogs are part of our family, and there's nothing like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens, R-U-F-F, because we want them to feel healthy and be with us as long as possible. I know Charlie Kirk feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. I rely on my trusted furry friend, Mr. Briggs, who's an absolute machine, and he relies on me to provide what's best for him. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens, not a dog food, but a supplement full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, and omega oils that Mr. Briggs absolutely needs and loves. Trying Rough Greens for your dog just makes sense.
Greetings, Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here. I'm honored that the Pragers and Charlie trust their dog's health to Rough Green. I'm so confident that Rough Green can help your dog too that I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, dog food is dead food, but it doesn't have to be. Go to ruffgreens.com.
Britain, Canada, Sweden, and Ukraine have started proceedings at the International Court of Justice against Iran over the shoot-down of a Ukrainian airliner several years ago.
The 4 countries accuse Iran of failing to take all practicable measures to prevent the downing of the airliner, which occurred during a time of high tension between Iran and the US. They say that Iran then failed to conduct an impartial, transparent, and fair criminal investigation and prosecution. Most of those killed were citizens of the countries who filed the case. Iran says that the shooting down of a plane was accidental. The incident happened just 5 days after a US drone strike killed Iran's most prominent military figure, Qasem Soleimani, in Iraq.
The BBC's Sebastian Usher. Powerful summer storm lashing parts of Germany has killed at least 2 people, blown trees onto houses, forced one of Europe's busiest airports to cancel or delay hundreds of flights. News and analysis at townhall.com. Could peace be close at hand in Central America?
Colombia's largest rebel group says it will stop attacks on the nation's military as it prepares for a ceasefire with the government that could bring both sides closer to ending 5 decades of war. The National Liberation Army's Central Command ordered its units across the country to cease all offensive actions against the military July 6th, including espionage. However, the group known as the ELN says its fighters will continue to use their weapons to defend themselves from any attack staged by the military or other armed groups that operate in Colombia's rural areas. Rhonda Rockstra reporting.
Ukraine and Russia have accused each other of planning to attack one of the world's largest nuclear power plants. Neither side is providing evidence to support its claims. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, located in southeastern Ukraine, that power plant currently occupied by Russian troops. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is the Peninsula's Morning News.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Wednesday, July 5th. Thousands of people reveled in the 4th of July activities across the North Olympic Peninsula yesterday, but one festival had its festivities ending abruptly. Forks calling off its fireworks display after a fast-moving brush fire ignited there. The blaze started in the afternoon. Within minutes, it had quickly grown to more than a dozen acres. That prompted Forks' mayor to call for an immediate ban on all outdoor burning and to cancel the city's fireworks display. The demolition derby had to be called off as well. Shortly after all that, Clallam County commissioners banned all fireworks activity in the west end of the county as well. As of last night, the fire in Forks had spread to about 35 acres, but crews had it contained, although there was word it started to spread again overnight. One residence was destroyed. A second residence was also burned. Residents nearby were evacuated. Some of the roads are closed there, and the PUD shut off power to the area as a precaution. Now, in Port Angeles, people took part in games, activities, and tours of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Momsen on the 4th of July. The wait up to 3 hours at one point for groups to take a look at the ship. The Port of Port Angeles worked with the Navy in bringing that ship to town. Port Economic Development Director Caleb McMahon said yesterday on the dock that the Navy was very happy with the big support it got from Port Angeles.
Turnout's excellent. We've had people showing up from 9 o'clock. I actually showed up this morning at 9 o'clock at the fairgrounds. There was already about 20 people waiting. Currently, the line is spanning almost a mile. They're doing very well working. They were starting out with 2 groups, and they've gone to 3 and 4 groups because they were so overwhelmed by the turnout. The Navy is very surprised and delighted, and they said our turnout has actually beats Portland so far today.
The ship brought hundreds of sailors to town as well. They took part in many of the activities, including the annual parade downtown. In Sequim, hundreds flocked to the James Center for the Performing Arts at Carrie Blake Park. They listened to hours of music provided by the Sequim City Band, the Buck Ellard Band, and Black Diamond Junction, as well as food and other festivities. And both Port Angeles and Sequim capped the festivities off with big commercial community fireworks shows. A large brush fire threatening some homes about 4 miles northeast of Shelton. All homes in the McEwen Prairie Road and Rainbow Lake Drive there are evacuated. Immediate evacuations have been issued for others as well. In fact, 200 homes have been notified to get out so far. The brush fire now estimated at 200-plus acres. Firefighters in southwestern Washington working yesterday to put out a wildfire that's destroyed 10 homes and burned more than 530 acres since it broke out Sunday. The fire about 5% contained as of yesterday, 2 days after it was first reported near Underwood, a small town in Skamania County near the state's border with Oregon. Hot, windy conditions have helped fuel the fire spread through a hillside community overlooking State Route 14 and the Columbia River. Officials had issued evacuation orders for people within a 2-mile radius of that fire. In other news, the Jamestown's Clallam Tribe has been awarded a $25 million raised discretionary grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. It'll be used to replace the Big Quilcene River Bridge on Linger Longer Road. The new bridge will have a pedestrian walkway and will also replace flood-prone segments of Linger Longer Road. That new bridge will span some 1,000 feet, and the project will also upgrade the levee system to ensure that the Linger Longer community has a high level of flood protection. They'll also construct what they're calling a renatured river channel through the area. They say we'll have world-class salmon habitat to produce large numbers of salmon there. 3 years on from the start of the pandemic, securing food is still one of the biggest challenges facing households in our state. Eric Tegedoff has more on that.
The Washington State Food Security Survey, which focuses on low-income households, found about half struggled to afford food. Rising food costs are compounding the problem. Head of the Washington State Feeding Program, Jim Buchanan, started working on the food insecurity issue in Washington while helping people get vaccinated against COVID-19.
Through that, I found there was a great need for food. A lot of people were having issues not being able to eat. A lot of folks' jobs changed or ended, and they were just kind of struggling.
Buchanan has worked with a number of organizations to help fight food insecurity, including King County Equity Now, Mount Zion Baptist Church in Seattle, and Carolyn Downs Family Medical Center. He notes that black people are greatly affected by hunger. The Washington State Food Security Survey found 47% of black Washingtonians were experiencing food insecurity, the highest of any race. Buchanan says even as gentrification has pushed black people out of Seattle, hunger has not let up.
Wherever we go, the problems go also of lack of economics, lack of food security, redlining, and not getting proper treatment in housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buchanan says resources need to be distributed more equitably to people.
We need clear and critical thinkers to get together and figure out a right system. Apparently, that's not happening on the level that it should. We've got some folks that are working really hard to make sure it happens, and they're doing a great job, but it's not enough.
I'm Eric Tegedoff.
King County deputies responding to a reported shooting at a Federal Way apartment complex yesterday afternoon left an 11-year-old with a gunshot wound. The 911 calls came in about 3 p.m., reporting shots fired near the Enchanted Woods apartment complex in the unincorporated part of King County. According to officials, initial reports indicated the 11-year-old was injured by gunfire, taken to a nearby hospital. Deputies said the injuries were reported as non-life-threatening. Deputies believe that the gunfire may have been a case of two groups shooting at each other in the area, and the child was likely hit in the crossfire. This is Newsradio KONP.
When shopping for building supplies, lumber, home goods, or hardware items, are you traveling to one of those big box stores? When you wander those big box store aisles, how's that customer service? Absent? Possibly lacking in knowledge?
I don't know.
At Angelus Millwork and Hartnagel's, we have two convenient Port Angeles locations, and each one is far from the big box store experience.
Yay!
Since our stores are employee-owned, each one of us has a vested interest in how we serve and treat our customers. You won't find us hiding in the back aisle or turning the other way when you make eye contact for help.
They can't see me if I can't see them.
We're excited to share our day with you while making sure we set the bar high for what true customer service is all about. So if you're looking for a hometown building supply store that treats their customers like next-door neighbors, has deep knowledge on building products while continually supporting the local community, then avoid those trips out of town and come see us today. Angelus Millwork and Hartnagel Building Supply. Building homes, building community since 1906.
I was scared the night you overdosed, but I was prepared. I brought naloxone with me, and I knew how to use it. I held your hand tight when you woke up because I wanted you to feel safe. Your life is worth saving, friend, and I would save it again if I had to.
Naloxone can reverse an opioid or fentanyl overdose. Carry it with you. For more info, go to preventoverdoseva.org. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
All Weather Heating and Cooling is your Carrier authorized dealer. The Infinity Heat Pump by Carrier offers the highest heating efficiency, making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Contact All Weather Heating and Cooling today or go to carrier.com.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast. High temperatures reach up to 77 today under sunny skies, east winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows dip down to about 55. Mainly sunny skies tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 74. That's a look at your forecast, powered by weatherology.com. I'm Derek Height. Currently, it's 54 degrees.
Time for your community calendar. Here's a look at what's happening. On Friday, Olympic National Park, in partnership with the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center, Washington's National Park Fund, and Discover Your Northwest will kick off the Summer of Terminus, a glacier memorial project, with the opening exhibit reception at the Fine Arts Center from 5 until 7 p.m. here in Port Angeles. Another Squim Cars and Coffee event is happening this Saturday. That'll be at Adagio Bean and Leaf Coffee Shop beginning at 9 o'clock. Clallam Bay CQ Fun Days kicks off this weekend. It runs July 7th through the 9th in Clallam Bay. Sherwood Assisted Living hosting Soaring Over Sherwood, a pop-up museum with Squim RC Aeronauts. It's a free event open to the public this Saturday from 2 until 4 p.m. They'll have model airplanes, helicopters, RC pilots to tell the tales of remote control flying, and free ice cream bars, too. The Friends of the Squim Library having their second Saturday sale this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at their Rock Plaza location. This Saturday and Sunday from 9 to 4 at the Masonic Temple in Port Angeles, it's the Weekend Market. You can still rent a table for $25 a day, $30 for the weekend. Table reservations, call 360-565-6237. All proceeds from the sale, by the way, this weekend benefit restoration of the Masonic Temple there on Lincoln Street. Despite weather fluctuations, the strawberries grow luscious and leafy greens plentiful, and the blueberries plump up with juice. Summer sunshine and moderating overall temperatures bring fruit and vegetable harvests that need protected, picked, and enjoyed. Join WSU Extension Master Gardeners Jan Bartron, Bob Kane, Laurel Moulton, and Audrine Williams this Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. That'll be at the Port Angeles 5th Street Community Garden for the monthly Second Saturday Garden Walk, where they'll talk all about those berries and veggies. And Rain Shadow Artisans, a local nonprofit, hosting a show this Saturday at the Dungeness River Nature Center from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. And that's a look at what's happening.
Hi, this is Ken Simpson from Angeles Electric. Since 1954, it's been our pleasure to serve the area with professional, expert electrical service. We're sponsoring the KONP Community Calendar because we know that one of the strengths of our community is the terrific work being done by our civic groups, churches, and nonprofit organizations. Please help them and contribute whenever you can, and support these groups helping to make our community a better place.
It is 10 minutes in front of 7 o'clock now.
News Radio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. DirecTV customers have fewer channels to surf. They lost access to nearly 160 local stations operated by Nexstar Media Group after the two sides failed to reach a new distribution agreement. Now that means no local news, weather, sports, and entertainment programming from stations like CBS, Fox, and NBC, as well as the upcoming Women's World Cup and MLB's All-Star Game. A hiring spree for warehouse workers has slowed down. According to the Wall Street Journal, businesses added nearly 700,000 workers in just over 2 years. But a pullback in online sales and tough economic times have forced many companies to put their hiring plans on hold. And the car industry is expected to see as much as a 14% jump in new car sales for the first half of the year. According to the Wall Street Journal, Kia, Nissan, Honda, Tesla, and Rivian, they're all reporting strong first-half numbers. Experts say it's due to pent-up demand from shoppers who've been waiting out supply shortages and higher prices. I'm Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Radio.
Check on the traffic next.
Klahani Gymnastics is so much more than mats, bars, and balance beams. It's a place for building strength and confidence in our kids. It's promoting self-esteem and key building blocks for a healthy lifestyle. And of course, fitness is always fun at Klahani. Get the favorite child in your life a gift certificate for tuition and call to check on our schedule for upcoming classes. 360-457-5187. Klahani Gymnastics on Acorn Lane in Port Angeles, making fitness fun since 2009. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress might seem like something you see in your distant future. Until now. During the 4th of July savings event going on at Angeles Furniture, you'll save $500 on the all-new Tempur Breeze. You don't know comfort until you've tried a Tempur-Pedic. Your body will love you and your wallet will thank you for taking advantage of the savings. This sale only lasts until July 11th, so stop in now and talk to one of the Angeles Furniture Tempur-Pedic experts. 1114 East 1st Street.
McCrory Carpet One is part of a 1,000 store co-op. That means you get the competitive pricing of a big box store, but with a superior installation. Their team of professional installers are all employees who live here on the peninsula. Their installation teams take pride in their work because they know they're working for their neighbors and friends, local craftsmen helping local people. Experience the difference. Always priced right and always done right at McCrory Carpet One.
News Radio KONP, traffic and roads.
Up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center we go now. That's where Steve's got the latest on what's happening out there on a rather busy already Wednesday. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm at least busy for the buses and other things going on around town. Traffic-wise, though, we're in pretty good shape. Not real busy traffic-wise out there through the Port Angeles or Sequim area. Things are moving along pretty smoothly. Also on the highway between the two cities, 101's in good shape. Starting to pick up out there, but it is moving along at the speed limit. If you're headed out any further, Hood Canal Bridge, we are good to go with no scheduled marine opening. Currently, state ferries are running on time today. Now, 101 headed out to the Forks area right now. Just light to moderate traffic out there. Things are moving along fairly smoothly. Just our one construction area there at the bottom of the Owa Hill. Pay attention to your speeds to that area. Other than that, should be a nice drive for you. Same on 112 right now between Port Angeles and Joyce. So everybody just take care, be safe out there. This is Steve reporting live from Cloud Transit for KONP.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, lots of fires and lots of brush act burns and things like that. We understand one off Black Diamond Road, Little River Road area, small one there. They also had some fires out at Edis Hook and the logs there. Those are all being cleaned up. And, of course, as we were talking about in the news, the big fire that's happened out at Forks yesterday. It is dry, and it's going to continue to be that way. Right now, sunshine. It is 61 now in Port Townsend. Out west at Forks, it's 55. 60 in Squim. 59 in downtown PA. Out at the airport, last check, it was 57 degrees there. All right, Mondays can break out the champagne in celebration after receiving vindication with research that now suggests Wednesdays actually hold the title of most depressing day of the week. So it's today, folks. Of course, today's like a Monday, right? Yeah, after the holiday anyway. But despite predicted mood swings based on the day of the week, the researchers also discovered moods remained about the same throughout the week. But it's no longer Mondays we hate, it's Wednesdays we hate. All right, 6 minutes in front of 7 o'clock now.
From ABC News Tech Trends, summer vacation is the latest target for malicious actors online.
Well, unfortunately, we all look for a bargain, don't we? And scammers know that.
ESET Chief Cyber Threat Officer Tony Anscombe says if you're booking a vacation this summer, it's important to keep an eye out for fraudulent listings.
They will put out ads over social media networks or search results offering free vacations or discounted tickets and full vacations. They'll offer very cheap flights and hotels.
He says an extra layer of security would be to avoid paying for your vacation with a debit card. Instead,
if you use a credit card or you use another payment method like Google Pay or Apple Pay, then what that does is protect your purchase as well, and it separates it from your day-to-day expenses.
The FTC reports more than $100 million were lost to travel fraud last year. With Tech Trends, I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Paid actor, not a real customer. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 44-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Welcome to Ethos, a new kind of insurance company that believes life insurance should be hassle-free, affordable, and accessible for everyone.
For around $1 a day, I got a 20-year, $250,000 term life insurance policy without a medical exam. All I had to do was answer a few health questions and snap, family protected. It was quick and easy. Ethos is 100% online. I got a quote in seconds, applied in minutes, and got coverage in hours. Just answer a few health questions. No medical exam, no blood tests, no hassle. Look, nobody wants to plan for the unthinkable, but it would be so much worse to not plan at all. So don't put it off. It feels great having the peace of mind knowing that my family is protected.
Ethos, the 100% online hassle-free way to get affordable life insurance. Don't wait. Get your free online quote now at ethoslife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
A better life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
The number of people living with type 2 diabetes around the world is on the rise. Most of the new cases are not because people aren't eating enough healthy food. They're because people are eating too much of these three things: refined carbs and red and processed meats. That's according to a new modeling study carried out by the Tufts University School of Medicine. They said about 60% of new diet-attributable diabetes cases were due to excess intake of just 6 harmful dietary habits: eating too much refined rice, wheat, and potatoes, too many processed and unprocessed red meats, and drinking too many sugar-sweetened beverages and fruit juice. The other 40% were caused by inadequate intake of 5 protective dietary factors: fruits, non-starchy vegetables, nuts, seeds, whole grains, and yogurt. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
So honestly, I tried Attention Grace, and all those reviews were right. I've tried every brand, and Attention Grace really is the softest, most comfortable, most absorbent incontinence pad ever.
She's not alone. Attention Grace is changing the game with skin-safe liners, pads, and briefs designed by women.
I love Attention Grace. I am never going back to my old brand.
Tough on leaks, safe on skin, and gentler on the planet. Attention Grace Incontinence Care, now available at walmart.com and 1,500 supercenters nationwide.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the Spicy Chicken Biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi folks, this is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
Online at myclallamcounty.com. News Radio KONP, Port Angeles, Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Questions are swirling at the White House after a substance believed to be cocaine was found in the West Wing.
The White House was briefly evacuated on Sunday while the president was at Camp David. An initial test by the fire department here in Washington, D.C. concluded that that substance was in fact cocaine. The Secret Service, however, has not reached a firm conclusion. They are still investigating this, and the White House is once again declining to comment.
ABC's Rachel Scott. A court appearance this morning for the suspect in the Philadelphia pre-4th of July shooting. 6 shot and 5 dead Monday night.
Police say they received the first calls around 8:30 Monday night. They said the suspect was wearing body armor and a ski mask, armed with an AR-15 style rifle and a handgun. Police say officers engaged the shooter in an alley but did not return fire. The suspect allegedly surrendering. And nearly 4 hours later, investigators were called to a house where they say the body of a 5th victim was found.
ABC's Trevor Ault, and that shooting previewed a night of gunfire in multiple cities after the 4th of July fireworks. Several shot in Boston and in New York City. In Washington, D.C., 9 people shot in a neighborhood drive-by, including a 9-year-old and a 17-year-old. Their injuries not life-threatening. Police still looking for suspects. Overseas, a prisoner swap may be in the works for an American journalist being detained in Russia.
American consular officials visiting Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, a U.S. citizen detained in Russia on espionage charges that his newspaper and the U.S. say are bogus. At the same time he was being visited, Russian consular officials reportedly visiting Vladimir Dunayev, a Russian imprisoned in the U.S.
ABC's Ian Pannell, no word on the other American also being detained, Paul Whelan. And the heat is on worldwide. Scientists at the University of Maine say the planet suffered the hottest day in human record keeping on Monday and Tuesday. Average temp across the globe about 63 degrees. You're listening to ABC News.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Ever since Elon Musk took over Twitter, potential competitors have been cropping up. So far, services like Post, Mastodon, and Blue Sky haven't exactly taken off, but now ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says a heavyweight could jump in soon.
Mark Zuckerberg's Meta expected to unveil a Twitter clone called Threads later this week. On the heels of a tumultuous week for Twitter, owner Musk announcing, seemingly out of the blue, limits on the number of tweets users could read, leaving many in a foul mood. Twitter Tuesday calling the temporary measures necessary to ensure the authenticity of our user base.
Threads could be available as soon as tomorrow. Social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook won't be hearing from the Biden administration, at least when it comes to some controversial posts.
The federal judge has issued a preliminary injunction ordering the Biden administration not to contact social media companies who had been asked to remove false or misleading information users had posted on their sites. The ruling in response to a lawsuit filed on behalf of Republican attorneys general in Louisiana and Missouri who alleged the government went too far in efforts to address posts the administration feared would lead to vaccine hesitancy or questions about the 2020 election results. An appeal of the injunction is expected.
That's ABC's Sherry Preston. And teeing off for two at the U.S. Women's Open this week, golfer Amy Olson saying she's playing the tournament at Pebble Beach while 7 months pregnant. This is ABC News.
Right now, I'm driving to work, but that's not where I'm going. I'm going to more important things. I'm going to visit Papa. I'm going to go out with friends and to an anniversary dinner. And I look out at the big trucks and buses and people walking and think, we're all going somewhere, and we need to work together to share the road and get there safely. Learn how at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Paid for by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration.
I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
This is the Peninsula's Morning News.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Wednesday, July 5th. Thousands of people reveled in the 4th of July activities across the North Olympic Peninsula yesterday. But one festival had its festivities ending abruptly. Forks calling off its fireworks display after a fast-moving brush fire ignited there. The blaze started in the afternoon. Within minutes, it had quickly grown to more than a dozen acres. That prompted Forks' mayor to call for an immediate ban on all outdoor burning and to cancel the city's fireworks display. The demolition derby had to be called off as well. Shortly after all that, Clallam County commissioners banned all fireworks activity in the west end of the county as well. As of last night, the fire in Forks had spread to about 35 acres, but crews had it contained, although there was word it started to spread again overnight. One residence was destroyed. A second residence was also burned. Residents nearby were evacuated. Some of the roads are closed there, and the PUD shut off power to the area as a precaution. Now, in Port Angeles, people took part in games, activities, and tours of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Momsen on the 4th of July. The wait up to 3 hours at one point for groups to take a look at the ship. The Port of Port Angeles worked with the Navy in bringing that ship to town. Port Economic Development Director Caleb McMahon said yesterday on the dock that the Navy was very happy with the big support it got from Port Angeles.
Turnout's excellent. We've had people showing up from 9 o'clock. I actually showed up this morning at 9 o'clock at the fairgrounds. There was already about 20 people waiting. Currently, the line is spanning almost a mile. They're doing very well working. They were starting out with 2 groups, and they've gone to 3 and 4 groups because they were so overwhelmed by the turnout. The Navy is very surprised and delighted, and they said our turnout has actually beats Portland so far today.
The ship brought hundreds of sailors to town as well. They took part in many of the activities, including the annual parade downtown. In Sequim, hundreds flocked to the James Center for the Performing Arts at Carrie Blake Park. They listened to hours of music provided by the Sequim City Band, the Buck Ellard Band, and Black Diamond Junction, as well as food and other festivities. And both Port Angeles and Sequim capped the festivities off with big commercial community fireworks shows. A large brush fire threatening some homes about 4 miles northeast of Shelton. All homes in the McEwen Prairie Road and Rainbow Lake Drive there are evacuated. Immediate evacuations have been issued for others as well. In fact, 200 homes have been notified to get out so far. The brush fire now estimated at 200-plus acres. Firefighters in southwestern Washington working yesterday to put out a wildfire that's destroyed 10 homes and burned more than 530 acres since it broke out Sunday. The fire about 5% contained as of yesterday, 2 days after it was first reported near Underwood, a small town in Skamania County near the state's border with Oregon. Hot, windy conditions have helped fuel the fire spread through a hillside community overlooking State Route 14 and the Columbia River. Officials had issued evacuation orders for people within a 2-mile radius of that fire. More news after this.
This is Gabriel from Tranco Transmissions. If your rig is giving you warning signs, give us a call. First thing we do, we're going to troubleshoot and get to the root of the issues you're having. Is your transmission shifting hard? Are you seeing fluid on the ground? We'll get to the root of the problem. Allowing us to maintain and repair your rig's transmission will pay big dividends in the long run. We've learned that if you take good care of people, word gets around.
Tranco Transmissions in Port Angeles. It's where customers send their friends. 457-3388.
At Easy Pawn in our downtown Port Angeles store. Check out our special summer garage sale going on every Saturday. Take advantage of big savings while they last. Also at Easy Pawn, new loan customers get the first 30 days interest-free. Existing loans are ineligible and established customers are eligible with no loans on account currently. Loans must be redeemed before the period expires and loans that lapse are subject to full interest. Easy Pawn in Port Angeles. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 till 6.
My name is Jamie Bowles, and I was diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer in December of 2018. Nobody would even know looking at me that I have stage 4 lung cancer, and I'm grateful for biomarker testing for that. When I was sitting down with my oncologist, there was already state-of-the-art medication available that I was going to be put on right then and there. Ask your doctor how comprehensive biomarker testing before treatment may help you decide on the best treatment. Visit noonemissed.org to learn more.
A public service message from Longevity Foundation.
In other news, the Jamestown S'Klallam Tribe has been awarded a $25 million raised discretionary grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. It'll be used to replace the Big Quilcene River Bridge on Linger Longer Road. The new bridge will have a pedestrian walkway and will also replace flood-prone segments of Linger Longer Road. That new bridge will span some 1,000 feet, and the project will also upgrade the levee system to ensure that the Linger Longer community has a high level of flood protection. They'll also construct what they're calling a renatured river channel through the area. They say we'll have world-class salmon habitat to produce large numbers of salmon there. 3 years on from the start of the pandemic, securing food is still one of the biggest challenges facing households in our state. Eric Tegedoff has more on that.
The Washington State Food Security Survey, which focuses on low-income households, found about half struggled to afford food. Rising food costs are compounding the problem. Head of the Washington State Feeding Program, Jim Buchanan, started working on the food insecurity issue in Washington while helping people get vaccinated against COVID-19.
Through that, I found there was a great need for food. A lot of people were having issues not being able to eat. A lot of folks' jobs changed or ended, and they were just kind of struggling.
Buchanan has worked with a number of organizations to help fight food insecurity, including King County Equity Now, Mount Zion Baptist Church in Seattle, and Carolyn Downs Family Medical Center. He notes that Black people are greatly affected by hunger. The Washington State Food Security Survey found 47% of Black Washingtonians were experiencing food insecurity, the highest of any race. Buchanan says even as gentrification has pushed Black people out of Seattle, hunger has not let up.
Wherever we go, the problems go also of lack of economics, lack of food security, redlining, and not getting proper treatment in housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buchanan says resources need to be distributed more equitably to people.
We need clear and critical thinkers to get together and figure out a right system. Apparently, that's not happening on the level that it should. We've got some folks that are working really hard to make sure it happens, and they're doing a great job, but it's not enough.
I'm Eric Tegedoff.
King County deputies responding to a reported shooting at a Federal Way apartment complex yesterday afternoon left an 11-year-old with a gunshot wound. The 911 calls came in about 3 p.m., reporting shots fired near the Enchanted Woods apartment complex in the unincorporated part of King County. According to officials, initial reports indicated the 11-year-old was injured by gunfire, taken to a nearby hospital. Deputies said the injuries were reported as non-life-threatening. Deputies believe that the gunfire may have been a case of two groups shooting at each other in the area, and the child was likely hit in the crossfire. This is Newsradio KONP.
July is the first full month of summer. Don't you just love the longer days and warmer weather? This is Dale from Wilder Auto, and if you've been thinking about a new truck to pull your trailer or tow your boat, we have some great choices for you. Choose from the Tundra, Tacoma, Titan, Frontier, Ram, or the Honda Ridgeline. With tons of new and used vehicles to choose from in the Wilder Vantage, why would you go anywhere else? Stop by or check us out 24/7 at wilderauto.com.
Sign up your kids for free bowling at Laurel Lanes this summer. Go to laurellanes.com or call 360-457-5858 for more information and take part in their Kids Bowl Free program for kids 18 and under. Laurel Lanes strives to provide a fun and safe environment where everyone is welcome. And they serve fantastic pizza too. Plus, there are family passes available so the entire family can join in the fun. Sign up now and come have a ball at Laurel Lanes, 108 West 8th Street.
But in the end, it's $60. That's my point.
No, that's a new point, but $60 is $60.
Yeah, no, it is. I get that.
I was thinking about more like 3 6-packs of Stella Artois.
Well, there you go. I see. That's a generational thing.
Even, that's 2 buffets, all you can eat sushi.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. This is the argument we're going to have, right? This is the conversation. What can you get for $60?
Irreverent legal advice from Bill Handel on the law. Saturday afternoons at 3 on Newsradio KONP.
All Weather Heating and Cooling is your Carrier authorized dealer. The Infinity Heat Pump by Carrier offers the highest heating efficiency, making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Contact All Weather Heating and Cooling today or go to carrier.com.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast. High temperatures reach up to 77 today under sunny skies, east winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows dip down to about 55. Mainly sunny skies tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 74. That's a look at your forecast, powered by weatherology.com. I'm Derek Height. Currently, it's 57 degrees.
From ABC Sports, this is Rich Cantu. The Braves look to extend their 9-game winning streak to double digits against the Guardians. Down by 1 in the top of the 9th, Ozzie Albies went deep for his second home run of the game to send it to extras. But in the bottom of the 10th,
the pitch, Fry with a line drive to left. Rosario going back toward the line. He can't make the catch. Base hit, game winner.
Tom Hamilton with the call on WTAM. Cleveland beats Atlanta 6-5 in 10. Shohei Ohtani started on the mound against the Padres in San Diego. Up 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th. The Padres' Xander Bogaerts padded the lead.
And the 0-1 pitch hit hard in the air to deep left field. Guess what? He's done it again. Xander Bogaerts, a 2-run homer.
The call on KWFN. Padres defeat the Angels 8-5. Ohtani left the game with a blister on his hand. The Angels place Mike Trout on the IL with a broken left wrist. This is ABC Sports. More baseball. The NL West leading Diamondbacks hosting the Mets. Top 7 tied at 4. Mets rookie catcher Francisco Alvarez untying it.
Slide step delivers, swung on, crushed, left center field and deep. Carroll and Thomas going back. They'll turn. Francisco Alvarez. A 2-run go-ahead home run.
The call on WCBS. Mets beat the D-backs 8-5. Phillies edge the Rays 3-1. Cubs over the Brewers 7-6 in 11 innings. Reds Nationals in the nation's capital.
Back to the dish, and this ball is lifted high into the air to left field, and you can kiss that baby goodbye. A 3-run home run for Nick Senzel.
The call on WLW. Nick Senzel gave the Reds a 5-0 lead with that blast. The Reds double up the Nats 8-4 and take a 1-game lead on Milwaukee in the NL Central. Pirates tied the Dodgers at 7 in the top of the 9th. Later in the frame,
swinging a ball, fought off, hit to left. That's going to be down for a hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Triolo to score. Josh Palacios saunters his way to a 2-run pinch hit double.
The call on KDKA. Pirates outscore the Dodgers 9-7. Rangers top the Red Sox 6-2. Astros beat the Rockies 4-1. Marlins rout the Cardinals 15-2. It was the Yankees 8, the Orioles 4, Blue Jays edging the White Sox 4-3, and the Twins beating the Royals 9-3. This is Rich Cantu, ABC Sports.
Now more on the Mariners.
The windup and the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike three, and he did it. Logan Gilbert with a complete game, 6-0 shutout win over the Giants here at Oracle Park in San Francisco. A high five and a hug from his catcher, Tom Murphy. His teammates out to greet him. So Logan Gilbert, his first ever complete game shutout, and the 152nd in the history of the Mariners franchise. What a gem of an outing for Logan Gilbert. He joins in on the happy dance out there on the infield out near second base.
Logan Gilbert felt the need to apologize for his awkward dance moves, though the Seattle Mariners pitcher sure looked plenty graceful for a big guy, and nobody would have cared otherwise after his masterpiece on the mound yesterday in San Francisco. The 6'6" right-hander had never before let loose, shuffling around in the Mariners' post-game winning circle in what has become a ritual for the finishing pitcher and his fielders after the last out. Gilbert struck out 7, pitching a 5-hit gem for his first career complete game. Mike Ford homered during a 4-hit performance, and A.J. Pollock added a late 2-run shot as the Mariners beat the San Francisco Giants 6-0 yesterday, their 4th straight win. Mariners go for a sweep against San Francisco this evening on KONP, and we will take the air at 5 p.m.
The premium compact powerhouse is here. The new MT225S from LS Tractor. 25 horsepower, 2-pedal hydrostatic transmission, and a highly featured operator platform. Now available with dealer-installed cab. All backed by the legendary LS Tractor warranty. Demo the new MT225S at your local dealer today.
Find the perfect LS tractor for you at Leitz Farm Supply in Sequim. Locally owned and operated, call Leitz at 360-452-1400.
LS Tractor, simply more.
It's time to play Perfect Food Pairings, brought to you by Mountain Dew. This dish pairs perfectly with the bold citrus kick of Mountain Dew.
Oh, street tacos.
Sorry, that is not the answer we're looking for.
Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Sorry, that is also not the answer.
What the heck?
Is it chicken wings? Correct.
What? Wait a second. Yeah, hold on. Mountain Dew pairs perfectly with street tacos.
And Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
This show is so lame.
This show is not lame.
Yeah, you're lame.
Nothing pairs perfectly with food like Mountain Dew. Do the Dew.
Coming up on 20 minutes after 7 o'clock, let's take a look at Wall Street next.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Times Square Rolex has come a long way. Fake luxury watches are becoming far more sophisticated and harder to detect. It's according to pre-owned timepiece dealer Watchfinder, which tells Bloomberg as many as 10% of the watches received from sellers last year were determined to be fakes during an authentication process. And because it's the most aspirational brand in the business, about half of those fakes were fake Rolexes. Looking to cut costs, Amazon is starting to ask tough questions of its own streaming business. The CEO is asking Amazon's Hollywood studio, which spent $7 billion on programming last year alone, behind only Netflix and Disney, to explain the big bill. In recent months, Amazon has produced at least a half dozen expensive series that failed to deliver big audiences, and other shows, such as The Rings of Power, have failed to hold on to their one-time big followings. Wall Street's indexes lower so far. Dow losing 0.5%, S&P down 0.25%, NASDAQ little changed. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
We check the traffic and roads next, brought to you by Price Ford and Olympic Medical Center.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi, folks. This is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
Do you have a passion for healthcare? Olympic Medical Center can help you turn that passion into a rewarding career. OMC offers a variety of opportunities for people of all skill levels and backgrounds. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take your career to the next level, OMC can help you achieve your goals. You'll receive the training, support, and guidance you need to succeed. Why not make your passion your profession? Learn more at olympicmedical.org/careers.
News Radio KONP, traffic and roads.
Up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center we go again. That is where Steve's standing by with a check of the Wednesday roads for us. Good morning again, Steve.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we're still doing good if you're out and about this morning. Both Port Angeles and Sequim, traffic is starting to pick up out there, but not too bad. Just easy going. Right at the speed limit, just minimal delays at the stoplights, things like that. 101 is good between Port Angeles and Sequim as well. Fairly busy out there, but traffic is moving along at the speed limit. If you're headed out any further, Hood Canal Bridge, currently no scheduled openings till about 1:15 this afternoon. We're just going to open for some marine traffic. State ferries currently are running on time today. West End 101 is in good shape all the way out to the Forks area. It is picking up out there, getting busy, especially leaving the Port Angeles area, headed out to the Lake Crescent area. But overall, traffic is moving pretty smoothly. Just pay attention to your construction zone there at the bottom of the OY Hill. Other than that, not too bad a morning out there. Everybody be safe. This is Steve reporting live from Clallam Transit for KONP.
Thank you, Steve. Current temp 62 in Port Townsend, 55 out west at Forks right now. It's 63 in Sequim, 56 on the waterfront in Port Angeles, and it's 63 now out at the airport here in PA. 7:24 now, and we come to the hotcakes question for this Wednesday. Today we are playing to get your car. No, check that. We're playing to get you bowling. I had to get my right date there with the holiday. Everything gets all backwards on me. We'll set you up with a couple of hours of bowling on one lane for up to 6 people and throw in a pepperoni or Hawaiian pizza, too, at Laurel Lanes. It's a $50 value, and it's yours if you get today's hotcakes question correct. Remember, if you or any member of your family or household have won this contest or anything from us here at KONP in the last 60 days, you are ineligible to play and or win. And we will get to today's question right after this from our hotcake sponsor, Jim's Pharmacy.
Per CDC guidelines, Jim's Pharmacy is now offering the additional updated bivalent COVID vaccine for adults ages 65 and older, and also for people who are immunocompromised. No appointment necessary, Monday through Friday, 9 till 5 p.m. Bring your insurance cards and COVID vaccination card. Our pharmacy staff is available to answer any questions you may have about our extra services we offer to the community while you're here. Jim's Pharmacy, behind the Port Angeles Post Office.
360-457-1450, the number we use as always. Here we go today. Kind of a unique question. Recent survey asked, what breakfast food will you only eat at a restaurant because you would never make it at home? 23% of people in that survey said it was this. What are we looking for? 23% of people in a survey said this was the food they would only eat at breakfast food at a restaurant because they would never make it at home. What breakfast food was that? All right, here we go. Hi, hotcakes.
Eggs Benedict.
How in the world? You got that right out of the gate. Good job. You were calling before I even got done with the question. Good job. Eggs Benedict is it. All right, who's this?
Well, thank you. I've been wanting to do this win for a while, and I figured out you can't listen to the radio on your phone because there's time delay.
That's right. It's about a minute delayed, yep, on our stream. Okay, who's this?
My name is Don Crawford.
All right. And get that written down. All right, come on down. We've got a certificate. Take it over to Laurel Lanes and do a little bowling. Get some friends together, okay?
Oh, fantastic. We've been wanting to go here. We moved here 3 years ago from the Santa Cruz Mountains, California. I love it here, and I love bowling. So
there you go.
Please as punch. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks
and
for listening.
I love you guys in the morning.
Oh, thank you for listening. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Don Crawford gets it right. Yeah, it's Eggs Benedict. I can't believe we got that right out of the gate. She actually answered that. The phone was ringing before I even got the question done. All right. I thought I was going longer than that, but just the same, that's it for the hotcakes question for today. We'll re-rack things up and do it again tomorrow, same time.
July is the month we get to celebrate the birth of our country, and what a great country it is. We live in a great time for consumers and cars. We have some of the best brands ever built with focus on safety, fuel economy, function, and fun. There's so many options with electric, hybrid, diesel, and gas. Add all that to the lower cost of ownership and peace of mind with the Wilder Advantage. Just come celebrate with us. Stop by or check us out 24/7 at wilderauto.com.
Your community-minded friends at First Fed bring you the Community Corner, highlighting good things happening right here in our area.
Summer's here, and you're invited to enjoy a Wednesday night out in Port Angeles. Starting June 28th, it's the return of Concerts on the Pier and the Port Angeles Farmers Summer Market. Every Wednesday night, stop by the Gateway Center, downtown Port Angeles, for the summer market. Choose the best from local farmers, artisans, and hot food choices. Then head over to City Pier for the free Concerts on the Pier from JFFA. From June 28th to August 30th, the whole family will enjoy music's brightest performers in a setting unlike anywhere else. Concerts on the Pier offers eclectic mixes of musicians, youth activities, and an expanded beer and wine garden. Come together for the Summer Concerts on the Pier and the Port Angeles Farmers Summer Market, starting June 28th through the summer to August 30th.
Community Corner, presented by First Fed.
Olympic Peninsula Title, the name you've known for your full title and escrow services, offers contract collection. Let Olympic Peninsula Title process, collect, and disperse funds with your private party loan. Find out more about this service and how it can work for you. OliPenTitle.com. Olympic Peninsula Title. Title, escrow, contract collection. Olympic Peninsula Title.
For the Washington State News Network, I'm Lance Tormey. It's hot and dry this day after the 4th of July, so be careful with anything that could start a blaze. State fire assistance has been mobilized in support of local firefighters working to contain the McEwen fire located in Mason County near the city of Shelton. It started Tuesday afternoon, burning hundreds of acres. Monday, a busy day for firefighters in the lower Yakima Valley as a big fire closed both lanes of I-82 between Benton City and Prosser. That blaze burned more than 1,300 acres before it was contained. No injuries were reported. More than 7.9 million people call the Evergreen State home, but Washington's population isn't growing as much as years past. The state saw growth of 1.1% in 2021, somewhat slower than last year's count of 1.3%. Mike Mormon with the State Office of Management believes the aging population and the number of people delaying childbirth contributes to the slower growth. Representative Dan Newhouse has introduced the Law Enforcement Officers Preventing Overdose Deaths Act. The legislation authorizes rural community response pilot grant programs to allow agencies to purchase naloxone, an effective tool to prevent and reduce opioid overdose deaths, and directs at least 50% of the program's grant funding to rural communities. For more on these and other stories, download the WSNN mobile app or visit WashingtonStateNews.net.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Ukraine claims Russian forces occupying the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant have placed what appear to be explosives in various locations around the massive plant. Ukraine and Russia have been accusing each other of planning to attack Zaporizhzhia, one of the world's largest nuclear power plants, but neither side had provided evidence to support its claims. A mass shooting in the nation's capital, a couple of youngsters among the 9 people wounded in an early morning shooting in northeast Washington, D.C. The victims are all expected to recover. There have been no arrests. The D.C. shooting is the latest in a string of mass shootings over a violent holiday weekend that also saw some fireworks accidents, one of which in Michigan proved deadly.
The incident happened Monday night in Park Township in western Michigan. The Ottawa County Sheriff's Department says deputies and ambulances responded to a report of a fireworks explosion that injured several people. A 43-year-old woman from Holland, Michigan died at the scene. 9 other people were taken to the hospital with injuries ranging from critical to minor. Authorities say several area homes and vehicles were damaged, but they haven't said whether the explosion occurred during an organized July 4th public event. I'm Mike Hempen.
President Biden is hosting Sweden's prime minister at the White House today as the United States presses for the Nordic nation's entry into NATO.
This afternoon's White House meeting comes a week before the NATO summit in Lithuania. The two leaders are expected to discuss their growing security cooperation and reaffirm their view that Sweden should join NATO as soon as possible. Officials also say that Russia's war in Ukraine and matters involving China will be on the agenda.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston. Stocks are in the red on Wall Street. The Dow's down 130 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index off 10 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Are you a small business owner wondering if you qualify for the Employee Retention Credit? With careful accounting, you can receive up to $26,000 per W-2 employee in employee payroll tax refunds through this federal program. One call to 800-315-8175 is all it takes to find out if you qualify for the Employee Retention Credit and possibly for quick funding with one of our accredited funding partners in as little as 72 hours. Our process has been thoroughly vetted by a team of experienced tax attorneys and CPAs, and our refund specialists will work tirelessly to get you every penny your business deserves. Plus, with our exclusive audit assistance guarantee, your business is protected. Call Careful Accounting now at 800-315-8175. See if you qualify for an ERC advance payment and get the cash your business needs to succeed. That's 800-315-8175. Your small business may qualify to receive up to $26,000 per W-2 employee in payroll tax refunds. Call 800-315-8175 now.
The UN nuclear chief goes to Japan to quiet fears surrounding the disabled Fukushima nuclear power plant.
International Atomic Energy Agency Chief Rafael Mariano Grossi will join government and utility officials to hear the concerns of mayors and fishing association leaders and to assure them it's safe to release treated radioactive water into the sea. Today's scheduled visit to the tsunami-wrecked facility comes after the agency concluded that while wastewater would be significantly diluted with some radioactivity, it would meet international standards and its environmental and health impact would be negligible. Rhonda Rockster reporting.
The European Union says China has abruptly canceled a visit by the EU's top diplomat for unspecified reasons. Joseph Borrell, the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, was due to arrive in China on July 10th for talks with the Chinese foreign minister and other top officials. News and analysis, townhall.com. Well, this has some beachgoers thinking twice about going into the water.
Two swimmers are recovering from a scare after they were apparently attacked by sharks in separate encounters off the shores of Long Island in New York. Two teenagers reported being bitten. At least one beach delayed opening for the 4th of July after drones spotted about 50 sand sharks off the coast of a popular beach park. After a spate of attacks last year, state parks officials have increased patrols and deployed more drones to scout the waters for possible danger. Despite the attacks, many holiday revelers were undeterred and remained on the beach. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Ransomware gangs have been stealing confidential documents from schools and dumping them online. The documents describe student sexual assaults, psychiatric hospitalizations, abusive parents, and even attempts at suicide. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is the Peninsula's Morning News.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Wednesday, July 5th. Thousands of people reveled in the 4th of July activities across the North Olympic Peninsula yesterday. But one festival had its festivities ending abruptly. Forks calling off its fireworks display after a fast-moving brush fire ignited there. The blaze started in the afternoon. Within minutes, it had quickly grown to more than a dozen acres. That prompted Forks' mayor to call for an immediate ban on all outdoor burning and to cancel the city's fireworks display. The demolition derby had to be called off as well. Shortly after all that, Clallam County commissioners banned all fireworks activity in the west end of the county as well. As of last night, the fire in Forks had spread to about 35 acres, but crews had it contained, although there was word it started to spread again overnight. One residence was destroyed. A second residence was also burned. Residents nearby were evacuated. Some of the roads are closed there, and the PUD shut off power to the area as a precaution. Now, in Port Angeles, people took part in games, activities, and tours of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Momsen on the 4th of July. The wait up to 3 hours at one point for groups take a look at the ship. The Port of Port Angeles worked with the Navy in bringing that ship to town. Port Economic Development Director Caleb McMahon said yesterday on the dock that the Navy was very happy with the big support it got from Port Angeles.
Turnout's excellent. We've had people showing up from 9 o'clock. I actually showed up this morning at 9 o'clock at the fairgrounds. There was already about 20 people waiting. Currently, the line is spanning almost a mile. They're doing very well working. They were starting out with 2 groups, and they've gone to 3 and 4 groups because they were so overwhelmed by the turnout. The Navy is very surprised and delighted, and they said our turnout has actually beats Portland so far today.
The ship brought hundreds of sailors to town as well. They took part in many of the activities, including the annual parade downtown. In Sequim, hundreds flocked to the James Center for the Performing Arts at Carrie Blake Park. They listened to hours of music provided by the Sequim City Band, the Buck Ellard Band, and Black Diamond Junction, as well as food and other festivities. And both Port Angeles and Sequim capped the festivities off with big commercial community fireworks shows. A large brush fire threatening some homes about 4 miles northeast of Shelton. All homes in the McEwen Prairie Road and Rainbow Lake Drive there are evacuated. Immediate evacuations have been issued for others as well. In fact, 200 homes have been notified to get out so far. The brush fire now estimated at 200-plus acres. Firefighters in southwestern Washington working yesterday to put out a wildfire that's destroyed 10 homes and burned more than 530 acres since it broke out Sunday. The fire about 5% contained as of yesterday, 2 days after it was first reported near Underwood, a small town in Skamania County near the state's border with Oregon. Hot, windy conditions have helped fuel the fire spread through a hillside community overlooking State Route 14 and the Columbia River. Officials had issued evacuation orders for people within a 2-mile radius of that fire. In other news, the Jamestown S'Klallam Tribe has been awarded a $25 million raised discretionary grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. It'll be used to replace the Big Quilcene River Bridge on Linger Longer Road. The new bridge will have a pedestrian walkway and will also replace flood-prone segments of Linger Longer Road. That new bridge will span some 1,000 feet, and the project will also upgrade the levee system to ensure that the Linger Longer community has a high level of flood protection. They'll also construct what they're calling a renatured river channel through the area. They say we'll have world-class salmon habitat to produce large numbers of salmon there. 3 years on from the start of the pandemic, securing food is still one of the biggest challenges facing households in our state. Eric Tegedoff has more on that.
The Washington State Food Security Survey, which focuses on low-income households, found about half struggled to afford food. Rising food costs are compounding the problem. Head of the Washington State Feeding Program, Jim Buchanan, started working on the food insecurity issue in Washington while helping people get vaccinated against COVID-19.
Through that, I found there was a great need for food. A lot of people were having issues not being able to eat. A lot of folks' jobs changed or ended, and they were just kind of struggling.
Buchanan has worked with a number of organizations to help fight food insecurity, including King County Equity Now, Mount Zion Baptist Church in Seattle, and Carolyn Downs Family Medical Center. He notes that black people are greatly affected by hunger. The Washington State Food Security Survey found 47% of black Washingtonians were experiencing food insecurity, the highest of any race. Buchanan says even as gentrification has pushed black people out of Seattle, hunger has not let up.
Wherever we go, the problems go also of lack of economics, lack of food security, redlining, and not getting proper treatment in housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buchanan says resources need to be distributed more equitably to people.
We need clear and critical thinkers to get together and figure out a right system. Apparently, that's not happening on the level that it should. We've got some folks that are working really hard to make sure it happens, and they're doing a great job, but it's not enough.
I'm Eric Tegedoff.
King County deputies responding to a reported shooting at a Federal Way apartment complex yesterday afternoon left an 11-year-old with a gunshot wound. The 911 calls came in about 3 p.m., reporting shots fired near the Enchanted Woods apartment complex in the unincorporated part of King County. According to officials, initial reports indicated the 11-year-old was injured by gunfire, taken to a nearby hospital. Deputies said the injuries were reported as non-life-threatening. Deputies believe that the gunfire may have been a case of two groups shooting at each other in the area, and the child was likely hit in the crossfire. This is News Radio KONP.
July is the first full month of summer. Don't you just love the longer days and warmer weather? This is Dale from Wilder Auto, and if you've been thinking about a new truck to pull your trailer or tow your boat, we have some great choices for you. Choose from the Tundra, Tacoma, Titan, Frontier, Ram, or the Honda Ridgeline. With tons of new and used vehicles to choose from in the Wilder Vantage, why would you go anywhere else? Stop by or check us out 24/7 at wilderauto.com.
If you ask me where to go for a great meal, great brew or cocktail, fun atmosphere, and consistent service with a smile, I'll always give you the same answer, and so will everyone else. Next Door Gastropub. Enjoy indoor or outdoor dining, a very unique menu, and unbelievably reliable quality food and service. Get the gang together and make it a date today. The pub is open Tuesday through Sunday, 11 till 10, Fridays and Saturdays, 11 till 11. Next Door Gastropub, where friends eat, drink, and gather.
Hey everyone, it's Leslie Robertson from the Chamber of Commerce, and who wants to go roller skating? That's right, the Olympic Skate Village is open now until August 14th. We're open daily from noon to 10 p.m. with 3 skate sessions a day. For special events, themed skate nights, local celebrity DJ appearances, and a whole lot of other fun, visit our website, olympicskatevillage.com. You can also visit the website to sign up to volunteer at the rink. And for every shift you work, you get a free skate ticket. Remember, we cannot do this amazing community event without you. So once again, for special events, to volunteer, and all the other information, visit olympicskatevillage.com. And don't forget to sign your waiver in advance online as well. Olympic Skate Village, open now until August 14th.
My name is Jamie Bowles, and I was diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer in December of 2018. Nobody would even know looking at me that I have stage 4 lung cancer, and I'm grateful for biomarker testing for that. When I was sitting down with my oncologist, there was already state-of-the-art medication available that I was going to be put on right then and there. Ask your doctor how comprehensive biomarker testing before treatment may help you decide on the best treatment. Visit noonemissed.org to learn more.
A public service message from Longevity Foundation.
If you want to see an animal that's right up close to you, Olympic Game Farm is the place. You'll find this ain't no zoo. See the bears that are actors and buffalo as big as tractors at the Olympic Game Farm in Squim.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast. High temperatures reach up to 77 today under sunny skies, east winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows dip down to about 55. Mainly sunny skies tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 74. That's a look at your forecast, powered by weatherology.com. I'm Derek Height. Currently, it's 57 degrees.
Check on sports coming up next. Reminder, Mariner Baseball back on the air this evening, 5 o'clock here on KONP. Mariner Baseball brought to you all season long on KONP by Leeds Farm Supply and Equipment Sales in Squim. Now here's Robert Workman.
The Atlanta Braves winning streak ends at 9 on the 4th of July. David Fry's walk-off RBI single in the 10th inning gave the Guardians a 6-5 win over the team with the best record in baseball. Phillies deflected the Rays 3-1 for their 10th straight road win. Aaron Nola fanned a dozen. Astros over the Rockies. Rookie Gray Kessinger hit his first big league home run. His grandfather was Cubs all-star shortstop Don Kessinger. Turns 81 in a couple of weeks. Logan Gilbert tossed a 5-hitter as the Mariners blanked the Giants 6-0 for his first ever complete game.
I take pride in that. I mean, not go 9 every time, that would be great, but just to take some load off the bullpen and hopefully go deep in the game, I still think that's a starter's job.
The A's didn't get a hit in Detroit until the 7th inning, and only 2 all day. That second one was Ryan Noda's RBI knock in the 10th that tipped the Tigers 1-0. J.P. Sears and the Roebucks with a combined 6-hit gem. Cubs blew another big lead, but recovered to nip the Brewers in 11 innings. Reds pounded out 16 hits, 4 apiece for Ellie De La Cruz and Spencer Steer. They rolled over the Nationals. Marlins had 19 hits as they tattooed the Cardinals. Rangers ripped the Red Sox. Twins trounced the Royals. Mets overpowered the Diamondbacks. Blue Jays shaded the White Sox. Yankees doubled up the Orioles. Pirates got 3 in the 9th to drop the Dodgers. And the Padres popped the Angels. It's been a rough couple of days for SoCal All-Stars. Dodgers lefty Clayton Kershaw went on the injured list Monday with a sore shoulder. That night, Angels outfielder Mike Trout broke a bone in his left wrist fouling off a pitch. He'll miss several weeks. And last night, Shohei Ohtani left the Angels game with a blister, likely preventing him from pitching in next week's All-Star game in Seattle, though he can probably probably still swing the bat. The Dodgers also lost pitcher Dustin May for the season. He's going to need elbow surgery. At the CONCACAF Gold Cup, Canada beat Cuba to claim second place in Group D. That sets up a quarterfinal match against the U.S. on Sunday in Cincinnati. Wimbledon first round, men's top seed Carlos Alcaraz breezed through in less than 2 hours, while defending women's champ Elena Rybakina had to battle back to beat American Shelby Rogers in 3 sets. And Ash Barty, who won Wimbledon 2 years ago, displayed her latest trophy on Instagram, her newborn son. That's Wednesday Sports.
I was scared the night you overdosed, but I was prepared. I brought naloxone with me, and I knew how to use it. I held your hand tight when you woke up because I wanted you to feel safe. Your life is worth saving, friend, and I would save it again if I had to.
Naloxone can reverse an opioid or fentanyl overdose. Carry it with you. For more info, go to preventoverdosewa.org. A message from the Washington State Department of Health.
Mark Gustafson, Funeral Director for Harper Ridgeview and Sequim Valley Funeral Chapels.
Well, I've been in the funeral industry for about 39 years. I've had an opportunity in all those years to help everybody in Clallam County, my family, your family, and that's what makes me feel good is because I'm always there. I've always been there and I'm still here helping families. So when somebody needs something, just call Mark because I'm always here for you.
Harper Ridgeview Funeral Chapel and Sequim Valley Funeral Chapel, because your loved ones deserve the best.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi folks, this is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
Check on business news next, brought to you locally by Susie Sanders at Edward Jones.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Times Square Rolex has come a long way. Fake luxury watches are becoming far more sophisticated and harder to detect. It's according to pre-owned timepiece dealer Watchfinder, which tells Bloomberg as many as 10% of the watches received from sellers last year were determined to be fakes during an authentication process. And because it's the most aspirational brand in the business, about half of those fakes were fake Rolexes. Looking to cut costs, Amazon is starting to ask tough questions of its own streaming business. The CEO is asking Amazon's Hollywood studio, which spent $7 billion on programming last year alone, behind only Netflix and Disney, to explain the big bill. In recent months, Amazon has produced at least a half dozen expensive series that failed to deliver big audiences, and other shows, such as The Rings of Power, have failed to hold on to their one-time big followings. Wall Street's indexes lower so far. Dow losing 0.5%, S&P down 0.25%, NASDAQ little changed. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Does your financial advisor take the time to really listen to you and take the time to create a personalized strategy for your family? Will your financial advisor be there as your life and financial situation change? I'm Susie Sanders, your local Edward Jones financial advisor. When we work together, we'll focus on what's important to you. We'll use an established process to create a personalized financial strategy backed by the advice, tools, and resources used to help you reach your goals. Contact me today, 360-452-3577. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Check on the roads and traffic next, brought to you by Angela's Furniture and Leeds Farm Supply.
Lean back and enjoy the summer savings at Angela's Furniture. Stressless by Eckerness is offering more of the greatest deals on the best seating invented. Right now, receive $100 off for every $1,000 you spend. Experience comfort like no other furniture you've tried. Try out the Stressless Emily Wide Arm in all Paloma leather colors. Our Mayfair and Windsor Highback are great options too. These these and many more during the Lean Back and Save sale going on now through August 11th at Angelus Furniture.
With Bad Boy's patented Easy Ride and Gen 2 independent suspension, heavy-duty American-made steel construction, and legendary muscle, there's no mower that brings more comfort, durability, power, and value to mowing pros and homeowners than a Bad Boy mower. Mow with an attitude? That's the driving force behind every mower we build in the good old USA. Our promise to lead the industry in innovation and performance. Get your Bad Boy mower at Leeds Farm Supply and Equipment Sales in Squim. Mow with an attitude.
News Radio KONP, traffic and roads.
Up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center we go again. That's where Steve's standing by with another check of the roads on a Wednesday for us. Good morning again, Steve.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, so far so good out there in the Port Angeles area. Things seem to be moving along pretty well. Building traffic a little bit through the town, Port Angeles and Squim, but it is moving along pretty smoothly. Now, we do have some road construction on Ray Street, just above south of Lordson Boulevard there. They do have the road closed, so you're going to have to make your way around that section. But other than that, we're doing pretty good. We do have light to moderate traffic out there on the highway between Port Angeles and Squim. It is moving along at the speed limit and definitely starting to pick up out there or get a little bit busier. Hood Canal Bridge currently is good to go with no scheduled marine openings. State ferries look like they're running on time so far today. West End traffic, 101, is a little bit busy out there between Port Angeles and the Lake Crescent area. Just a fair amount of traffic out there, but it is moving along reasonably close to the speed limit all the way with the one construction area at the bottom of the Elwha Hill. The rest of the way out to Forks, things kind of smooth out and move along just fine. Joyce area, same 112, really no problems out there. Traffic is moving along pretty smoothly. So we're off to a good start on a Wednesday morning. This is Steve reporting live from Clallam Transit for KONP.
Thank you, Steve. Going to be a warm one again today, already up to 65 in Port Townsend, 64 out at Forks. It's 69 now in Squim. Along the waterfront, a little cooler in Port Angeles. It's 56 downtown. Out at the airport, 63 here in Port Angeles at last check. Well, it was a thrill they did not ask for. 8 passengers, including 7 children, suspended upside down on a roller coaster for hours at the Forest County Festival in Wisconsin Sunday. The Fireball roller coaster stuck near the top of the loop. The 8 on board left dangling because of a mechanical issue. More from ABC's Lionel Moyes.
Katie DeClark's daughters were among those stuck on the ride.
It's really hard to hear your kid yell your name and you can't help them.
Part of the problem, the ride has a single button to release all of the harnesses holding in the passengers at once instead of one at a time. Another issue, the local fire department did not have equipment capable of making the rescue and had to rely on other departments in the area to respond. After nearly 3 hours, all passengers made it down safely. But for Katie DeClark's daughters, that may be the last roller coaster ride they take.
They do not want to ride any more roller coasters, so...
Well, move over mediocrity. Legacy college admissions practices are under scrutiny. Several civil rights groups are petitioning the federal government to force Harvard to stop giving preferential treatment to children of alumni, known as legacy admissions, and those who give large donations as well. While some schools have stopped the practice, ABC's Melissa Adden says many prestigious universities reserve seats for the privileged.
The civil rights groups are challenging this, saying it discriminates against students of color. The complaint claiming nearly 70% of Harvard's donor-related and legacy applicants are white, and they receive a substantial boost based on their status. And the groups say preferential treatment has nothing to do with an applicant's merit. Instead, it is an unfair and unearned benefit that is conferred solely based on the family that the applicant is born into.
What's it like to be a competitive eater with nothing to eat? That's the position the mighty Joey Chestnut found himself in before the Nathan's hot dog eating contest this 4th of July. Here's ABC's Sherry Preston.
Right before the men were set to take the stage, the skies opened up, sending fans and contestants scrambling. It was almost too much for perennial winner Joey Chestnut to take.
What a roller coaster emotionally. They told us it was canceled. We weren't sure if we were going to eat today.
But eat they did. When the rain cleared, the contestants were announced, and then the contest. Chestnut downed 62 dogs in buns to win his 16th mustard belt.
I got leftover room, so I'll be having some beers later.
For those of you who thought this would be the year he retires, he says he'll be back. Sherry Preston, ABC News, New York.
All right. We've moved around a lot less during our daily lives than you might expect. Based on data from 40,000 people, a study on human mobility found that we tend to frequent only 25 places at any given time in our whole lives. In the study, researchers found that people tend to have a maximum number of 25 places that they visit regularly. And if they begin frequenting a new place, they probably stop going to another one, keeping the total number constant at about 25. Part of the study is obvious, that part, but the more social a person was, the more places they visited. 25 places, eh? All right. Thanks for joining us here on this day back to work after the holiday on this Wednesday. Focus on the Families next. Brought to you by the Wilder Auto Center.
July is the month we get to celebrate the birth of our country, and what a great country it is. We live in a great time for consumers and cars. We have some of the best brands ever built with focus on safety, fuel economy, function, and fun. There's so many options with electric, hybrid, diesel, and gas. Add all that to the lower cost of ownership and peace of mind with the Wilder Advantage. Just come celebrate with us. Stop by or check us out 24/7 at wilderauto.com.
Whoever designed the two-lane highway must have been thinking about the game of chicken. You know, that head-to-head competition where winners and losers are determined by who first chickens out? Well, that's essentially how a two-lane road works. Imagine yourself barreling down the road when here I come in the other direction right at you. Within seconds, we pass each other in a blur, separated by only a few feet. The whole idea is so dangerous, it's a wonder any of us risk driving anywhere. So why do we do it? Why are we willing to hurl ourselves at each other at high speed and feel completely safe while doing it? It's all because of the line that builders paint down the middle of the road. That line reflects a common understanding between us. As long as you stay on your side of the line and I stay on mine, everything's going to be fine. That's the value of a boundary. Boundaries give us certainty in the midst of uncertainty by saying this far and no farther. What if 2 + 2 had a different answer every time? Or if gravity only worked at random? Or what if the meaning of traffic signals changed from moment to moment? Without the consistency of these structures, life as we know it would be impossible. Life is often complex, and solutions are hard to come by. But one thing will always be true. Wisdom is rooted in life's boundaries, which hold society together and allow it to function well. For more to help you thrive, go to FocusOnTheFamily.com. I'm Jim Daly.
News, sports, and information for the North Olympic Peninsula. We're News Radio KONP, Port Angeles, Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Derek Dennis. Charges for the suspect in a deadly shooting in Philadelphia Monday night. 5 counts of murder and other offenses for the 6 shot, 5 killed in the gunfire. In court, 40-year-old Kim Brady Carricker, who's being held without bond, this woman's 22-year-old son among those killed.
You took my son. You took my baby.
Lashad's mother, Marie, says her son was just headed to the store across the street from home when he was gunned down.
It's like I feel him saying, why me, why me, why me?
ABC's Trevor Ault reporting other victims include a 33-year-old woman and her 2-year-old twins who survived. Police say the suspect was armed with an AR-style rifle, a handgun, and wearing a bulletproof vest. And that shooting previewed a night of gunfire in multiple cities after the 4th of July fireworks last night. Several shot in Boston and in New York City. In Washington, D.C., 9 people shot at a neighborhood drive-by. None of the injuries life-threatening. An investigation underway at the White House after a substance believed to be cocaine was found inside.
The powdery substance triggered a partial White House evacuation Sunday, and now we've learned it was identified as a cocaine-like substance. It was found in a work area inside the West Wing where top administration officials work. President Biden was not in Washington at the time.
ABC's Justin Finch. A prisoner swap may be in the works between an American journalist, Evan Gershon, Herskovich being detained in Russia and a Russian detained here in the U.S. Officials from both countries visiting the captives simultaneously. There are now new restrictions on what the White House can request from major social media platforms in the fight against disinformation online. A judge in Louisiana placing limits.
The Trump-appointed judge saying the administration likely violated free speech laws when asking Facebook, Twitter, and others to remove misleading or false information about
ABC's Sherry Preston, you're listening to ABC News.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy. But after we watched a close friend lose her husband with no insurance, we decided that wasn't going to happen to our family.
Yeah, but shopping for life insurance can be almost as difficult as talking about it.
But then we heard about Ethos Life Insurance. They're a new kind of life insurance, built for people on a busy schedule who don't have time for unnecessary doctor's visits, fine print, or hidden fees. You know, who want to keep it simple.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. We answered a few basic questions, and within minutes, we had an estimate of what it would cost and what sort of policy made sense for us.
I never imagined life insurance could be so affordable.
And accessible.
The peace of mind knowing that our future is secure, it just removes a lot of the fear around getting older and...
Yeah, the unexpected.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I'm glad we went with ethoslife.com.
Go to ethoslife.com now for your free estimate. That's ethoslife.com. ethoslife.com.
Investigations underway in Los Angeles County after an incident involving county sheriffs and a man and a woman. ABC's Allison Cossack says the deputies were responding to reports of a robbery.
After handcuffing the man, they head towards the woman.
Get down on the ground! Get on the ground!
While trying to handcuff her, deputies use pepper spray, and she accuses one deputy of putting his knee on her neck. Another view of the incident from a bystander's cell phone video shows one deputy slamming the woman to the ground.
The LA County Sheriff's Department says, quote, personnel who do not uphold our training standards will be held accountable. The Israeli military claiming success after violent operations in the West Bank.
The Israeli army withdrawing its troops overnight, ending what it called a two-day counterterrorism operation in the Jenin refugee camp, a stronghold for Palestinian militants. At least 12 Palestinians and one Israeli soldier killed in the 48 hours of fighting. Residents returning to the camp finding bulldozed streets, damaged buildings, and cut power and water lines. Israel claiming it dealt a, quote, severe blow to militants, the Palestinian Authority denouncing the operation and cutting security ties with Israel. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
The U.S. Navy accusing Iran of trying to seize a pair of tankers in the Persian Gulf. The Iranian boats backed off when the U.S. Navy responded. This is ABC News.
Solving mysteries is hard. Streaming them isn't. We need to know what happened.
There's someone else pulling the strings here.
This month, get in touch with your inner detective and stream the best selection of British mysteries during Mystery Month on BritBox.
That is interesting.
Watch entire series of fan favourites, including the newest seasons of Luther, Silent Witness, Father Brown, Vera, and more.
My lips are sealed.
No one does mystery like the Brits. Start streaming now with a free trial at BritBox.com.
I'm Derek Dennis, ABC News.
This is the Peninsula's Morning News.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Wednesday, July 5th. Thousands of people reveled in the 4th of July activities across the North Olympic Peninsula yesterday. But one festival had its festivities ending abruptly. Forks calling off its fireworks display after a fast-moving brush fire ignited there. The blaze started in the afternoon. Within minutes, it had quickly grown to more than a dozen acres. That prompted Forks' mayor to call for an immediate ban on all outdoor burning and to cancel the city's fireworks display. The demolition derby had to be called off as well. Shortly after all that, Clallam County commissioners banned all fireworks activity in the west end of the county as well. As of last night, the fire in Forks had spread to about 35 acres, but crews had it contained, although there was word it started to spread again overnight. One residence was destroyed. A second residence was also burned. Residents nearby were evacuated. Some of the roads are closed there, and the PUD shut off power to the area as a precaution. Now, in Port Angeles, people took part in games, activities, and tours of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Momsen on the 4th of July. The wait up to 3 hours at one point for groups to take a look at the ship. The Port of Port Angeles worked with the Navy in bringing that ship to town. Port Economic Development Director Caleb McMahon said yesterday on the dock that the Navy was very happy with the big support it got from Port Angeles.
Turnout's excellent. We've had people showing up from 9 o'clock. I actually showed up this morning at 9 o'clock at the fairgrounds. There was already about 20 people waiting. Currently, the line is spanning almost a mile. They're doing very well working. They were starting out with 2 groups, and they've gone to 3 and 4 groups because they were so overwhelmed by the turnout. The Navy is very surprised and delighted, and they said our turnout has actually beats Portland so far today.
The ship brought hundreds of sailors to town as well. They took part in many of the activities, including the annual parade downtown. In Sequim, hundreds flocked to the James Center for the Performing Arts at Carrie Blake Park. They listened to hours of music provided by the Sequim City Band, the Buck Ellard Band, and Black Diamond Junction, as well as food and other festivities. And both Port Angeles and Sequim capped the festivities off with big commercial community fireworks shows. A large brush fire threatening some homes about 4 miles northeast of Shelton. All homes in the McEwen Prairie Road and Rainbow Lake Drive there are evacuated. Immediate evacuations have been issued for others as well. In fact, 200 homes have been notified to get out so far. The brush fire now estimated at 200-plus acres. Firefighters in southwestern Washington working yesterday to put out a wildfire that's destroyed 10 homes and burned more than 530 acres since it broke out Sunday. The fire about 5% contained as of yesterday, 2 days after it was first reported near Underwood, a small town in Skamania County near the state's border with Oregon. Hot, windy conditions have helped fuel the fire spread through a hillside community overlooking State Route 14 and the Columbia River. Officials had issued evacuation orders for people within a 2-mile radius of that fire. More news after this.
How are you programmed? With 5 new programs, Peninsula College has something for you. Train for a career in natural resources, or automotive technology, or prepare to become a media technician or virtual assistant. Already have a degree? Check out our new specialized management certificates. Find out how you're programmed at pencol.edu/new. Take the quiz for a chance to win a free tablet. That's pencol.edu/new.
The JFFA Free Summer Concerts on the Pier brings you live music at the Port Angeles City Pier every Wednesday night. Join us for some of music's brightest performers in a setting unlike anywhere else. An eclectic mix of musicians, youth activities, and an expanded beer and wine garden will help keep you cool while the music heats up your night. Come together for the Free Summer Concerts on the Pier, tonight and every Wednesday night at the Port Angeles City Pier. Go to jffa.org for details.
With so much financial uncertainty, are you wondering if your retirement savings will last? The market's ups and downs can keep you guessing, especially if you're approaching retirement or considering it. Hi, I'm Edward Jones, financial advisor, Anthony Sanders. If you have more questions than answers about what's next, let's work together to help ensure you're prepared for the future. After all, retirement isn't the end of the road, it's a new beginning. Call us at 360-452-0550. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
In other news, the Jamestown S'Klallam Tribe has been awarded a $25 million raised discretionary grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. It'll be used to replace the Big Quilcene River Bridge on Linger Longer Road. The new bridge will have a pedestrian walkway and will also replace flood-prone segments of Linger Longer Road. That new bridge will span some 1,000 feet, and the project will also upgrade the levee system to ensure that the Linger Longer community has a high level of flood protection. They'll also construct what they're calling a renatured river channel through the area. They say we'll have world-class salmon habitat to produce large numbers of salmon there. 3 years on from the start of the pandemic, securing food is still one of the biggest challenges facing households in our state. Eric Tegedoff has more on that.
The Washington State Food Security Survey, which focuses on low-income households, found about half struggled to afford food. Rising food costs are compounding the problem. Head of the Washington State Feeding Program, Jim Buchanan, started working on the food insecurity issue in Washington while helping people get vaccinated against COVID-19.
Through that, I found there was a great need for food. A lot of people were having issues not being able to eat. A lot of folks' jobs changed or ended, and they were just kind of struggling.
Buchanan has worked with a number of organizations to help fight food insecurity, including King County Equity Now, Mount Zion Baptist Church in Seattle, and Carolyn Downs Family Medical Center. He notes that black people are greatly affected by hunger. The Washington State Food Security Survey found 47% of black Washingtonians were experiencing food insecurity, the highest of any race. Buchanan says even as gentrification has pushed black people out of Seattle, hunger has not let up.
Wherever we go, the problems go also of lack of economics, lack of food security, redlining, and not getting proper treatment in housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buchanan says resources need to be distributed more equitably to people.
We need clear and critical thinkers to get together and figure out a right system. Apparently, that's not happening on the level that it should. We've got some folks that are working really hard to make sure it happens, and they're doing a great job, but it's not enough.
I'm Eric Tegedoff.
King County deputies responding to a reported shooting at a Federal Way apartment complex yesterday afternoon left an 11-year-old with a gunshot wound. The 911 calls came in about 3 p.m., reporting shots fired near the Enchanted Woods apartment complex in the unincorporated part of King County. According to officials, initial reports indicated the 11-year-old was injured by gunfire, taken to a nearby hospital. Deputies said the injuries were reported as non-life-threatening. Deputies believe that the gunfire may have been a case of two groups shooting at each other in the area, and the child was likely hit in the crossfire. This is Newsradio KONP.
End-of-life decisions are hard. Be it pre-planning or sudden loss, you need to have an advocate in your corner, which is why I wholeheartedly recommend Drennan & Ford Funeral Home and Crematory in Port Angeles, the only locally owned funeral home and crematory in Clallam County. Their expertise ensures a smooth process so you can focus on healing and being with your loved ones. Their help through the darkest time in my life will forever stay with me. Call 360-457-1210.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi, folks. This is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
All Weather Heating and Cooling is your Mitsubishi authorized dealer. Mitsubishi electric heating and cooling systems offer efficient individual room control with allergen filtration, no ductwork, and dramatic energy savings. Mitsubishi Heating and Cooling Systems. Live better. Contact All Weather Heating and Cooling today.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast. High temperatures reach up to 77 today under sunny skies, east winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows dip down to about 55. Mainly sunny skies tomorrow. Daytime highs approaching 74. That's a look at your forecast, powered by weatherology.com. I'm Derek Height. Currently, it's 63 degrees.
From ABC Sports, this is Rich Cantu. The Braves look to extend their 9-game winning streak to double digits against the Guardians. Down by 1 in the top of the 9th, Ozzie Albies went deep for his second home run of the game to send it to extras. But in the bottom of the 10th,
the pitch, Fry with a line drive to left. Rosario going back toward the line. He can't make the catch. Base hit, game winner.
Tom Hamilton with the call on WTAM. Cleveland beats Atlanta 6-5 in 10. Shohei Ohtani started on the mound against the Padres in San Diego. Up 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th. The Padres' Xander Bogaerts padded the lead.
And the 0-1 pitch hit hard in the air to deep left field. Guess what? He's done it again. Xander Bogaerts, a 2-run homer.
The call on KWFN. Padres defeat the Angels 8-5. Ohtani left the game with a blister on his hand. The Angels place Mike Trout on the IL with a broken left wrist. This is ABC Sports. More baseball. The NL West leading Diamondbacks hosting the Mets. Top 7 tied at 4. Mets rookie catcher Francisco Alvarez untying it.
Slide step delivers, swung on, crushed, left center field and deep. Carroll and Thomas going back. They'll turn. Francisco Alvarez A 2-run go-ahead home run.
The call on WCBS, Mets beat the D-backs 8-5. Phillies edge the Rays 3-1. Cubs over the Brewers 7-6 in 11 innings. Reds Nationals in the nation's capital.
Back to the dish, and this ball is lifted high into the air into left field, and you can kiss that baby goodbye. A 3-run home run for Nick Senzel.
The call on WLW, Nick Senzel gave the Reds a 5-0 lead with that blast. The Reds double up the Nats 8-4 and take a 1-game lead on Milwaukee in the NL Central. Pirates tied the Dodgers at 7 in the top of the 9th. Later in the frame,
Swinging the ball, fought off, hit to left. That's going to be down for a hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Triolo to score. Josh Palacios saunters his way to a 2-run pinch hit double.
the call on KDKA, Pirates outscore the Dodgers 9-7. Rangers top the Red Sox 6-2. Astros beat the Rockies 4-1. Marlins rout the Cardinals 15-2. It was the Yankees 8, the Orioles 4, Blue Jays edging the White Sox 4-3, and the Twins beating the Royals 9-3. This is Rich Cantu, ABC Sports.
Now more on the Mariners.
The windup and the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and he did it. Logan Gilbert with a complete game, 6-0 shutout win over the Giants here at Oracle Park in San Francisco. A high five and a hug from his catcher, Tom Murphy. His teammates out to greet him. So Logan Gilbert, his first ever complete game, his first ever complete game shutout, and the 152nd in the history of the Mariners franchise. What a gem of an outing for Logan Gilbert. He joins in on the happy dance out there on the infield out near second base.
Logan Gilbert felt the need to apologize for his awkward dance moves, though the Seattle Mariners pitcher sure looked plenty graceful for a big guy, and nobody would have cared otherwise after his masterpiece on the mound yesterday in San Francisco. The 6'6" right-hander had never before let loose, shuffling around in the Mariners' post-game winning circle in what has become a ritual for the finishing pitcher and his fielders after the last out. Gilbert struck out 7, pitching a 5-hit gem for his first career complete game. Mike Ford homered during a 4-hit performance, and A.J. Pollock added a late 2-run shot as the Mariners beat the San Francisco Giants 6-0 yesterday, their 4th straight win. Mariners go for a sweep against San Francisco this evening on KONP, and we will take the air at 5 p.m.
On Saturday, July 29th, make Seven Cedars your last stop of the evening. Stay, play, and dance and sing along to the tunes of the Olsen Brothers, bringing country music to a new level. Luke and Isaac Olsen will knock your socks off with their award-winning songwriting skills. Originating in Olympia, Washington, the Olsen Brothers are bringing a fresh new country sound to the PNW and the Club 7 stage. Tickets are $15, $10 for rewards members. Find out more information at sevencedars.com.
In 1959, Mount Pleasant IGS opened their doors. The newest neighborhood gas and grocery quickly became the one-stop shop for many. Mount Pleasant IGS is still a favorite. Times may have changed, like 25-cent a gallon gas and 20-cent loaves of bread, but the same hometown country store feel is still there, and their customer service is still top priority. From snacks, drinks, and fresh produce to automotive needs, electrical supplies, and fishing bait, Mount Pleasant IGS is still your one-stop shop.
Get a check on business news one more time this morning next.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Reserve will shed some light later this afternoon on its rate hike plan. The central bank will be out with the minutes of its meeting from June. Stocks are slightly lower ahead of that, with the Dow down 65 points. UPS drivers are heading toward a possible strike. Talks between the company and the Teamsters fell apart early this morning. This could be the first UPS strike in nearly a quarter of a century. Instagram's highly anticipated Twitter rival is expected to launch tomorrow. The app called Threads will function in a way similar to Twitter, with text-based posts that can be liked, commented on, and shared. With the launch, Meta is looking to take advantage of Twitter's recent problems. And more technology and creature comforts, as well as a parade of new electric vehicles, have raised the cost of car repairs. According to the New York Times, the average cost has soared 36% since 2018 and may top $5,000 by the end of the year. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Check on the roads next, brought to you by Angela's Furniture and Leeds Farm Supply.
Angela's Furniture has been known for quality home furnishings for the peninsula for over a century, and they thank you for that.
We owe a big thank you to the Olympic Peninsula in a big way. We just really, really need to thank the community for supporting us. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
Get furniture that lasts from a local company that's been here for generations. Angelus Furniture on East 1st Street, Port Angeles.
For almost 20 years, Mow with an Attitude has been Bad Boy's promise to continue to lead in zero-turn mower innovation, lead in build quality, lead in comfort and value in every class and category of mower we deliver to every Bad Boy mower dealer across the good old USA. Mowing season is here. Get out, stand on, sit on, and test drive your new Bad Boy mower today. Get your Bad Boy mower at Leeds Farm Supply and Equipment Sales in Sequim. Mow with an Attitude.
News Radio KONP, traffic and roads.
One last time up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center we go. That's where Steve's standing by with a check of the morning roads on a Wednesday for us. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we're actually doing pretty good out there. Both Port Angeles and Sequim. Light traffic, light to moderate in most places, moving around town. So far at the speed limit, really no problems out there. Nothing that's really going to cause you an issue. Other than Ray Street, up there at Lordson Boulevard, just south of that intersection, the road is closed off as they continue to do some road work and electrical utility work up in that area. So that is one you're going to have to make your way around. They do have flaggers up there, but that is the only real slowdown or construction area in the Port Angeles area currently. Sequim is doing well, no real problems there. Beyond Sequim, things are looking good. So far, Hood Canal Bridge, good to go till a little later on this afternoon. They have a scheduled marine opening. State ferries are running on time today. If you're headed out to the west end, we're doing good out there. It's definitely busy out there, but traffic is moving along at the speed limit. Pay attention to your construction zone there at the bottom of the Elwha Hill, but other than that, should be a good drive for you. So everybody, enjoy your morning. Be safe out there. This is Steve reporting live from Clallam Transit for KONP.
Can you get proceeds of a life insurance policy if it was paid for with stolen money? That was the question for the court in the case of the poltroons policy. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law, presented by McCrory Carpet One.
Myra Harbinger was a wonderful wife and mother, and her husband Dan was proud of her. People invested their money with Dan. He bought property, improved it, rented or leased it, and paid the people a percentage of the profits. When Dan would speak about some complicated plan he had worked out, Myra would laugh. She'd say, "Honey, you're in charge of bringing the money home. I'm in charge of spending it. Now, don't tell me how you do it, and I won't tell you how I make those great apple pies." Dan was a mountain climber. One weekend, he went with some friends to climb a high, frozen mountain. During the trip, he caught pneumonia. It was 2 days before his friends could get him down and into a medical helicopter. It was too late, and Dan died. That was shock enough to Myra. Then she learned that Dan had been using other people's money for his own bad investments, almost $500,000. He left a $100,000 life insurance policy to Myra. On the face of it was written, "I owe this and more to my clients." The clients, acting together, hired an attorney who said to Myra, "Mrs. Harbinger, you'll have to turn over the insurance money to us as part restitution for what your husband stole." Myra said, "But that will leave the children and me penniless." The attorney said, "But this policy is only 20% of what your husband took for himself. Why, even the premium of $15,000 was paid for with stolen money." So Myra and the creditors went to court. Myra's attorney said, "Under the laws of this state, the proceeds from life insurance cannot be taken to pay the dead person's debts. Now, there's good reason for that law. It keeps the widow and children from having to seek public assistance and becoming a charge to the taxpayers." The creditor's attorney said, "That law wasn't passed to protect swindlers. Myra has no more rights here than Dan had, and he didn't have any because of his unlawful acts. The creditors whose money was stolen are entitled to restitution from the insurance." How would you decide this case of the poltroon's policy? We'll return with the court's decision after this.
Sensitive to dust, mold, or allergens? Breathe easier at McCrory Carpet One thanks to their Healthier Living installation system that features cleaner installation practices. Their HEPA vacuum system removes the old dust, and a Heathenex antimicrobial treatment is used before they install your new floor. If it's new carpeting in your home, they include their hypoallergenic premium cushion that inhibits the growth of mold and mildew. Best of all, there's no extra charge for this healthier install. Only at McCrory Carpet One.
Can you get the proceeds of a life insurance policy if it was paid for with stolen money? A Louisiana appeals court split on that tough question. The majority said that stolen property may be recovered even where the thief has changed the form of the property. Here, the $100,000 policy was not itself stolen, though the money to buy it was. Therefore, the creditors will get back the $15,000 Dan paid for the policy, but Myra will get the remaining $85,000, which that money bought. It's a point of law.
For the Washington State News Network, I'm Lance Tormey. More than 7.9 million people call the Evergreen State home, but Washington's population isn't growing as much as years past. The state saw growth of 1.1% in 2021, somewhat slower than last year's count of 1.3%. Mike Mormon with the State Office of Management believes the aging population and the number of people delaying childbirth contributes to the slower growth. Representative Dan Newhouse has introduced the Law Enforcement Officers Preventing Overdose Deaths Act. The legislation authorizes rural community response pilot grant programs to allow agencies to purchase naloxone, an effective tool to prevent and reduce opioid overdose deaths, and directs at least 50% of the program's grant funding to rural communities. Chinook fishing on the Columbia River closed for this summer. Washington and Oregon fishery managers making the decision due to a low tracking of preseason expectations. Washington and Oregon officials say Chinook fishing on the Columbia River will reopen for the fall season on August 1. It's hot on this day after the 4th of July. Be careful with anything that could start a blaze. State Fire Assistance has been mobilized in support of local firefighters working to contain the McEwen fire located in Mason County near the city of Shelton. It started Tuesday afternoon, burning hundreds of acres. For more on these and other stories, download the WSNN mobile app or visit WashingtonStateNews.net.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Exciting news from Rain Shadow Cafe. They've embarked on a new adventure, and surprise, surprise, they've opened a second location at OMC in Sequim. Introducing Rain Shadow on 5th Avenue, right in the heart of Sequim. While it may be a little smaller in size, the flavors are just as big. Enjoy their signature coffee, world-famous carrot cake, and baked goods, as well as fast and healthy cold sandwiches, half salads, and soup options too. Rain Shadow Cafe in Sequim, now with 2 locations to serve you, including Rain Shadow on 5th Avenue inside OMC.
Clallam Transit System now offers free fare for veterans. Veteran ID cards are issued at the Transit Administration Office Monday through Friday from 9 till 4 p.m. at 830 West Lauridsen Boulevard in Port Angeles. The free fare applies to all Clallam Transit services, including Fixed Route, Dial-A-Ride, Interlink, and Clallam Connect. More information and an online application can be found at www.clallamtransit.com/veterans. Thank you for your service.
Guess what it is today?
July 5th.
It just so happens to be National Bikini Day.
So it's National Bikini Day.
Get excited about it. It's going to be wonderful.
In honor of National Bikini Day.
I got a new bikini.
I have that same bikini. I need another bikini.
Buy me a new bikini.
The day set aside for everybody to recognize and celebrate the bikini.
Come on, bikini inspector.
Showtime.
I gotta love this song. Best song ever.
It is.
What song is it?
She
Teeny
wore
Weeny?
Yeah,
All
itsy
right.
bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini.
Love it.
For the first time that day.
For the first time.
Yeah, she was afraid to go into the water.
Yes.
Anyway,
was.
there you go. Welcome to the morning scramble after the big holiday, and we've got Amanda here. Amanda, good to see you.
Good morning.
And John is joining us as well.
Good
John,
morning, sir.
Good to have you here as well. We've all survived the big holiday yesterday.
Yeah.
It's best we could.
I was really shocked last night. You and I were talking about this, Todd, that evidently the fireworks ban was lifted in the city limits because there was, I don't know, some sort of storm into the transit center behind my house going on till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I was actually driving home from the fireworks in Swim in our show. I was treated to just lots and lots of fireworks along the way and along the highway,
heralding your arrival.
I felt like wow.
I was passed out.
I know. John was. John, you.
How do you do that?
John had the perfect situation, though. I probably would have.
Our picture window. We're on 6th Street. Our picture window looks out, and we have a perfect view. It's like the fireworks are on TV. So we're sitting there, and I'm my eyes are starting. You know, I was on nitrate overload, and my eyes were closing, and I looked at my wife and I said, you know, I've seen a lot of fireworks in my life. And I said, I'm really tired. I think I'm going to just go to bed.
Wow.
And I did. I don't think she was really happy that I did that, though. Mm-hmm. But at any rate, she said they were great, and I've seen them, and, you know, but I love fireworks.
Yeah, I do too.
I've seen a lot of them. And when I'm tired, I'm tired. I'm you know.
I get it.
I'm at that age.
I get it.
You know?
Yeah. We were talking about, I think they should restructure the entire 4th of July holiday.
I am in agreement.
And this would be my proposal, and I guess it would take an act of Congress to do it. But
for maybe in 10 years.
It will make the 4th of July slightly longer in its celebration, right? It would be a day and a half holiday, okay? So what I propose is that it would be a half day on the 4th of July.
Half work day.
So you work half your work day. If you do a normal. Now, what's weird is because now people, but not everybody does that. I get it. If you're not a normal 9 to 5 thing, this may not work. But let's just.
In theory.
It's not going to happen, but let's just pretend. So you work till noon, right? Noon you knock off, and that's when you start celebrating the 4th of July, because that's when everything actually gets going anyway on the 4th. Nobody does a lot of stuff early in the morning on the 4th.
Todd for Congress.
There you go.
That's what I say.
And then, though, you take all of the 5th of July off.
Yes.
Because here we are. All of us went out, watched, I didn't get to sleep till 2 this morning.
Yep,
Had to
same
get
here.
up at 4 this morning. Just dragging along because fireworks were going and everything else was happening. So why not have the 5th of July?
It's a wasted day anyway. Right?
How many people either are going to call in or are going to crawl in and then leave early?
Crawl in or call in.
Or call in and say, I ain't going to be there. I got to burn my,
I already have an envelope upstairs where I'm playing Karnak with my predictions for the day.
Right.
Little Johnny.
Big news, 4th of July roundup here. I got a little bit of,
oh boy,
what you ought or not ought to know from the big holiday from around the country. A 58-year-old guy in Cary, Illinois, seriously injured by a commercially rated firework.
Oh.
He was setting them off outside, thought one was a dud. So he stared down the tube to see what was up, and that's when it went off.
I think he might have been the dud.
Ugh, hit him in the face.
Oh, my
critical
gosh.
condition.
Ouch.
Yeah. Town in northern Michigan was planning a big firework display over a lake there, but before the show, the platform they were on collapsed, fell into the water. So they had to cancel the whole thing last minute. Which leads me to the bad situation out in Forks. I feel terrible because not only is it just awful that it's so dry out there and they have this terrible brush fire that started up, it burned a house and then damaged another one, at least at this point. But then, the Forks 4th of July, the capper of their entire festival had to be canceled because of, and that's a commercial display.
Yeah.
But they decided it's just too dry.
So scary.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. In fact, county commissioners said no more fireworks. You could do fireworks west of the a little different rule depending on where you're at in the county. But on the 4th of July, that was good everywhere in the county. These were in the city thing. But they said no fireworks west of the Elwha after yesterday afternoon.
I'm not sure whether the fireworks were going off or whether I missed them because I was asleep. But it seemed like last year our neighbors were, wow. I mean, there was a lot of noise.
Yeah.
And it woke me up literally last year. I watched them last year, but
not so much this year. You slept. Maybe you just slept through them.
Well,
John.
when a tree falls,
I mean,
I don't know.
I got neighbors that I swear I don't get it. They love these bombs. Like these M80s are going off all day on yesterday during the daytime. I could, the fireworks. You see them in the air, and then they're pretty and all that stuff. But I've yet to figure out why I slapped down $20 to make something blow up like that.
Every time I hear that,
dynamite.
Yeah, every time I hear one of those explosions, I think, ugh, that could have been a gallon of milk.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a gallon of gas, or a half gallon of gas with how things are going.
Yeah.
I think you feel differently once you hit 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The older you get, the more you're.
And then when you hit 60, you're like, okay, stop the fireworks already.
I know. I almost turned into that neighbor last night, but.
A couple other notes from the big holiday. 4 apartment units in Central Florida damaged in a fire after a 7-year-old got a hold of some fireworks and set them off inside.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, parents had left him home alone.
Okay, well.
7-year-old. No one hurt, though, luckily. So
Thank
that
God.
was good, yeah. Gas station chain Sheetz had long lines. Yeah, I guess must be back east.
It is.
Okay.
It's all.
John's from Pennsylvania.
They're all over. They're cheap gas. Great convenience stores.
That makes sense in this residency. They dropped. They had long lines. They dropped the price of gas to just under $2.
What?
Oh wow!
In honor of America's birthday in 1776, they changed the prices to $1.776.
Wow!
So $1.77.6.
Jeez.
That's amazing.
They must have had huge lines, huh?
Can you imagine? Well, yeah. In some places, that's not terribly off because some places actually don't have $5.50 a gallon gas.
That is true.
But don't get me started about Washington State.
No.
Do you know what we were celebrating yesterday?
America's birthday.
America's birthday.
Somebody quizzed 2,000 Americans. This is sad.
Oh no.
Just 59% had the right answer.
Oh no.
The signing of the Declaration of Independence is actually what we celebrated yesterday.
Right.
Another 22 were close, 22%. They chose the establishment of the U.S. as an independent nation. Almost correct. Almost, yeah. It's Independence Day.
It's adjacent.
America's birthday. It's when we declared that we were going to be our own independent nation. So it is America's birthday. But yeah, 59%. That means, 22. So then we do the math. There's about 30% still didn't know. The invention of fireworks, something like that. That's probably what they said.
Do we know if these people have procreated?
Well, they probably have. A separate poll found a third of us can't spell the word independence.
Don't
INDEPENDENCE. It's all E's. There's no A in that.
Did those people procreate?
You know why people know how to spell it that are in my generation? Destiny's Child.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only, by the way, 58% correctly identified the country we gained our independence from, even though they couldn't spell independence.
Oh, my God.
And in another poll on the American flag, 21% of Americans said they display one at home every single day. 21%. Yes. 5% also said they wear American flag clothing every day, which is against flag etiquette, and technically you're not supposed to wear anything that's
I not only display the flag, but I have a light at night, a solar light that shines up on it. You're supposed to.
Got it. If you don't bring it in at night, sunset, you got to bring it in. Otherwise,
I have the light, and I look out every night, and there it is.
You bring it in the rain. That's another thing too.
Only here when it's pouring, I bring it in, but in a light, like misty thing, I'll leave it out. Yeah. And that's probably not proper etiquette either.
Well, I read something, though, that they've changed a bit of the etiquette in that if you have an all-weather flag, that gets to be allowable now. But you're not supposed to keep it up in a brutal storm.
No, I would not do that.
Because that's considered disrespectful to them.
I agree. I would not do that.
Yeah.
I take it down when it gets whippy.
Yeah.
Okay, but the big news, of course, yesterday with Hot Topic, who cares about Independence Day? We want to know who's eating the most hot dogs.
Hot dog day.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
After a rain delay,
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut has done it again. He won Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest yesterday, holds the 2023 mustard belt.
That is the greatest title.
Here is the announcement from Coney Island.
With 62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes for his 16th win, I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut!
I just loved it, the fanfare. This is his 8th straight win. 16th overall, as you heard there. He ate 62 dogs this time. 2021, by the way, was his record-setting best. He ate 76 that year, so he was a little off his pace, but still won.
The mayor is threatening to cancel that, by the way, because of the ban on natural gas.
Hey, do you know what the second place, how much the second place ate?
It was like 30-something, wasn't it?
49.
49.
As opposed to his 62.
Yeah,
That's a runaway.
Yeah.
He cruised.
Wow.
I know.
How many hot dogs do you think he eats the rest of the year? Do you think that
Probably
he taps
none.
out and is just like, I won't be doing this again until July 4th?
I don't know. I just
How do you
wonder,
train for that?
I just wonder if he really relishes the situation.
jeez.
Well, his competitors couldn't catch up.
Oh.
You people are just, oh my God.
It was a pickle of a time. I don't know. That was just fun to say pickle.
Jeez.
I'm laughing my buns off.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're done.
Todd does not relish this conversation.
Okay, Todd, we're done.
Moving along now. So today is Bikini Day today. The reason it's Bikini Day today, by the way, is that this was the day it was unveiled. The first bikini was unveiled back in whatever it was. I can't remember, 49 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very risque back then.
It was. That was the
For the
thing. I
day,
mean, it was,
yeah.
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Now the inventor of the bikini's like, well, that's not what I thought.
Yeah.
Now we have
what
the
I had in mind
mankini.
there, but
The mankini.
Have you seen the mankini?
I lived in Florida for too many years. Not only have I seen them, I've been totally disgusted by them.
Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd.
You don't, no.
No.
You don't want to see the guys walking towards you and you think, okay, that's all right. Yeah, okay, you can get away with that. Then he walks past you and you go, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
can't
not
unsee
right.
that.
No.
Yeah. And it's never the people who should be wearing them.
Precisely.
Aside from the Bikini Day today, is there anything else that
Yes,
that I would even care about?
Yes, it's National Hawaii Day.
Oh.
What? Now what? They picked that. I think they co-opted the Bikini Day.
Probably.
Because they
Probably.
wear those there in Hawaii.
It's also National Apple Turnover Day.
Oh. I love a good apple turnover.
Oh, give me a cherry turnover. That's my jam. No pun intended. National Graham Cracker Day. I do love a good graham cracker. And it's National Workaholics Day. Todd, I'm going to say that you fall into that category. I know that here's the problem. It's not by choice.
No, that's the way I was just going to say. I don't.
It's not by choice.
I try
know.
not to work.
You are.
I really do try.
He doesn't impress me as a guy that would be a workaholic, yet he is.
He is.
By need.
Because here's the other thing is that T.O. does this full-time plus, because it doesn't end when he gets off the radio. It's after hours too. And then, he does the singing thing and the gigging thing on the weekends. So you're a workaholic.
Yeah, but that's just kind of my escape from this place.
But it's still work.
As I call it, the nut factory here. I got to have something.
You know what I love is that he can't escape me. I just follow him to all of the things. I'm like, hi, I am here. By the way, if you're going to head out on the open roads, if you're going to head out on the highway.
Born to be wild.
Thank you. Make sure you stop into Frank's Auto Repair because he is the best assurance for your car's mechanical health ahead of any unforeseen trouble. Your car talks to you. It has been making an extra sound, or has it been? If there's a vibration or a light pop on, or my mom actually had duct tape on her dashboard the other day, and I was like, what's that for? Well, there's a light on. I'm like, okay, we'll talk about that later.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly. And this warmer weather can do things to a car, especially when it gets hot and cold and hot and cold. So don't put it off. Let Frank diagnose and get to the root of the issue. Often it can be something simple that it can get far worse if you don't go in and get it checked out. So take in your car to Frank's, get peace of mind. Give them a call, 457-7937, or you can just stop in. Frank's Auto Repair is just down the road in Port Angeles on East Front.
A very honest man, I will say that.
Very.
I've had experience there.
Yes.
8:46, back with more.
Hey everyone, it's Leslie Robertson from the Chamber of Commerce, and who wants to go roller skating? That's right, the Olympic Skate Village is open now until August 14th. We're open daily from noon to 10 p.m. with 3 skate sessions a day. For special events, themed skate nights, local celebrity DJ appearances, and a whole lot of other fun, visit our website, olympicskatevillage.com. You can also visit the website to sign up to volunteer at the rink. And for every shift you work, you get a free skate ticket. Remember, we cannot do this amazing community event without you. So once again, for special events, to volunteer, and all the other information, visit olympicskatevillage.com. And don't forget to sign your waiver in advance online as well. Olympic Skate Village, open now until August 14th.
Okay. All right, back with more on the Morning Scramble. Just a reminder, the Morning Scramble brought to you by Swain's General Store. And Swain's just wrapped up their big 4th of July celebration sale, and now they're getting ready for the next thing. They got the big parking lot sale coming up pretty soon. That's always a great part of summer. But do remember, Swain's is the place to go for all of your needs, indoors, outdoors, and everything in between. They've got all the experts you need to. And you know what? Maybe you're going to do a little painting. They've got a great selection of paints, and they've got a wonderful paint matching system there at Swain's that you can take advantage of as well. So head on into Swain. I got to go in there and get some keys made. I gotta get a key or 3 made.
Yeah.
Seems like they do a much better job, and I won't say the chain store, but they do the keys. You actually get your keys and they work.
And they work.
Yeah. And then you don't have to drive. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I said I wasn't going to mention.
No, they're so great.
Yeah.
They're so great.
Okay, important list here out today. Movieweb.com has put together a list of the 25 funniest movies ever made.
I'll be the judge.
It is
of
my
that.
duty to present to you.
Wow.
And see if they match up with
wow.
what you think they might be.
This is fun.
Let me see if we can get the. Oh my God. I just got the top. Let's see. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I set one aside here.
How was your 4th? Good.
It was really nice. Just real quick while you're finding that.
All right, do that.
I am so excited. We get to talk about Foghorn Olive Oil Company every Wednesday.
Yes.
And we just happen to have John in with us on this particular Wednesday.
Yes.
And I talk about it all the time. I talk about the different recipes that you guys have, the different balsamics, the different olive oils. And I think people sometimes think that I'm just reading something, which, to be fair, I am reading some information because I retain water and not information. And sometimes I need a cheat sheet. But I truly do use your balsamics and olive oils in basically everything that I cook. And thanks to you and Mercedes, and I've gone in there, you have shown me different ways to pair. You have let me taste different flavors to see if I would even like them before I bought a bottle. I mean, I really do completely believe in what you guys do down there.
Some people, they tend to be a little intimidated by the fact that it's an olive oil and balsamic.
Yeah.
So, oh, I don't cook a lot. No, we love people like that.
Yes.
Because it takes what you do cook to a new level. And when I tell people after they leave for the first time, I say, welcome to your new addiction. And they kind of look at me like, I said, you could spend your money in worse ways.
Yeah.
I said, and they're great products and it's fun. I mean, I use them every meal.
Well, and I got to tell you, my mom, who isn't even a cook, she's learning. She's trying and she's exploring. She loves your guys' stuff because it adds flavor without having to do a whole bunch of other steps.
Yep.
It's incredible. So I used your lime-infused olive oil yesterday as a dressing for a salad that I took to the 4th of July. And if you have questions, go see our friends John and Mercedes down at Foghorn, and they will hook you up.
And we will be open starting Tuesday from 11 to 4, Tuesday through Saturday. New hours.
Wow.
Excellent. More work for me, speaking of being a workaholic.
Yes. Not by choice.
No, I was ordered to. I'm not the boss.
All
You
right.
know that.
I got the list. I got
Okay,
the list.
perfect.
Not enough time
Thank
to give
you,
you all
John.
25 of the funniest movies ever made from movieweb.com, but I'm going to just see you the top 10, see if any of these match up with you. And number 10 on this list is His Girl Friday, 1940. That's a really old
It was even
movie.
before my time.
Yeah.
I'm your girl Friday.
Number 9, 1964's Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, okay. Now it gets into some interesting ones. Number 8, 2007's Superbad, which is a funny movie. See, well, there. Yeah, see, Amanda did exactly it. Started, yeah. You know, McLovin. I mean, that's pretty much it. All you got to say is McLovin, and people know it's super bad. Yeah. Number 7, just watched this again on cable. One of my very favorite movies, Anchorman.
Oh,
Number 7.
100%.
Should have been in the top 5.
Yeah, I think it should have
100%.
been higher. Yep.
One of the best movies ever
Will
made.
Ferrell.
Number 6, Young Frankenstein.
Brilliant.
1974. Pretty
That should
brilliant.
have been higher too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
And then they got-
Frankenstein.
Yeah,
Yes,
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein, yes.
Walk this
Walk
way,
this way.
master. I'm coming to get you, master.
Number 5 is Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah,
We are the
It's right
knights
in
that
there.
say knee.
Yep.
that is funny.
Number 4 is The Princess Bride.
Oh, yes.
Pretty funny. Number 3. Now, this is interesting. The top 3 here. Number 3, Dazed and Confused.
Never seen it.
1993.
That was funny, but
It's not
Not
it's
on a
roll,
level.
Not roll on the floor
No,
kind of funny
no,
in
no.
that sense. Yeah,
it's kind of doper funny.
it is doper funny.
Yeah.
It's
Never seen it.
yeah. This one was curious. Number 2, 1959, Some Like It Hot.
Oh, I still haven't seen that one either.
Great
but
movie.
I don't think
I
I've
don't-
seen that.
Tony Curtis,
Yeah.
If I do, I don't remember.
That's
which is,
Marilyn
yes.
Monroe, Tony Curtis, and
which is consistent with me.
his
I don't
face?
remember.
Well, all right. Okay. You will never guess what comes in at number 1.
I'm going to guess.
Try it.
Dumb and Dumber.
No.
Titanic.
Comedies. These are funniest movies ever.
Oh,
You have a problem if that's it.
it's a real knee slapper. Oh man, Horrible Bosses.
Nope. Here you go.
Who is your perfect guy?
Well, first of all, he's too humble to know he's perfect.
That's me.
He's got a good body, but he doesn't have to look in the mirror every 2 minutes.
Me.
I have a great
I know what this is.
body, and sometimes I go months without looking.
He's kind, sensitive, and gentle. He's not afraid to cry in front of me.
This is a man we're talking about, right?
Oh, and he plays an instrument, and he loves his mother.
I am really close on this one.
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. Yep,
That-
that's Bill Murray, Andy McDowell there in the one of the many funny scenes.
That
It's
is
a
funny.
pretty good. I don't know if it's number 1.
Here's the other thing, though. The other movie that's funnier than that Bill Murray movie. What About Bob?
Oh.
yeah. What About Bob's a good one.
Dumb and Dumber should have been on that.
Oh,
list.
Dumb and Dumber should have been.
Well, I
but
had,
if we're gonna
you
go
know,
with Bill Murray,
Oh, yeah.
There's
What
another
About Bob
15
is-
on there.
What About Bob was hysterical. Yeah.
I can't hear
Camp-
like Winnipesaukee without
Winnipesaukee, that's
Dr. Leo Marvin. Gosh, now I gotta watch that movie.
that's funny. Me too. Netflix.
So good.
All right, John, you had an
Something we-
inquisitive look today.
Something we can kind of get into. We don't have a whole lot of time, but we'll just get into it quickly, and we might even pick it up tomorrow. I was thinking the other day about things that I hate. I don't hate people. I hate behavior, and there's things that I hate, but do not confuse it with hating people. Okay, I'll give you my, my top 3. One is littering. I hate it when people throw cigarette butts out the window or throw them on the sidewalk. Here, I smoke, so you deal with it too. I don't like littering. I really, really don't like mean people. Just mean people, self-absorbed. The world revolves around me. I don't like that at all, but I keep my mouth kind of shut, which is hard for me, believe it or not. And the other one is invasion of space.
Oh,
You are at a cocktail party and somebody comes right up to your nose, okay, and starts like spitting and why does that person always have bad breath?
always.
Now, that brings up another question, which a quick answer. If somebody has horrible breath, is it your responsibility to tell them or just let it go?
Ooh, I think it depends on the situation.
If it's your husband, then maybe.
Yeah.
If it's
okay.
a stranger, no.
Okay. Don't want to take up a lot of time on this.
Okay.
You go ahead. But so what are the things that kind of get you?
What grinds your gears?
Yeah, what grinds your gears? It's a better way to say it.
The sound of crunching and chewing when people decide that everyone needs to hear that you're eating a bag of chips. I've lost friends over this one. Also, people who just persistently interrupt, like when you're trying to get out of thought. Yeah. When you're trying to get out of thought and you can't, and someone just finishes the thought for you, and you're like, but that's actually not what I was going to say. And also, I'm not a ventriloquist.
My wife accuses me of doing that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it sometimes, too. I think it's human nature. It's the persistent and the, whatever.
What it is that's fast brain speed. You want to try to help them, but it is not taken that way at all.
Because it grinds me to a halt. I'm like, wait, what was I saying? And then I have to start over. Todd, what about you?
All yours are pretty good.
Yeah.
I hate people who make excuses.
That's true.
There's times, when it's, I should rephrase that. Sometimes you do have an excuse.
Yeah.
Sure.
But it's the people that it's like, just own up to it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what? We all make a mistake.
Yep.
It's not because of something else or anything else. It's just, oops, I made a mistake.
The one that really gets me, though, is tailgating and aggressive driving. Turn signals, just weaving in and out. And that one is one. And then if you're the one that's going slow, sometimes you get the South Carolina hello, which what that means. And I don't take that well, but I have to learn. I've learned as I've gotten older to wave back, not
all the fingers.
Because you never know who's carrying a gun.
I know. That's what Mom always says.
That's a good point.
I'm not.
I have road rage.
If you're going to be an idiot, be an idiot. Yeah. And that I don't mean that as the person. I mean that as their behavior. So the other thing do we have time for one more?
About 20 seconds.
One more. Okay. Cheap people. You go to a restaurant, you got a group of you, and I call it alligator arms. Oh, let me get that. They're waving their elbows at you, alligator.
Yeah. Nobody's grabbing the check.
Meanwhile, I've got the check in my hand, I've got money out, and yet they're alligatoring me.
I call it T-Rex arms. I can reach for it.
So
That's
there you go.
So, I love it.
Everybody think about the things that they don't like today.
Not
to whine.
In your bikini.
Yeah.
We might talk some more about that tomorrow. I could probably come up with a longer list.
I think we probably could.
All right, that's going to do it for the Morning Scramble. John, we'll see you tomorrow. Amanda, we'll see you tomorrow.
Look forward to it.
All right, news coming up next.
Mark Gustafson, funeral director for Harper Ridgeview and Sequim Valley Funeral Chapels.
The very first thing and the most important thing that I discuss with the family is them and their family, to find out how they're doing and help them through the most difficult time of their life. And I help them all the way from the time that I bring their loved one into my care, all the way to taking care of documents, funeral services, everything. And even after the fact, I'm still there to help them when they need something.
Harper Ridgeview Funeral Chapel and Sequim Valley Funeral Chapel, because your loved ones deserve the best.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi folks, this is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Still no motive for the mass shooting in Philadelphia that killed 5 people during holiday celebrations. The suspect, Kim Brady Carricker, in court today facing charges. ABC's Trevor Ault is in Philly.
The alleged shooter is being held in jail, charged with more than 30 counts. There's 11 separate sets of charges here: murder, attempted murder, reckless endangerment, and carrying a firearm without a valid permit. The charge is serious as first-degree murder, with which the shooter's facing 5 counts. There is no bail there, so though, this shooter is going to be held continuously without that possibility of bail until they head to trial.
A federal judge has ruled the Biden administration cannot engage social media companies to address misinformation about COVID vaccines and the 2020 election. That case, part of a suit filed by Louisiana and Missouri attorneys. More from ABC's Rachel Scott.
The judge appointed by former President Donald Trump, calling it, quote, a massive attack against free speech and, quote, targeted suppression of conservative ideas. Now, this is far from over. The White House insists that these platforms make their decisions independently, and for the administration, they say their priority is always security and safety. The Department of Justice is now reviewing this case and evaluating its options going forward.
A Secret Service spokesperson telling ABC News that the white powdery substance found in the West Wing area of the White House is confirmed to be cocaine. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
President Biden was not here at the White House at the time the substance was discovered, but this was taken very seriously. There was a partial evacuation of that area in the West Wing where the substance was found, and also the area of the West Wing where White House reporters work that's nearby.
The great getaway for the July 4th holiday, now the big return. The TSA says a record number of travelers are flying today. The agency screened nearly 10.7 million passengers between Thursday and Sunday. You're listening to ABC News.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
The U.S. and Russia talking about a possible prisoner swap involving the potential release of jailed Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Kremlin confirming those conversations. American consular officials visiting Gershkovich and Russian counterparts reportedly speaking with Vladimir Dunayev, a Russian imprisoned in the U.S. In Japan today, the United Nations nuclear chief visiting the damaged Fukushima nuclear power plant a day after signing off on a controversial plan to release treated radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean.
Many critics say the plan will be environmentally damaging. The head of the UN nuclear watchdog group, Rafael Grossi, responds.
The value of having us involved in this work is not, as some have said, many to give cover, to justify, to decorate something that is bad.
He adds his agency will be reviewing, inspecting, and checking the validity of the plan in the decades to come. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
Back in court today, the white gunman who killed nearly 24 people at an El Paso, Texas Walmart in 2019. The 24-year-old set to receive multiple life sentences after pleading guilty to federal hate crimes. While he doesn't face the death penalty in federal court, he could face execution in a separate Texas case. This is ABC News.
Solving mysteries is hard. Streaming them isn't. We need to know what happened.
There's someone else pulling the strings here.
This month, get in touch with your inner detective and stream the best selection of British mysteries during Mystery Month on BritBox.
That is interesting.
Watch entire series of fan favourites, including the newest seasons of Luther, Silent Witness, Father Brown, Vera, and more.
My lips are sealed.
No one does mystery like the Brits. Start streaming now with a free trial at BritBox.com.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
At McCrory Carpet One, they know how important it is to feel confident in your flooring selection. You want to know it's going to look exactly the way you want it once it's installed in your home. That's why they offer their one-of-a-kind guarantee, making sure you're 100% happy that the floor you've created together is as beautiful as the one in your dreams. If not, they'll replace it for free. That's what they call the Beautiful Guarantee. Peace of mind is yours with every installation. Always priced right, always done right. McCrory Carpet One.
Here's your Newsradio KONP forecast.
Mainly sunny skies and calm today with highs around 76. Winds out of the east 5 to 10 miles per hour. Clear skies tonight, lows level off around 58. Daytime highs approaching 73. Tomorrow, a mix of clouds and sun. Dry with temperatures near average Friday and Saturday and highs in the upper 60s. I'm weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 66 degrees.
Broadcasting live from the Abraham Lincoln Radio Studio at the George Washington Broadcast Center. Jack Armstrong and Joe Getty.
Armstrong and Getty. And now, here's Armstrong and Getty.
What you're listening to now is the Armstrong and Getty Show, but make sure to check out our many podcasts.
There's Armstrong and Getty Extra Large, featuring interviews with interesting people. There's Armstrong and Getty Select Cuts. That's short highlights from the radio show. And Armstrong and Getty One More Thing, featuring stuff you don't hear on the radio show ever.
All are free, and all are available on the iHeart app or wherever you like to download your podcasts. I drank last night.
Oh, boy.
I belong to an association of bourbon enthusiasts, and we had our monthly thing. And last night, one of the major distillers was doing a tasting of all sorts of stuff. And I thought, that sounds kind of good. And I'm not talking about this because anybody cares about me or my life. But every time we get into this stuff, we get lots of emails, people saying, hey, thanks for talking about that, blah, blah, blah. So I was hitting it hard enough that I was starting to be concerned whether I could stop drinking. And I started to think, man, I'm drinking enough. I'm concerned that, I have a serious alcohol problem. But so we had this event last night, and I figured, I'm going to go ahead and taste the bourbons and then get back on the wagon. And the reason I think it's not a bad idea, it's a good idea, is it reinforces why you do this in the first place. Drinking is not inevitable. It's not a pattern. It's not what you do every night just because you do it every night. It is a conscious choice. Every drink needs to be a conscious choice. And so it's almost a test. So I fell off the wagon last night. Am I right back on it today? The answer is yes, by the way. 100% committed to it.
I'm the same way with the trank. I just got to make sure that I'm making the conscious decision to take trank today and not just doing it out of habit.
Well, now, after they sawed off your left leg,
oh, jeez,
it really upped the ante, so I know you've been taking it more seriously.
Yeah, if you haven't heard us talk about the new street drug trank, listen to the podcast, I guess.
So horrible.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, whether it's a diet or exercise or a habit like alcohol or whatever, don't get discouraged if you screw up or you take a day off or have a cheat day or whatever. Just get right back to it.
Boy, I can't do that. I wish I could. I can't do that with hardly anything. Right. That's just the way I'm built. And it's weird. I don't know what the psychology of that is. I can swear off donuts for the year and not eat donuts for a year, probably. But I can't decide. Like yesterday, there were donuts here that had bacon on top of them.
Good God.
Especially great bacon donuts.
Did Satan stop by?
Yeah, it really did seem like it was somebody who was just trying to lure me out of my
bacon-covered donuts.
But I'm not a guy who can I'll eat that donut and then tomorrow I'll go back to not eating donuts. I can't do that. It just doesn't work that way for me with anything.
Well, it's good you know that, though.
Yeah.
To thine own self be true. Why don't you sprinkle a little cocaine on top of the bacon on top of the donut? What the hell is that?
Does it come with a girl? I mean, what else is there?
Served on the belly of a comely wench. What the hell? Anyway, where were we? Now we probably don't have time for what I was going to do. My fault. There is an increasingly popular sentiment being expressed on the left that there's no such thing as cancel culture. AOC recently brushed off the phenomenon as just a bunch of entitled people being challenged and held accountable for their problematic views.
Wow.
Charles M. Blow, who's an awful, awful human being, he writes a column for the New York Times, just tweeted, once more, there's no such thing as cancel culture. There is free speech. You can say and do as you please, and others can choose never to deal with you, your company, or your products ever again. The rich and powerful are just upset that the masses can now organize their dissent.
Hey, not to be insidery about media stuff, because I don't know how many people follow this. Have you heard any blowback, pardon the expression, on David French getting hired as a columnist at the New York Times? Because remember when they brought Brett Stevens over from the Wall Street Journal, there was some blowback. Oh no, a Republican is going to be a columnist at the New York Times, and he is way tepid as a conservative compared to David French, who's a hardcore evangelical Christian, as conservative gets. And I haven't heard any uproar about that out of the New York Times. I mean, I would guess Mr. Blow is not happy about David French being a colleague now.
Is it because French is anti-Trump?
Could be. That could be.
Yeah, he's an anti-Trump Republican. Yeah. No, in answer to your question, no, I haven't heard anything about that whatsoever. I just think the fever pitch is down so much. But anyway, back to this cancel culture doesn't exist thing. This is a piece written by Colin Wright, who is a scientist. And he describes himself for a while. He's an academic biologist. Evolutionary biologist. It's been a passion from a young age. He got degrees in it, et cetera, et cetera. And years ago, he maintained a blog that he used to debunk pseudoscience. And the arguments he got into were he was anti-creationism, anti-intelligent design, and he would argue with Christian conservatives and creationists and intelligent design folks frequently told me I was wrong or stupid, but my critics never called me a bigot. They engaged with me. This changed, however, when I started graduate school in 2013. This was an environment where I didn't have to worry about right-wing creationists. Rather, the pseudoscience I observed was coming from the other side of the political spectrum, especially in the form of blank slate proponents who argued falsely that sex differences in human personality, preferences, and behavior are entirely the result of socialization.
That's crazy. How could anybody think that have you ever raised kids? Have you been around any other humans? I mean, what led you to believe that?
It is a belief so idiotic and unsupportable, it's insane that anybody holds it. I mean, it's really difficult to comprehend anybody with two brain cells to rub together advocating this point of view. But to quote Sowell for the millionth time, there are some ideas so idiotic only an intellectual could hold them. Let's see. It was also during this time, he writes, that I started to take an interest in what many now call, quote, gender ideology. This ideology not only invites compassionate treatment for trans individuals, which I support, of course, but also promotes the scientifically inaccurate claims that biological sex exists on a continuous spectrum, that notions of male and female may be mere social constructs, and that one's sex may be determined by self-declared identity instead of reproductive anatomy. When I pushed back against these claims, I was smeared as a transphobic bigot. Fearing professional harm, I stopped engaging, ceding the field to those who champion fashionable fictions. Then he does a little more biography of himself, graduated with his Ph.D. in evolutionary biology from UC Santa Barbara in 2018, postdoctoral position at Penn State, on and on. Even scientists whom I knew personally and respected were parroting this nonsense as scientific fact, but I dared not say a word. I would soon be applying to tenure-track assistant professor jobs. I could not be seen publicly arguing down the claim that internally felt gender feelings trumped biology. In 2018, the grievance studies scandal dropped. That was the absolute brilliant dissenting prank project by friends of the Armstrong and Getty Show, James Lindsay, Peter Boghossian, and Helen Pluckrose, where they submitted all those ridiculous, hilariously fictional scientific papers that were published with a straight face in social science journals. A few weeks later, one of the world's most prestigious scientific journals, Nature, published an editorial claiming that classifying an individual's sex using any combination of anatomy and genetics has, quote, no basis in science. That is straight, folks, out of Nazi Germany. That is straight out of Soviet Russia. That's a Maoist China. Those Nazi events Germany. Happening in such, that's right, sir, in such close succession pushed me beyond my threshold for restraint. Despite my academic mentors' warnings that speaking up could ruin my career, I let my bottled up frustrations out in an essay I sent to Quillette. It was published under the headline, The New Evolution Deniers. The essay went viral. While I received my fair share of praise for it, I also knew I'd provided critics with a bona fide gotcha moment. And he says, I did not train to be a scientist for over a decade to just sit quietly while science in general, and my field in particular, comes under attack from activists who subvert truth to ideology and narrative, I wrote. Blank slate feminists and trans activists alike publicly accused me of wrongthink, which is a term straight out of Orwell's 1984. Then he mentions a couple of other things he co-wrote, including a piece titled No One is Born in the Wrong Body, arguing that children are put at risk for long-term harm if they are indoctrinated with ideologically torqued misinformation about their bodies and behaviors. And then he mentions some other, I'm summarizing, obviously, some of the other things he wrote, which I'd love to be able to list for you because they're really good, supportable, and smart. And Twitter went crazy. I locked my Twitter and resolved once again to lay low, but of course I fell off the wagon. If you're looking for common characteristics among those of us who get targeted for cancellation, it isn't money or privilege, like AOC would tell you. Rather, many of us simply have an inability to mumble slogans we know aren't true. Over time, we become exasperated with dishonest propaganda that masquerades as social justice, and we speak out. It's a habit rooted in the truth-telling, whistleblowing impulse that not so long ago, progressives applauded. Now, I'm looking at the clock and trying to figure out how much time we have. He goes into, then, the brutality he endured professionally from all sorts of quarters who tried to ruin his career. Colin Wright is a transphobe who supports race science. I contacted the board operator to this academic message board expressing my concerns. This time I received no response whatsoever. These people are calling me all sorts of horrific things in public. Why are they up? Did them no good. Meanwhile, an anonymous Twitter account informed me that preemptive emails had been sent to academic search committees about me all over the country. I note that it is the same tactic known to have been used against former psychology professor Bo Weingart, who was recently fired from Marietta College after a persistent effort by similar activists to smear him as a racist and a race scientist. And he goes on for quite some time, and we'll post this at ArmstrongandGetty.com so you can read it. But the idea is, this guy posits a certain scientific truth, in my opinion. He backs it with as much scientific evidence as he can muster. And the response isn't, well, take a look at this science, my friend. It would seem to counteract. No, the counter argument is, I will ruin you. Mm-hmm. We will ruin you. You will never work again. You are. That's what cancel culture is. It's not an engagement on arguments. It's a, you think that, I will ruin you.
Armstrong and Getty.
Just when you thought your sleep couldn't get any better, Mike Lindell and MyPillow are launching the MyPillow 2.0.
When Mike invented the original MyPillow, it had everything you could want in a pillow. Now, nearly 20 years later, he is using a new technology.
The MyPillow 2.0 has the patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, but now has brand new exclusive fabric that is made with temperature-regulating thread.
The MyPillow 2.0 is the softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you'll ever own. Say goodbye to tossing and turning and flipping your pillow over during the night.
The MyPillow 2.0 is buy one, get one free for a limited time with promo code Getty.
The MyPillow 2.0 is made with temperature-regulating technology, 100% made in the USA. The pillow comes with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee.
Go to MyPillow.com and click on the Radio Listeners Special Square to get this buy one, get one free offer on the MyPillow 2.0.
It's time you see for yourself how great this new pillow really is. Enter the promo code Getty or call 1-800-666-1205 to get your MyPillow 2.0 now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-529-2856. 800-529-2856. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-529-2856. 800-529-2856 or biglou.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-635-3311. That's 1-800-635-3311. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-635-3311. That's 1-800-635-3311.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
SimpliSafe was named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors, indoor and outdoor HD cameras, and hazard detectors are powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get emergency help fast. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
This is a true, sad story for ADT, the leader in home security systems. My favorite dog, Oliver, was stolen from our garage recently. If I had a camera system installed in my home from ADT, I would have known exactly what car possibly pulled up in my driveway and stole my little friend. If I had a security system from ADT, my dog would still be here. I called ADT this weekend, and they're coming out in a few days to install a camera and a new security system. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for me. Listen, protect everyone you love in your family. Call ADT now. Have them come out and give you a quote to install a full security system in your home. Don't let it be too late for you. Call right now.
Paid for by the Home Security Hotline. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. That's 800-561-6198.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Jack, what country consumes more pork per capita than any other country on earth?
I wouldn't have known this, and I just read it, but I wouldn't have known.
I'd have said the U.S. just because I thought we eat the most, meat in general of anybody.
China eats half the pork in the whole world, which is amazing.
Well, yeah, they got a hell of a lot of people, too. But, yeah, they eat a tremendous amount of pork. They love hog as much as we do or more. You'd think that would be enough to bring us together.
And people used to raise them in their backyard, but as it gets more urbanized, they aren't raising pigs in their backyards anymore.
Yeah, not only did they want the meat, but they wanted the manure and all sorts of stuff. But so anyway, this coverage in the New York Times is really interesting. The more I read, the more interesting it becomes. They mentioned that in China, there is a shortage of agricultural land. I don't know how that can be. The country is vast, but what they've done as part of their drive to enhance their agricultural competitiveness in China, the communist government, is these giant towers of pigs. They look to be enormous apartment high-rises.
Well, The Guardian has a picture of one that's 12 floors high.
12? I'm looking at one that's 26.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's just gigantic. And I'll read you some of this. The first sows arrived in late September at the hulking 26-story high-rise towering above the rural village in central China. The female pigs were whisked away dozens at a time in industrial elevators to the higher floors where the hogs would reside from insemination to maturity.
Now, I think in California we've gone too far.
It's the title of my autobiography, by the way. From insemination to maturity. Still taking shape.
I feel like in California we've gone too far in that chickens and pigs each get their own 2-bedroom apartment and a personal chef. But I'm thinking they're not treating the animals that great in China.
You know, I've seen some of the pictures. I don't think it's any worse than anything else, any other commercial hog outfit. Although, as you may recall, I saw a video of one of those once, and it almost put me off pork forever.
Almost.
Well, if you knew how much I loved pork, you'd understand that it would, I don't know. If a talking pig came and woke me up at night and lectured me, that would still be a maybe.
You'd eat him in the morning.
Rude, vile pig. You know what I mean? Rude, vile pig. Hello? Get out of Taiwan. Get out of Taiwan. Yeah, we'd like to get out of Taiwan.
That's enough. That's an angry Chinese hog farmer right there.
If a talking pig visited you in the night... Yes. In the morning, you would say, "You seem like a charming chap, but turn around."
It's bacon time. So inside the giant building, which resembles the monolithic housing block seen across China and stands as tall as the London Tower that houses Big Ben, the pigs are monitored on high-definition cameras by uniformed technicians in NASA-like command centers. Each floor operates like a self-contained farm for the different stages of a young pig's life. An area for pregnant pigs, a room for farrowing piglets, spots for nursing, and space for fattening the hogs. So I guess as your hog life progresses, you get moved down floor by floor. And I'll bet the pigs are thinking, hey, what do you figure happens on that bottom floor there? I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. Food is carried on a conveyor belt to the top floor where it's collected in giant tanks that deliver more than 1 million pounds of food a day to the floors below through high-tech feeding tubes. It's amazing.
So I wonder why we haven't done this. Is it only because it would look so bad that we have not done this in the United States? It sounds very efficient, but not necessarily worse for the pig, as you pointed out, but it wouldn't look good. Giant towers of pigs going up in elevators.
Right. Well, and it's impossible to ignore. I mean, because you can see it from miles and miles away, and so it attracts attention. But a pig farm in name, the operation is more like a Foxconn factory for pigs, with the precision required of an iPhone production line. Even pig feces are measured, collected, and repurposed. Roughly 1/4 of the feed will come out as dry excrement that can be repurposed as methane to generate electricity.
Wow.
How about that?
So again, China consumes half of the pork in the entire world. The number of pig farms where people just raise pigs in their own backyards has gone down 75% since just 2007. That's how much China has changed, which we've talked about a lot as the world gave them all these benefits so they could modernize, much to our dismay now, as they're sending us spy balloons and whatnot, hypersonic missiles. But it wasn't very long ago. The average Chinese person was living in a hut with pigs and chickens living in the backyard, dirt roads in some sort of village, and now they're moving to town, and you got pig towers.
Armstrong and Getty.
You.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, true international average of pressure.
This is the Armstrong and Getty Show.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text SERVE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text SERVE to 321321. That's SERVE to 321321.
Rely on us for complete news coverage. We're Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi, folks. This is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
What's up? This is will.i.am. I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer and Providence Health System to let you know that colon cancer affects the Black community at a higher rate. But there's hope. If you're 45 and older, go get a colon cancer screening right now, because it's 91% beatable if detected early. Ask your doctor or go to providence.org/colon cancer to determine which screening option is right for you.
Daisy was abandoned by her family and placed in foster care at 15 years old. Her life was full of uncertainty. She thought she'd never have a permanent place to call home.
Before I was adopted, I felt like I wasn't enough. I had this hole in my heart, and I never knew what I needed to patch that hole. But when my mom asked to adopt me, that hole was closed. It feels so normal now to say that I'm a part of this family. I am surrounded by love. I feel safe. And that hole inside of me is gone. I am whole. I'm finally enough just as I am.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is changing the lives of teenagers at risk of aging out of foster care. Like Daisy, every child deserves a permanent, loving home. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
When disaster strikes.
This is a large, violent tornado.
The intensification of this storm we have never seen before.
Debris started falling out of the sky, pieces of shingle and wood.
Get the latest developments on the ground.
The school is completely destroyed.
Frantic rescuers race to pull children from the rubble.
Every block will be checked for any signs of life or death.
When you can't see the whole picture, let us paint it for you. This is ABC News Radio.
Latrell spent more than 8 years in foster care. His world changed when he was adopted at 15 with help from the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption.
I think about how much we love him, and I wish we could have had him for his entire childhood.
The foundation is changing the lives of thousands of teens waiting in foster care. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
The suspect in the Philadelphia mass shooting Monday night appeared in court today. Kim Brady Carricker is facing more than 30 counts, including murder and attempted murder. 5 people were killed, including Marie Merritt's son, Lashad. She spoke with ABC's Trevor Ault in Philly.
You took my son. You took my baby.
Lashad's mother, Marie, says her son was just headed to the store across the street from home when he was gunned down.
It's like I feel him saying, why me, why me, why me?
The suspect now being held without bail, police still searching for a motive. Americans are heading back from the holiday weekend, driving and flying today. The TSA says the July 4th holiday set records with 10.7 million passengers screened between Thursday and Sunday. Severe storms today could cause delays and cancellations. June holds the record for the warmest air and sea surface temperatures on the planet. Climate scientists say El Nino is a factor and getting stronger, and that it could get even hotter in the months to come. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast. Mainly sunny skies and calm today with highs around 76. Winds out of the east 5 to 10 miles per hour. Clear skies tonight, lows level off around 58. Daytime highs approaching 73 tomorrow. A mix of clouds and sun. Dry with temperatures near average Friday and Saturday and highs in the upper 60s. I'm weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 66 degrees.
Jack Armstrong and Joe Getty. The Armstrong and Getty Show.
I still think that the stories from the fall about your son Hunter were Russian disinformation and a smear campaign, like you said.
Yes. God love you, man. You're a one-horse pony.
Yeah, that's not really a saying there.
So that was from
You're a one-horse pony.
That was from Fox and Friends this morning. So Peter Doocy yelled a couple of Hunter Biden questions at the president. President says, yes, you're a one-horse pony. And then the Fox anchor girl said, that's not really a saying. That's funny. That's funny. We got to hear it again. Come on.
I still think that the stories from the fall about your son Hunter were Russian disinformation and a smear campaign, like you said.
Yes. God love you, man. You're a one-horse pony.
Yeah, that's not really a saying there.
At least they didn't call him a lion dog-faced pony soldier.
Yeah, that's not really a saying.
You're a one-horse pony.
Oh, that's funny.
Wow. A one-horse pony. All right. Roughly two-thirds of voters say they have concerns about President Biden's mental and physical ability to serve a second term, according to an NBC News poll.
Why? Does it ask why? Why do people feel that way? Is it
because he's obviously addled?
Is it because he says things like you're a one-horse pony?
You're a one-horse pony.
Can't help. 68% of voters said they have major or moderate concerns about the 80-year-old president. 32% said they have minor or no real concerns.
If you have no real concerns, you're either an idiot and ought to be a ward of the state, or you're lying. I think it's probably people that are lying. But where are you on the moderate to severe concerns about his age?
Major. I'm definitely major. Yeah, absolutely. I think he is declining mentally and physically. And the idea that, keeping in mind, it's June of 2023 right now. The election is not for, how many months was that?
It's like 5
year and a half-ish. Right. And then several months later, he'd be sworn in for a second term. So we're damn near, I guess it's more a year and a half than 2 years. But
before he starts another term.
Well, right, exactly. And people don't get better from old. Boy, I was old there for a while and senile. Whoo, thank God that went away. Feeling a lot better now. That's not a thing, as the kids say.
I don't know. I hear these advertisements on the radio for various ointments or shark fin pills or whatever that he'll be back.
Viagra?
He'll be back at it and he'll be young and fit as ever.
Sure he will. He's not running, by the way. I stand by that prediction.
Right.
He's not.
70% or roughly is the...
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a lot.
Well, and then you have to add, I have a minor concern about it. Then it's well over 70%.
All right. I think you're lying to yourself.
If you have no real concern?
Well, you can hate Trump as much as you want.
That worship Biden.
That should be the way they phrase it. Look, if you would like to write in blood on this piece of paper, I hate Trump, go ahead. And how do you feel about Biden's mental fitness. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You're a one-horse pony.
Bad I had a Kev care.
I was just reading about the rehab effort around Kamala Harris that they've got going on in the White House. They're really trying to boost her, the way people feel about her in a variety of ways, and they believe they're being successful. I don't know.
They are polishing a you-know-what. Now, I find that expression both disgusting and demeaning. I won't use it, but that is a funny thing to say. We're trying to rehab her image, polish her image. The reality, never mind her image, the reality's as rotten as the image. It's not going to work. You know what? They're going through that to make it look like, for the very small percentage of voters, speaking of voters and their percentages, who would, if she is shoved aside for Gavin Newsom, the percentage of Democrat voters who would say, oh, they were unfair to a woman of color, is very, very small. I think they're trying to neutralize that, if anything. But there's not a Democrat in the land who thinks they ought to run Kamala Harris. Not a one.
So why would I bring up the sex club that Hunter Biden got kicked out of? As I have been saying for quite some time, okay, you've convinced me. I'm not voting for Hunter Biden for president. So some of it is just kind of interesting gossip about the rich and powerful. Some of it is this going to be a determining factor for Joe Biden whether or not he decides to step down? So this guy that owned this sex club, it was in Los Angeles. Is that right, Hanson? An L.A. sex club?
I thought it was New York for some reason.
This
but I
is
don't know.
L.A. Well,
LA,
I mean, he was quite possibly a member of sex clubs on both coasts.
Yeah, I've attended many myself, and it's mainly a coastal thing. I asked in Omaha, but they arrested me.
So they have a strict, don't ask, don't tell, what you see here stays here sort of thing. Obviously, if you're a super expensive sex club, the only way you're going to get high rollers to join or show up is if they think it's going to be on the down low, right? It cost up to $70,000 for a membership to this thing.
Wow.
So they were trying to be $75,000 a year. Memberships ran as high as $75,000 a year for the SNCTM sex club there in Los Angeles. Well, the owner sold it and was no longer affiliated, and then saw Hunter Biden in the news. He had no idea who Hunter Biden was. No, that's the guy we had to kick out. And he's willing to say it out loud because he didn't own it anymore, which I'm not sure is very cool, but I don't know what his politics are. Anyway, Hunter got kicked out for grabbing women's behinds, says the owner. On their first and only visit, Hunter acted so rude to upscale female members, grabbing women's asses, it says here, and other behavior that went against the club's rules. I don't know how you feel about this. It's on the sign. It's a sex club. These women are working here to what is I don't know, what are the rules? The owner asked him to leave and banned him from future events. One of the club rules was always ask before you touch, it says here. When I told Hunter he had to leave, that people were complaining about his behavior, he was belligerent and acted like a spoiled child, but did not leave. He did not know who Hunter was until seeing the story of his laptop in the New York Post. At the time of Biden's visit, the owner wasn't certain who he was or which prominent family he belonged to. You'd probably just assume it was a prominent family or you really, really like sex clubs and have saved all your pennies to try to make sure you could get into this place.
Well, and the person who set up his going in there said there's going to be a guy coming from a very prominent political family. Lots of money.
So then how does that factor into this other story that's out today from Byron York, who's just reading the stuff that's out about the whistleblowers, the IRS whistleblower people? And Byron York wanted to point out of the Washington Examiner that all this news coverage about, hey, Hunter paid his back taxes, every time you hear the story about how Hunter Biden owed however many hundreds of thousands of dollars in back taxes, actually the total number was $2.2 million, but for some reason when it filters through the mainstream media, it ends up being a couple $100,000. They always mention which he paid. Well, the transcripts from the whistleblowers says, yeah, he did pay it, but who paid it? And It was paid back by a wealthy Hollywood lawyer, Kevin Morris, who paid Hunter Biden's back taxes, and the arrangement was a loan, in quotes, with payments due to start sometime in 2025. And, there's no guarantee the guy's going to hold them to that. Does the sex club play a role, as some has suggested, in people wanting to come forward, or any of the other lifestyle stuff that Hunter Biden had going on? I'm sure he hung out with other prominent people when he was doing some of the stuff he was doing, and not all of them might want that out in the open, depending on their reputation in a town or whether they're married or not, or who knows what.
So you think they're paying him off or something? Or I'm not sure I follow.
I think you would have a reason to want to get Hunter Biden out of trouble if you were one of his buddies and hung out with him all the time, and you rolled with his lifestyle. And knowing the kind of guy he was, I think. I don't know. Well, what's your suggestion as to why the rich Hollywood lawyer paid tons of money in back taxes with a loan that starts sometime in the future?
I think it's just the powerful associations in Democratic politics. Hollywood moguls, huge donators to the left. They all know each other. They're all buddies.
And why would
somebody made a call and said, "Hey, we got to get him out of trouble. Can you front the cash? We'll do this for you." Who knows?
And we got to get him out of trouble. Why? Because they just think it looks bad for the president.
Well, yeah, the president of the United States is asking you to.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. You think that that's an actual ask that comes from higher up?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm just wondering what your guess
buddies.
is.
I've never heard of this guy, so I don't feel like I know enough to guess.
Morris gave him even more money, approximating $800,000, bringing Morris's total payoff of Hunter Biden's tax liabilities to the full $2.2 million owed.
Generous fellow.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I've got some friends. I've got some good friends. I know some people who are really great people. Some of them have money. They're not doing that.
The Morris money would serve as a roadblock to the IRS agents who wanted to prosecute Hunter Biden. The payment could make it harder for prosecutors to win a conviction or a long sentence for tax-related offenses, according to tax law experts. So just keeping him out of jail to be as a favor to the Biden family. I mean, you don't do this because you're friends, do you? You do it because you're going to get something, you think?
I would think so, yeah. It all stinks to me. Why doesn't Hunter just crank out 5 or 6 more pictures?
Paintings?
More paintings. He was getting up to $500,000 each there for a cup of coffee. Is he still? Is anybody reporting on that? Is he still painting?
And how about the lack of coverage around the fact that, you're going to do the whole rich need to pay their fair share as part of your stump speech your whole dang life and base so much of your campaign around it. But when your own super rich kid stiffs the U.S. government for $2.2 million, that's not an issue that the media thinks is least interesting on any level?
While Joe Biden is demanding that, quote unquote, the rich should pay their fair share and talking about raising taxes in all sorts of ways, go ahead and raise them. Hunter won't pay them anyway.
Yeah, so that applies to who? Other people who think they should pay their taxes, but not Hunter Biden? I mean, that's not interesting to anybody in the news.
No.
That the candidate of the rich people are getting away with it and screwing everybody else, your son, okay. And this is not even being disputed that he didn't pay his taxes because it's indisputable.
No. Right. A lot of people calling the plea deal foul from top to bottom, too. But a lot of controversy about that.
Nice to have a friend that'll step in if you're $2.2 million in arrears with the IRS and pay it for you with a loan that you're going to pay back starting years from now.
Yeah, that's very odd. Very interesting. What are the terms of that loan?
I don't know. I can't even imagine what this guy is supposed to be getting out of the government for this.
If the POTUS is going to be eternally grateful to me, I'll think of something.
No kidding.
Armstrong and Getty.
This is the day that we say
you're about to open a pit of hell.
The Bobcat, take my wife. A Bobcat.
Whoa. Hang on, guys.
Obviously, this does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Well, Lottie frickin' God.
Okay.
Come on.
That was quite entertaining. That was really cool.
It makes no sense.
This country is going to be in big trouble.
I'm gonna call my lawyer. Gonna.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
When's the last time you checked the legal title to your home? What if your home's title, the document that proves you own your home, is in some criminal's name? That's home title theft. Our home's titles are online. Once a criminal forges your signature, it's a race against time to stop him before he takes out loans against your home, or worse, sells it. When's the last time you checked your home's title? Our partners at Home Title Lock demonstrated how criminals do it. In minutes, they found the titles to homes belonging to our staff with forged signatures saying our staff had sold them their homes. Some criminal was now the owner. It's shocking, but Home Title Lock helps shut it down. That's what they do better than anyone. How do you know some criminal hasn't taken over the title to your home? Find out for free with sign up when you use promo code RADIO at HomeTitleLock.com. That's promo code RADIO at HomeTitleLock.com. And your first 30 days of protection are free. Do this today at HomeTitleLock.com.
Do you have the right amount of insurance coverage? If you only purchase the minimum required by law, a coverage gap can cause a big financial headache if you need to make a claim. That's why National Insurance Day on June 28th is the perfect opportunity to perform your annual insurance tune-up. If you want to shop around for the best insurance coverage, you can make a lot of phone calls, check a lot of websites, or simply get multiple bids all at once. Guaranteed Rates Insurance Marketplace is a convenient one-stop platform to compare and purchase home, auto, life, and other insurance policies from more than 50 top-rated carriers. This is another example of the way Guaranteed Rate provides innovative solutions to the big challenges consumers face. For a faster, easier, and more reliable way to buy insurance online and also speak with an agent, visit rate.com/insurance. That's rate.com/insurance.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
Ever wonder how the credit card companies make their money? Well, think about this. If you owe $25,000 on 5 different credit cards and you make your minimum payments every month, here's what it's going to cost you. Are you sitting down? You'll shell out over $13,000 in additional interest, and it's going to take over 13 years to pay off your original $25,000 balance. That's how they make money. Now it's your turn to fight back by calling the Debt Solutions Network. We'll work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. We promise we can and will reduce your debt. Call right now for a free 15-minute debt analysis.
800-932-5112. 800-932-5112. 800-932-5112. That's 800-932-5112.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
What you're listening to now is the Armstrong and Getty Show, but make sure to check out our many podcasts.
There's Armstrong and Getty Extra Large, featuring interviews with interesting people. There's Armstrong and Getty Select Cuts. That's short highlights from the radio show. And Armstrong and Getty One More Thing, featuring stuff you don't hear on the radio show ever.
All are free, and all are available on the iHeart app or wherever you like to download your podcasts.
I also came across this. The real secret to the Simpson family's prosperity is that Springfield runs on cheap, clean nuclear power. I found that hilarious for some reason.
That is dryly hilarious, yes. A quick word from our friends at HelloFresh. And HelloFresh want you to have it all. Free time and fresh, tasty food. That's why they take care of the planning, shopping, and deliver the ingredients, so everything you need to whip up a delicious meal arrives right to your door.
It is peak time for summer produce, and HelloFresh makes sure you get all the best picks all season long. Their ingredients travel from the farm to your door in less than 7 days for peak freshness.
And are you interested in staying fresh and fit? HelloFresh makes it easy to reach your goals with their fresh and fit recipes.
When it comes to dinner, everyone wants to have options. Well, HelloFresh gets that, and that's why they offer 40 recipes to choose from every week, so you'll never get bored.
And when you need to get dinner on the table quickly, HelloFresh's fast and fresh recipes are ready in just 15 minutes or less. Sign up today for 50% off plus free shipping with the code Armstrong50 at HelloFresh.com/Armstrong50. You can quit anytime you want. We love it, though, and you're going to, too. That's the code Armstrong50 at HelloFresh.com/Armstrong50.
So I was listening to a podcast yesterday with one of my favorite thinkers, talkers, writers. And anyway, he throws out a Hume quote. David Hume, the philosopher, Enlightenment philosopher from way back in the day.
Good man, fine man, David Hume.
That a lot of our founding fathers read and, learned from. Anyway, the short version of the quote that you probably hear thrown around on a regular basis is that reason is a slave to passion. And I was thinking about that in the context of where we are, with a lot of things right now. And so I went to the longer quote. Reason is, and ought only to be, the slave of passions, and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them.
Wow, so he's calling out humanity.
He's just saying, look, it's just a thing, man. If you're really, emotional about something, it is going to overwhelm the reason part of your brain.
And that happens all the time, he seems to be saying.
And it happens all the time.
We need to design systems that restrain passions.
Right. It's a little, I was like, how dare you? I was a little offended by him saying that 300 years ago or whatever it was.
How dare you, sir?
How dare you claim that? I can't just, my beliefs aren't just pure logic and life experience coming together in one well-reasoned form.
How dare you?
Well, mine are. He was talking about humanity in general, not we, the upper echelon.
Reason can never pretend to be any other office than to serve and obey passion. I think that should be said like at the beginning of, every meeting or every State of the Union address or something. I think it would help us all.
Okay, you take your shot at translating it into modern talk, and I'll translate it. I'll take a shot too. What's your take on it?
Well, in the context of the podcast I was listening to, it was talking about the polarization that we've got with our politics today, where people, different people can look at the same story about Trump or Biden and have plenty of evidence, but you find a way because your passion is, I like this guy or hate this guy, overwhelms or ignores various things to get to the conclusion that your passion wants.
Right. Well, that's clear. It's funny. Next hour, I was going to do this feature on why everybody lies so much. What's the psychology behind it, politically speaking? And it's super interesting. And it falls right along with Hume's thinking.
Right. Well, what is your modern translation of this, sir?
If you're actually going to say it before meetings of the Senate or what have you, I guess I would say, when people get stirred up, they say crazy stuff. And that's not going to get us anywhere. So let's all stay calm.
Well, I think it's worse than say crazy stuff. Believe crazy stuff.
Right.
Believe stuff that doesn't make sense with your own facts in your head.
Well, and there's an appeal in certain, quarters of progressive America that we ought to abandon logic and data completely and just go with passions.
Oh, my God.
That's my truth.
Oh, my God. That's our only hope.
Armstrong and Getty.
What in God's name?
It's 100 on the crazy meter.
Well, that bad it kept fair.
Man, that makes my soul bleed.
That's insane.
It's a little too much donkey talk.
Unacceptable!
The reality is
things are getting weird, and they're getting weird fast.
Okay.
This is
We're the talk of the peninsula. Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, FM 101.7 and 101.3.
Believe that they caught this shooter in the act. They know who it is, and this shooting was carried out knowingly and deliberately. What they say they're still focused on and figuring out a motive here. Why this shooter allegedly opened fire on all these people, seemingly firing at random. That's a question that's still looming large with the police department here and also with the community itself.
The Gun Violence Archive, which tracks mass shootings, logged 17 mass shootings nationwide this holiday weekend. Between Friday and this morning, 18 people were killed, 102 people injured. An update on the white powder White House.
The Secret Service now says that the white powdery substance found in the West Wing area of the White House is confirmed to be cocaine. There's an ongoing investigation into how it got here and who brought it. President Biden was not at the White House when the substance was discovered. White House officials are not commenting on this incident, referring all questions to the Secret Service. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
President Biden hosts Sweden's prime minister today at the White House. The meeting, a show of support for Sweden's entry into the NATO alliance. Russia's attacks in Ukraine will be on the agenda too. The Kremlin signaling Russian officials are talking about a possible prisoner swap with the U.S. ABC's Ian Pannell on what we're learning.
American consular officials visiting Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, a U.S. citizen detained in Russia on espionage charges that his newspaper and the U.S. say are bogus. At the same time he was being visited, Russian consular officials reportedly visiting Vladimir Dunayev, a Russian imprisoned in the U.S.
You're listening to ABC News.
Paid actor, not a real customer. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 44-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Welcome to Ethos, a new kind of insurance company that believes life insurance should be hassle-free, affordable, and accessible for everyone.
For around $1 a day, I got a 20-year, $250,000 term life insurance policy without a medical exam. All I had to do was answer a few health questions and snap, family protected. It was quick and easy. Ethos is 100% online. I got a quote in seconds, applied in minutes, and got coverage in hours. Just answer a few health questions. No medical exam, no blood tests, no hassle. Look, nobody wants to plan for the unthinkable, but it would be so much worse to not plan at all. So don't put it off. It feels great having the peace of mind knowing that my family is protected.
Ethos, the 100% online hassle-free way to get affordable life insurance. Don't wait. Get your free online quote now at ethoslife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
Another mass shooting, this one in Shreveport, Louisiana, killing 4 people at a 4th of July event. City Councilwoman Tabitha Taylor with a message to the shooter.
You will not get away with this. You will not get away with this. What you have done is traumatized this community.
No arrests have been made yet. Today, Israeli forces withdrawing from the Jenin refugee camp, a West Bank militant stronghold, but warning that forces could return.
The raid that Israel says was targeting terrorist infrastructure left 1 Israeli soldier and 12 Palestinians dead and more than 100 people injured. Jenin has long been seen as a hotbed of extremist activity, but it is also home to thousands of civilians, many of them forced from their homes and left without power in the midst of this 2-day raid.
The military operation in the occupied territory was the largest in nearly 2 decades. And in Maryland today, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin swearing in 85 new recruits at Fort Meade. The enlistees hailing from the various branches of the U.S. military. Lloyd Austin also noting that it has been 50 years since the U.S. military became a voluntary force. Austin again at Fort Meade. This is ABC News.
Solving mysteries is hard. Streaming them isn't. We need to know what happened.
There's someone else pulling the strings here.
This month, get in touch with your inner detective and stream the best selection of British mysteries during Mystery Month on BritBox.
That is interesting.
Watch entire series of fan favourites, including the newest seasons of Luther, Silent Witness, Father Brown, Vera, and more.
My lips are sealed.
No one does mystery like the Brits. Start streaming now with a free trial at BritBox.com.
I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. McCrory Carpet One. Fire ripped through a condo in Mount Lake Terrace Monday night, taking the life of an elderly mom and her adult daughter. Family members say they'd spent time with the women earlier in the evening, and when they returned from watching a fireworks display, the home was in flames. They say the two women had mobility issues and may have been asleep or watching TV when the fire broke out. They say the women were dearly loved and will be very missed.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast. Sunny skies today with daytime highs approaching 77. East winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows level off around 55. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Tomorrow, highs level off around 74. Dry with temperatures near average Friday and Saturday and highs in the upper 60s. I'm weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 68 degrees.
From the Abraham Lincoln Radio Studio at the George Washington Broadcast Center, Jack Armstrong and Joe Getty.
Armstrong and Getty.
I wanted to do something on Memorial Day, family-wise, just something. I came up with the idea of a hike. We'd go for a hike. Weather was going to be glorious. I didn't even remember that my kids have never been on an official hike. I mean, we've gone camping and done various things and walked, but not like you look up a hiking trail, it's X miles long, and you bring a backpack with water and sunscreen and all that sort of stuff. So I picked a hike, and I didn't want one that was too easy because I've been on a number of hikes in my life. They were just too freaking easy, especially if you're a 13-year-old boy and an 11-year-old boy with lots of energy. They're like a big, clear, flat path. Sometimes they're even paved. And
it's a walk.
It's a walk.
Yeah.
It's a walk. It's just a step above a mall walk. It's a mall walk with a nicer view, which is fine. It has its place. I'll bet the average age of hikers is on the older end. Like my mom and dad do a lot of walking over there, so I think they cater to that crowd a lot, which is fine. But I wanted something more challenging than that. I didn't want to like free climb Yosemite or something like that, but I wanted a little more challenging than that. Well, I overshot by a lot, and I've done a fair amount of hiking in my life. This was the most grueling hike I've ever been on, and it wasn't a good introduction for the first hike. Partially because all of the little bridges that took you apart across like ravines and creeks and stuff like that were burnt out in the big fires in California, and so now you had to just find a way to traverse it on foot.
Oh,
and it was relatively difficult. And the path was really overgrown because the bridges were burnt down. There, nobody's been hiking these trails, and so it was really, really difficult to stay on the path and figure out where it was. And it was really overgrown with weeds and stuff.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. Oh man. He's got the trail fever, folks.
Yeah, I got trail fever. So I also made a very poor choice footwear-wise. I don't have any hiking boots at this point in my life, and I wore some work boots that are completely flat on the bottom.
Oh.
And walking on the long grass that is dead and bent over flat, walking with the flat shoes, it was like walking on ice. I mean, I'm from the Midwest. I know it was like walking on ice where you'll take a step and just all of a sudden, whoop, your feet go out and you're on your back. I mean, that's the way it is walking on slippery ice. It was like this on this grass, except it was like next to cliffs, and I was really worried that I was going to go whoop, and go rolling down the cliff and, be landing on the rocks or whatever. And
oh my God, that sounds terrifying.
Yeah, luckily my kids had better shoes on and they did not fall at all, but I fell a bunch and it was really hard. And my kids were complaining and wanting to go back the whole time, and I kept talking about building character and not quitting and all these different things. It was a 4.7-mile total hike. And I don't know how much of it we did. Maybe 3 miles. Actually had to turn back. I fell 9 times, which is a lot of times to fall down. I mean, completely to the ground, either flat on my back or flat on my stomach, fall down. And as the numbers grew, as I got up to like fall number 7 of landing flat on my tailbone, and I would just lay there and groan and think, I would say, go on without me, leave me here. It was although I did tell them at one point, you'll be talking about this in 40 years. I guarantee you. When you're 53 and you're 51, you're going to get together for some family something or other, and you'll be laughing about this, even though it's miserable right now. Sam had so many foxtails in his socks and down in his shoes that his feet were bleeding by the time we got back to the truck.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was just not pleasant. Not pleasant.
My.
So I weigh over, and they both say they never want to hike again, and I've ruined one of the great recreations of all time. So I'll have to, I don't know, present. They said I would have to pay them to go on another hike, so I might literally pay them to go on a better hike to reintroduce them to hiking.
Do you remember what the trail was rated? Of course, it was probably rated before the bridges burnt out.
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Brutality.
Poor choice. And a friend of mine suggested that I get a walking stick, which she said sounds a lot nicer than cane in terms of something.
Yeah. Well, nice job.
Do you know how many times 9 times is to fall completely to the ground? That's a lot of times to fall.
As an older fella? Yeah.
Or of any age.
He had a fall. Then he had 8 more.
Oh, God. We were so beat up by the time we got back to the truck. We got in the truck and we all just sat there for a while. We were so beat up in so much pain and tired and worn out and discouraged. We could barely move to get to a restaurant where we ate giant ice cream cones to try to soothe ourselves.
Wow. Nothing more soothing than a giant ice cream cone.
Maybe the next walk will be the, wide, paved, flat mall walk that my parents enjoy doing.
Yeah. Wow. Nice death march, Dad.
Yeah, that's what Henry said going to bed last night. He said, that was like military camp. Why did you do that to us? You've probably had this situation, though, as we were going along. Things got a little snipey in the family, more than I would like. A little,
yes.
Little people not, little complaining, then me, enough complaining. Let's have a positive attitude. You made us go on this stupid hike, that sort of thing. Henry at one point said, this is really testing our family.
Wow. Well, part of my kids' childhood was the goats and sheep that they send around to eat down all of the grasslands because they're so fire prone in the summertime. Obviously, no matter where you live, wildfires are a problem in California. Well, some of the communists, well-known suspects behind a lot of the evil doing in California for the last several years, are now trying to screw that up, which is going to cause innumerable deaths from fires. But we'll let William LaGenessa of Fox News explain what's going on. Let's start with 65, Michael.
Oceanside, California. 200 goats hired by San Diego Gas and Electric clear brush under power lines ahead of fire season. The livestock are a popular eco-friendly alternative to bulldozers or chemicals. This could end, however, under a bill backed by the California Labor Federation that turns goat herders into hourly farm workers, paid time and a half even when they're not working. But former Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez, who sponsored the law, says it's about protecting workers.
To make sure that the workers who are associated with it aren't being abused, that they're not being taken advantage of, that they, in fact, are being treated fairly.
What the hell is wrong with you people? There are people with goats willing to do this, clearly, by supply and demand standards. You can see it right in front of your eyes, but you want to get in the way of that. Why?
She's a Marxist. This is the gal who got AB 5 going, the notorious California law, which made it illegal to be a gig worker, illegal to be a freelancer, an actor, a musician, the Uber drivers, although anybody who had enough political clout to get themselves written out of the bill did. But it's an effort to get everybody into the freaking SEIU, the big union. That's what she's all about. She is a union money grubbing, just viper. If you know, in my opinion. Clip 67, Michael.
We're all about fairness. We don't want to lose these people.
Johnny Gonzalez owns 2,000 goats. Most companies like his bring herders here on visas, typically from Peru, and are paid about $4,000 a month, plus room, food, and phone. But if the union bill goes through, their pay will jump to $14,000 a month, more than most can afford.
By January 1 of 24, if we cannot fix the current legislation, we will be forced to sell these goats to slaughter and to the auction yards, and we'll be forced out of business and probably file for bankruptcy.
There you go. So these guys come from Peru. They're making $50,000 a year, plus room and board and a phone. They're thrilled with it. And I've watched these operations. When there's nothing to do, the sheepdogs take care of it all. And these guys sleep or, fix fences necessary or what have you. But there's not all that much to do until it's time to move the fences. Then they put in probably a pretty good long day. Then they go sleep.
And so you're going to make it too expensive to exist.
Exactly. You're going to put them all out of business and or unionize. And again, so lots and lots of people out of business, a bunch of businesses end, wildfires destroy property and kill people. That's Lorena Gonzalez for you. She's evil. EVIL, all caps.
Or do they believe that the market won't adjust the other side of it? I was talking to my kids about this with minimum wage and everything. Like, they had this conversation the other day about, why it works for McDonald's now to have these automated computer systems that you walk in, touch screens, to order your food. Well, they finally made it expensive enough to hire a human being, and the computers got cheap enough to, just do the computer then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Well, she's a committed, I'm trying to come up with the right word that won't get us in trouble. She's a dedicated socialist, Marxist, union goon. And all about everybody having to be in unions, which will give them enormous power and wealth. And that's how she makes a living. Plus, I believe she's a committed Marxist.
Even the San Francisco Chronicle, though, when they raised the minimum wage the last time, had articles about coffee shops and bookstores that were going to have to close because they only had a couple employees. They're small operations. You couldn't stay open at the wage they were going to be forced to pay. As Tim Sanford always says, you're making certain jobs illegal.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
You're making it illegal for me to say, I give you $12 worth of value per hour. I like this work. I'm happy with that wage. You're making it illegal for me to do that.
Right. I'm either young or a retiree, or this is my second job. I'm willing to do this for this wage. It's great for me. You made it illegal for me to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
Because you've got to pay everybody who can fog a mirror a quote-unquote living wage. If they bring you $3 of value per hour, you've got to pay them $15 per hour because everybody who does anything should make enough to support a household. Since when? According to whom?
And now there's a movement for the individual goats to get paid $15 an hour and get free community college to start with. That'll become a 4-year college before you know it.
And then the goat vote.
Then the goats will have the vote. We'll be paying for their abortions.
We've got to get the animal rights people involved because they're going to slaughter all these goats. They're not going to give them a car and $10,000 to get their lives started. They're going to freaking kill them and eat them.
Jack Armstrong and Joe Getty. The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Paid actor, not a real customer. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 44-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Welcome to Ethos, a new kind of insurance company that believes life insurance should be hassle-free, affordable, and accessible for everyone.
For around $1 a day, I got a 20-year, $250,000 term life insurance policy without a medical exam. All I had to do was answer a few health questions and snap, family protected. It was quick and easy. Ethos is 100% online. I got a quote in seconds, applied in minutes, and got coverage in hours. Just answer a few health questions. No medical exam, no blood tests, no hassle. Look, Nobody wants to plan for the unthinkable, but it would be so much worse to not plan at all. So don't put it off. It feels great having the peace of mind knowing that my family is protected.
Ethos, the 100% online hassle-free way to get affordable life insurance. Don't wait. Get your free online quote now at ethoslife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
The 4th of July is an important holiday for all Americans. Hi, this is Joe Cordell of the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. For some husbands, however, in troubled marriages, holidays are marked more by hardship than harmony. If you're such a guy and considering divorce, know all your options, including alternatives to divorce. We advise, we advocate, and when necessary, we litigate.
For matters in Idaho, visit CordellCordell.com. 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Suite 500, Boise, Idaho, 83702.
A leading file transfer service recently announced a breach that might have exposed millions of individuals' driver's license information. Want to help protect yourself against identity theft? Join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock uses proprietary technology to help detect identity threats and alert you if your information is being used. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but if there's a problem, LifeLock's identity restoration specialists will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
We've traded clouds for sunshine, and Price Ford is bringing you 0% interest on several of our best-selling vehicles. Hi, folks. This is Mark Oster.
And Abigail.
If interest rates are a concern, Price Ford has you covered. New Mustangs are now at 0% APR. That's both the EcoBoost and GT. The new Ford Edge, Escape, and Escape Hybrid, Explorer, F-150 gas trucks, all coming in at 0% APR. Several other programs apply, and the savings is tremendous. Put your interest rate concerns to rest at Price Ford.
Back-to-back winners of the best customer service and best dealership on the peninsula.
Stop in and visit with one of our amazing staff, see what you've been missing, and park a new Ford in your driveway at 0% interest. We've got a lot of incredible inventory to choose from. Hurry in for the best selection. Price Ford, next to Walmart in Port Angeles.
Let me do this part. Always right on the price.
Close enough.
We gather together in communities across the nation to remember and honor, to celebrate and support, to light the night. Join us as we lift our lanterns high in order to move toward a world free of blood cancers. Join us as we light the night for a loved one. Join us. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Our mission is to cure leukemia, lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, and myeloma. Our aim is to improve the quality of life of patients and their families. Join us. We are LLS, and when we walk, cancer runs. Join your community and help bring light to the darkness of cancer. Join us as we light the night. Find your local event at lightthenight.org. That's lightthenight.org.
It's a tough housing market for everyone, even investors. Redfin analyzed records across 40 of the most populous metro areas in the U.S. and found investor home purchases fell a record 49% year over year in the first quarter. But Redfin finds investors are still buying a larger share of homes than they were before the pandemic.
Got an event? Make it special with live classic hits from Black Diamond Junction. The band voted best on the peninsula the past 7 years in a row.
We hired BDJ for our anniversary party. Their classic hits were so good and kept all generations of our guests dancing.
What a great band and the best entertainers. We had them for an event and won't hesitate to bring them back again. No question.
BDJ made our annual family and friends party the best ever. So professional and great to work with.
Get more info at blackdiamondjunction.com or Black Diamond Junction on Facebook and Instagram.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
From the Department of Critical Thinking, I guess. And, you know, some people I think are just born better at it than others. I try to get better at it, but I found both intriguing. First of all, this was sent along by alert listener Mike, and I appreciate it very much, Mike. It's about data and its usefulness and how you get it and how you interpret it. During World War II, fighter planes would come back from battle with bullet holes. The Allies found the areas that were most commonly hit by enemy fire. They sought to strengthen the most commonly damaged parts of the planes to reduce the number that were shot down. A mathematician, Abraham Wald, pointed out that perhaps there was another way to look at the data. Perhaps the reason certain areas of the plane weren't covered in bullet holes was that planes that were shot in those areas did not return. This insight led to the armor being reinforced on the parts of the plane where there weren't as many bullet holes on the planes that returned.
Fascinating. What a fascinating way to look at things.
I had the light bulb go on myself.
Wow.
The story behind the data is arguably more important than the data itself.
Oh,
and more
absolutely.
precisely, the reason behind why we are missing certain pieces of data may be more meaningful than the data we have.
That's a good one right there.
That is a good one, isn't it? Moving along. This is the fabulous Kevin Williamson writing his weekly column-y thing for the Dispatch. Economics for English Majors is a little section that he does every week, and I always find intriguing. The headline from the Wall Street Journal, whose editors should know better, is, quote, wage gains lag behind inflation for another year. If the wage gains were less than inflation, then there weren't any wage gains at all. There were wage losses. A very useful concept in economics is the real wages, real GDP, real median household income over time, etc. Real simply means adjusted for inflation. And if you aren't adjusted for inflation, then you're not in the realm of the real.
Nope.
And I think we all kind of get this, but I love this description. Money, properly understood, is basically a record-keeping system. Manipulating the records does not change the real world. If you have 100 apples and they cost $10 on Tuesday, but cost $20 on Wednesday, you're not twice as wealthy in apple terms as you were the day before, only in dollar terms. And you can't bake a dollar pie. For the most part, I don't care if the increased dollar value of my stock portfolio reflects some underlying economic reality, although in the long run it must. We don't think about that sort of thing too much. But the real economy is not made up of dollars. It is made up of apples and wheat and labor and engineering services and magazine articles and all the things we make and do that add up to economic output. A great deal of modern economic policy is oriented toward trying to monkey with the record-keeping system in some clever way. But in the end, what matters is how much wheat you grow, how much work you can do, the efficacy of the software you develop, etc. When the record-keeping system becomes too disconnected with the underlying economic reality, as when, for instance, you send a huge pile of money out of the federal coffers at a time when economic production is in fact stagnant or declining, then you end up with problem inflation like we have now. Shunting money into the economy does not in and of itself add to the number of acres under cultivation or increase the available workforce or induce innovation and creativity. Making money cheaper makes it easier to access credit, which is beneficial to entrepreneurs and young firms. But another way of looking at it is that a policy of artificially cheap money is a tax on savers and a subsidy for debtors.
Oh.
That's
hurts.
a policy you can follow for a long time, but the correction, which are probably only beginning to really experience these days, can be painful. It is a tax on savers and a subsidy on debtors.
The first part about the apples, remember the other day I was talking about how my kids got a chunk of money for Christmas, and I thought, God, that's a lot of money. How much? Mm-hmm. And so I used my inflation calculator on my phone to go back to like when I was their age to figure out what that would have been to get a more realistic, because I still have a warped view of what money is, I'd say. I haven't kept up with inflation, and it completely changed the way I look at it.
So, and then he gets to, I think, the most important part of this. Get back to the whole taxing savers and subsidizing debtors thing. It sounds a lot to me like doing some meth so you can do an all-nighter and get the job done, whatever the job is. Might work in the short term, but oh, man, you're playing with fire. So anyway, his conclusion, I think, is brilliant. Brilliant. What we need is an economic policy that is oriented toward the real economy, rather than a policy that's oriented toward trying to goose the economy through government spending during slow times. But that's harder to do because when it comes to things like fixing the schools, developing an intelligent energy policy, and providing a stable, long-term regulatory and tax regime for investors so they know what to expect, it's much easier and more politically juicy to run willy-nilly from one thing to the next, lurching from crisis to crisis and policy to policy, as though the lurching were not a big part of the problem to begin with. Stable policy. Smart, long-term thinking, stable policy is the best thing you can do for any economy. And our political culture, it expects and causes the opposite. What can we do about it? I don't know.
Armstrong and Getty.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
The North Peninsula's news. The North Peninsula's talk. Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
Welcome back to Total Wine. What brings you in today?
Hey, Ruthie. I need help filling the ultimate beach cooler.
Well, we have the most hard seltzers and amazing canned cocktails anywhere, like High Noon, Cutwater, White Claw, Truly, Topo Chico, Jack Daniels and Coke, Neutral Vodka Seltzer, and Cayman Jack Zero Sugar Margarita in cans.
Wow. I'm going to be the king of the cooler.
And we have them at the lowest prices in town. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, be 21.
There's a right way and a wrong way to fight off mosquitoes. Karate chopping the air, in a public place, in front of your kids, and their friends,
Mom,
is the wrong way. Using STEM mosquito repellent is the right way. STEM effectively repels mosquitoes by harnessing active ingredients found in plants, like lemongrass and peppermint, making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
When you can find everything you need at prices you can afford, that's totally Target. It's that feeling when quality Good and Gather ingredients on the barbecue bring family around the table. Or when favorite day after practice snacks let you celebrate the whole team for less. It's when saving more on Up and Up sunscreen means more fun in the sun. And when Target Circle Rewards program gives you more perks on what you buy most and is always free to join, that's totally Target.
Here's how we long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
If you're taking a calcium supplement, it's probably not doing what you think it is. That's because you still lose bone density with traditional calcium supplements. That's where calcium from algae comes in. AlgaeCal Plus doesn't just stop bone loss. It's the only supplement ever shown to increase bone density in clinical studies. That's right, AlgaeCal Plus increases bone density, even if you're in your 80s. That's because your bones need more than just calcium and vitamin D to stay strong. There are actually 13 minerals and 3 vitamins needed to build healthy new bone, and AlgaeCal Plus contains all of them, and it's proudly made in the USA. Your calcium doesn't increase bone density. AlgaeCal Plus does. Talk to one of our bone health consultants today and see how AlgaeCal Plus can start increasing your bone density. Call now.
800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. That's 800-395-7074.
A lot of us don't like Mondays, and now there's new reason for the Monday blues. British researchers say the most serious types of heart attacks are more likely to happen on Monday than any other day of the week. Studies suggest heart attacks may happen more often on Mondays due to the change in sleep cycles following the weekend.
A Philadelphia community devastated by the mass shooting over the holiday. The suspect accused of killing 5 people charged today in court. That incident, just one of a rash of shooting sprees that marred the 4th of July weekend nationwide.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, there were 17 mass shootings over the holiday weekend. 18 people were killed and 102 were injured.
We are begging Congress to protect lives and do something about America's gun problem.
That's Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney speaking after a shooter used an AR-15 to open fire in the city Monday night. Ann Flaherty, ABC News, Washington.
A spokesperson for the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet says the U.S. stopped Iran from seizing 2 oil tankers near the Strait of Hormuz today. Iran's Navy reportedly firing shots at one of the ships, Iran denying the incident. A federal judge blocking the Biden administration from asking social media companies to address misinformation posted on their platforms. The Louisiana judge says it violates free speech. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast. Sunny skies today with daytime highs approaching 77. East winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Clear skies and quiet again tonight. Lows level off around 55. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Tomorrow, highs level off around 74. Dry with temperatures near average Friday and Saturday and highs in the upper 60s. I'm weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 68 degrees.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Barack Obama said something on a podcast that got a fair amount of attention over the weekend about Republican candidates in race. Then Tim Scott was on Fox News Sunday yesterday to respond to that. Let's hear both of those.
I think there is a long history of African American or other minority candidates within the Republican Party who will validate America and say everything's great and we can all make it.
There's no higher compliment to be attacked by President Obama. Whenever the Democrats feel threatened, they drag out the former president and have him make some negative comments about someone running, hoping that their numbers go down. Here is what people need to know. The truth of my life disproves the lies of the radical left. You talk about addressing the issue of poverty. My opportunity zones have seen more than $50 billion go into the poorest, hardest hit communities in this country. The majority of them are minority. Think about the HBCU funding that in his administration, he totally missed it. We took the funding for HBCUs to the highest level in the history of the country, and then we made it permanent. And the radical left and the teachers' unions refuse to allow quality education in big blue cities. I support school choice because I support common sense. The radical left and President Obama, they have failed, and they have failed.
So Barack Obama is saying candidates of color or Republicans say everything's great. No,
I've never heard a black Republican say that.
No, nobody's saying that. Yeah. But denying there's been unbelievable progress, which was a point he made in a speech when he was president. Well,
sure, repeatedly.
Great speech he made one time. Remember, what was that? What was the incident that brought that about? He gave a great speech about people from his father's generation. I don't think he used his father because his father lived in Kenya. But that generation, not recognizing all the progress that had been made. But, now he's helping campaign for other Democrats. So nobody's making that claim. And then Tim Scott saying, you can't tell me that I didn't do what I did in the United States of America. Later in that answer, he also says, by the way, you're a black guy who got elected twice with the highest approval rating of anybody since Eisenhower. So what?
The game is fixed against you. You can't win. Give up. You're a loser.
One of the knocks on Tim Scott, and he demonstrated it right there, he's got I'm a senator disease. He used several terms there that nobody knows what they mean, unless you're also a U.S. senator. Talking about opportunity zones and the HCUV or whatever. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, that's senator talk.
Yeah, interesting. You would think, given his background, he could, get that in check. He could remind himself.
Reminds me of John Kerry used to do that all the time when he was running for president. throwing out various terms and committees and bills and stuff like we all are fixated on those the way they are.
Yeah.
Okay, we got another clip. Is this Tim Scott? More Tim Scott? More Tim Scott.
There is a way for us to alleviate poverty, not by race, but by the statistics themselves. That's what America stands for. And if anyone should be standing and shouting at the mountaintops that America is not a racist country, it should be the man that Americans supported twice for the nomination and becoming president. The evolution of America is palpable. Progress in this nation, undeniable.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's just the game of politics. You have to present things as bleakly or as optimistically as you can to try to win people over. I still contend, I actually believe this. I believe Hillary got more votes because she was a woman, not less. I believe Barack Obama got more votes because he was black, not less. I think it was a net plus being black, just like for Hillary, it was a net plus being white. Wouldn't have been decades ago? Absolutely not. But it is now.
You know, on both sides, grievance is such a powerful tool in politics. You can get people fired up by telling them they're screwed, and I'm going to stop it. I mean, it's always been a huge part of politics. It's a ginormous part of politics now. Again, it exists on both sides. It's why ambulance chaser billboards line the highways of America. If you're aggrieved, you have that power of righteous indignation. It's a good feeling. But around race, it's become increasingly corrosive to the point where you have people claiming, as Tim Scott was addressing, that there's been no progress in race relations in America in like the last 100 years, which is a bit like saying there's been no progress in air travel either in the last 150 years. None at all. I mean, it's every bit as absurd.
I remember when Barack Obama won and George Stephanopoulos talking about how he cried because he didn't think it would ever happen in this country. And I thought, you, the liberal, thought a black man couldn't be president. Me, the conservative, I'm not surprised at all that a black guy got elected president. Why not?
No, he's a charismatic young politician. He ran a good campaign. It's not shocking in the least.
Yeah, so that's weird, isn't it?
Well, that's because the left is so obsessed with race and racism. And that is also why the woke crowd is trying to convince you, focus on race, always on race. You've always got to be aware of people's race. Because if America doesn't give a damn what your race is, they just look at your qualifications. They lose that power of grievance that gives them their wealth and their fame and their funding from Nike and Coca-Cola and who am I leaving out? Whatever. They've got to stoke that or they lose their reason for being.
Tim Scott touted the fact that he's now third in a number of polls. That's a little like claiming you're the smartest horse, that joke. I mean, it's Trump way at the top. You drop 30 points down to DeSantis. Then you drop down to single digits for everybody else. But Tim Scott's the highest of those. And who knows, maybe growing. He's my favorite of the crowd out there, so we'll see what he does. But for the guy on top, Trump, he's got this whole indictment thing. Don't know if you heard about it. Around the classified documents and not giving them back and all that sort of stuff. So a bunch of polls have come out since the indictment. He has stayed steady or grown. There's no indication whatsoever that it's done him any harm, which is kind of interesting on its own. And now the Harvard-Harris poll shows a majority of Americans think he should be pardoned, which I thought was really interesting.
That is interesting.
So the belief is from Jonathan Turley and Mark Halpern, a couple of different people I read over the weekend, that it is going to become a thing for candidates really soon. If a majority of Americans think Trump should be pardoned, pretty soon all the candidates out there are going to have to be saying, I will pardon him.
All the Republican candidates?
Republican candidates are going to have to be willing to say out loud, I would pardon him. If that's, I mean, it's a majority of the country believes that. For Republicans, it's like 85%.
Boy, you're right. It's a 1 foot putt.
Yeah, so you're going to have to say I would pardon him. So I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole on revisiting the whole pardon of Nixon back in the day by Gerald Ford. And trying to figure out, I got into a conversation with somebody about how that whole worked. It's an open question whether or not Trump could pardon himself once he's president. Most people seem to think he could, but it's never been done before. So it would probably get challenged, and the Supreme Court would have to weigh in on it. but he probably can pardon himself. But he could, if the trial hasn't started yet, which most people believe, although the judge that supposedly is in the bag for Trump over the weekend told the lawyers they need to hurry a couple of things up. So it looked like she's trying to get this going faster, which does not help Trump at all.
Right. His whole legal team is clearly trying to slow this thing.
But the judge indicated that I'm not going to let you spend like 3 months trying to figure this out or that out. Have an answer by Tuesday.
Wow.
So so that gives a little more of a chance that it could at least start before the election. But if it doesn't start till after the election, Trump doesn't have to wait until he's convicted or not to pardon himself, because Nixon was pardoned for any crimes he may have committed before it even went to trial. That was the official wording of the pardon. But here's something I didn't know. So Gerald Ford paid a very heavy price for pardoning Nixon. The polling on that was not good at the time. It almost certainly is why he lost a close election to Jimmy Carter. I mean, a lot of the country didn't dig the pardon. And I remember as a kid being told by my parents that they must have made a deal. And I know a lot of people still believe that. There's no evidence out there that that is the case, that there was any deal made of, you know, hey, you resign, I'll pardon you, and I get to be president. That never happened. There's no, like I said, there's no evidence of that. Nobody in the ensuing years has ever written anything about a conversation like that. Or, Gerald Ford just thought it would be bad for the country to go through the whole process, and I think he was right. And much later in life, Ted Kennedy, who was really against the pardon at the time, Ted Kennedy gave Gerald Ford the Profile in Courage Award, which is named after the book his brother didn't actually write but won a Pulitzer Prize for, about the idea when politicians go out and, you know, do things that are not beneficial to them politically, but they think it's the right thing to do. Ted Kennedy came around to believing that it was the right thing for Ford to do, which to me ends the conversation. But Gerald Ford was so bothered by the perception, he carried in his pocket a card that had the text of how the presidential pardon works and what it means. And I didn't know this. A pardon means, according to the Constitution, it is the pardoner, the president, saying, we believe you're guilty. And it is the receiver saying, I'm admitting I'm guilty. That is what the pardon is. I've never heard that before. I don't think that's the way it's interpreted by most people. I don't think most people think that all those people over the years that have received a pardon are admitting their guilt.
So is there a ceremony where all of this is stated, or a folk dance or something like that, or a tattoo? Or
you have to wear a scarlet P on your head.
Pardon.
So everybody knows you were pardoned by the president and were admitting your guilt. I don't think people know that. I think that should be more explicitly said, like I think you're indicating.
Yeah.
When you know, presidents pardon their various friends on the last moments they're in office, you know, noon January 20th, it should be stated more clearly that this is me saying you're guilty and you saying, yeah, I am.
Right. Will that ever be communicated to people, or Trump, or will anybody care?
Or will anybody care?
Yeah.
Well, I think if we're communicated, that's a different thing, though. Well, I don't know.
If you want to know why Ford pardoned Nixon, here's a great metaphor for you. Tell me what you think about this. I preemptively declared it great.
I know the reason, Illuminati.
That was haughty of me and despicable. If halfway through COVID, somebody could have made it so we weren't arguing about Trump anymore.
Oh, God.
And all of a sudden, people would just be for or against opening schools based on science, or be for and against vaccines based on the evidence, etc., etc. Ford thought, we got to end this. The whole Watergate thing, the obsession with Nixon, we've got rampant inflation, we're coming off the Vietnam War, things are ugly in a lot of ways. We can't be in our camps over Nixon anymore. That's why he did it, and I think he was right to do it.
If a majority of Americans think Trump should be pardoned, does Biden at any point say he would pardon Trump?
God save the Queen, man.
We got to play that again when we come back if you haven't heard that.
Yeah, repeatedly. I'd have to see how it polled among Democrats. Of course, whether Joe Biden loves his country more than his party at this point. I thought I could answer that question 5 years ago. Now I can't. Is he sincere? Does he actually know what's going on? Can he comprehend it? I don't know.
Jack Armstrong and Joe Getty. The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Your pet isn't just a pet. They're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynovite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
What if your home's title, the document that proves you own your home, is in some criminal's name? That's home title theft. Home titles are online, and once a criminal forges your signature, he'll take out loans against your home, or worse, sell it. Home Title Lock helps shut it down. They do better than anyone. Has some criminal taken over the title to your home? Find out for free and get 30 free days of protection with sign-up. Use promo code RADIO at HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code RADIO at HomeTitleLock.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text SERVE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text SERVE to 321-321. That's SERVE to 321-321.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
Because of you,
we are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please go to loveshriners.org right away.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
This is a true, sad story for ADT, the leader in home security systems. My favorite dog, Oliver, was stolen from our garage recently. If I had a camera system installed in my home from ADT, I would have known exactly what car possibly pulled up in my driveway and stole my little friend. If I had a security system from ADT, my dog would still be here. I called ADT this weekend, and they're coming out in a few days to install a camera and a new security system. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for me. Listen, protect everyone you love in your family. Call ADT now. Have them come out and give you a quote to install a full security system in your home. Don't let it be too late for you. Call right now.
Paid for by the Home Security Hotline. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. 800-561-6198. That's 800-561-6198.
A new study on obesity shows the brain responds to nutrients differently in obese people. Researchers found people who were not obese had appropriate stimulation of the brain's reward center, signaling they'd eaten enough and they felt satisfied. But obese people had no reward center stimulation. Doctors say that may explain why it could be harder for obese people to keep weight off.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Came across this poll. I was unhappy with the results. If I was a good talk show host, I suppose I would bury this information because it doesn't fit with my narrative. This is a University of Massachusetts Amherst poll asking the question, or putting this sentence to you, and you agree or disagree. Being a man or a woman is something that is permanent and cannot be changed. Or being a man or woman is something that can be changed and is largely up to the individual. It's on our side, but I was hoping it would be way more overwhelming than it is. Overall, all Americans, 60% say it's something that can't be changed. You are what you are. But that does give you 35% who say it's largely up to the individual, which is a higher number than I was hoping for. You break it down men and women, it's about 2/3 of men say you are what you are. It's a little less for women. The most interesting part is when you break it down by education, which I suppose would be the argument. But anyway, we'll get into that next. Break it down by education. High school or less, 2/3 say you are what you are. College degree, 2/3 say you are what you are. Postgraduate degree, 38% say you are what you are. Oh. So if you got a postgraduate degree, it's like half the others. Isn't that something that even college degree, it's at 63%, and it drops way down to 38% for that next, because I think, don't you think it's a certain sort of person? It's not what you learn that next year or two. I think you tend to be a certain sort of person that goes for the graduate degree.
Right, that's what we were talking about yesterday, luxury values. You need to signal that you are part of the hyper-enlightened set. You are the super-intellectual set. And that's how you do it these days.
That's a noticeable difference in attitude.
It's a shocking difference.
Yeah. We all should think about that.
I saw a poll the other day that 68% of Americans are against biological men competing against women. It's almost 70%. The fact that it's only 70% is shocking to me.
I know. Well, and as I said last week when we were talking about this, I'd like to know what percentage has been frightened, scared, herded by the unanimous view that comes to you through mainstream media. I mean, if you just kind of pay attention and don't have the courage of your own convictions, and you're taking in the world through the evening news or Saturday Night Live or whatever, you'd be of the impression everybody thinks this is a choice, whether you're a man or a woman. I'd be a real idiot, hater, transphobic if I didn't agree. I'd like to know what that percentage is. That if they said, no, actually, you're in the majority. Oh, I am? Well, then I'm on board with them.
Wow, if you just give me 10% as answering that description, or just afraid to say what they really think because of that unanimous presentation you described, if you give me 10%, we're at 78%.
Yeah.
And it's more than 10%, I guarantee you.
Boy, the numbers are basically flipped for postgraduate versus just a regular college degree. That's wild.
I think it is, and sorry to oversimplify, but I think most people, their views are informed by reality, the reality they observe in their lives, work, family, etc. Your super educated PhD class, their views are entirely formed in the classroom.
But you know what their view would be? We're the most educated people out here. We're the right ones.
Yeah, shut up. I'm not going to waste my limited intellect on you, you crazy person. Actually, you know what would be a really, really interesting read? You'd have to dumb it down a little for me, but to get into Thomas Sowell's great quote that there are some ideas so ridiculous, or whatever term he used, that only an intellectual could hold them. How does that work exactly in the ego? If I believe something like an intact marriage is best for children, men should not compete against women in sports. What's another good one? I don't know. If you commit a crime, you ought to feel the consequences for it.
You can get ahead by working hard.
Yeah, I have not distinguished myself from the masses at all in saying those things. Is that it? They have to distinguish themselves from the probably 80% that say, no, men should not compete against women in women's sports. That's ridiculous. So that makes me part of the 80%. If I'm some sort of Harvard PhD, that's the worst fate. I'm part of the masses? No, I'm not. I'm better than them. Is it as simple as that, you think?
I spent 10 years of college making sure I'm not part of the masses. Maybe. I don't know.
Your theories, thoughts, a lot of you're dang smart. Mailbag at ArmstrongandGetty.com is the email address. Mailbag